Hello everyone. We hope you're doing well. We're doing great, and we truly appreciate your ongoing support. We'd like to briefly address some comments regarding our audiobook series. Rest assured, progress is ongoing. That said, your feedback is vital. If there's a novel you particularly enjoy and want to hear more of, please let us know in the comments. Each chapter requires a financial investment, so we can only continue series that receive strong audience interest. Although we retain core names and plot lines, we make significant editorial changes to enhance clarity, pacing, and immersion. These are not simple recitations. We work hard to deliver a polished, thoughtful listening experience. Without sufficient feedback or engagement, we may need to discontinue a series. So if you're enjoying something, don't stay silent. Your input truly matters. Note, our default audio speed is 3x. If that's too fast, let us know. We're happy to adjust it. Interested in early access to unreleased audiobooks? Visit our Patreon. You'll get to experience new content before it reaches YouTube. Just to clarify, I'm a fan like you. I've purchased these novels and adapted them with care, while respecting all rights and guidelines. For updates, follow us on Facebook and Twitter, X. YouTube update: recently, YouTube flagged some of our content for including mature themes, realistic violence, and darker story elements. As a result, we've decided to stop uploading anything that violates YouTube's guidelines. If you'd like access to the full, uncut versions including the more intense or mature content, you can find them on our Patreon page, where we upload everything first. Available now on Patreon: Shattered Innocence transmigrated into a novel as an extra. Transmigrating over 10,000 years late, I was forced to become a mighty presence. I, the celestial dragon, rule the heavens through the double gate, reigning supreme in countless worlds with peace taming, Tower of God sequence strength, cultivation when you take things to the extreme. Naruto is an Uchiha with cyst. WTF, the centuries-old ancestor in our family take concubine again. Plus 18, Ichi, reincarnated in Bleach as a wizard. Thanks for listening and happy listening, Luffy said, grinning before he blinked. Okay, I might be missing something, but how in the world did you guys end up inside a volcano? Kobe said. No one's gonna question that? The others shrugged. Kuina and Vivi looked at each other. Well, it's a long story. After that, both of them explained their journey. How they got trapped beneath the tunnel, to actually discovering an old frozen tomb. From there to how an old pirate lady with ice powers made it her and her crewmates' resting place, freezing a whole ass ship inside a volcano. Along with the other details of the books and other stuff they found there. Oh, and Nami. She left this. Vivi said, taking out the logbooks from her backpack. Nami, who was looking over the logbooks, looked at Vivi and gasped, taking the logbooks from her hands, slowly, so as to not break it. She looked extremely grateful to her. You don't know how much time you have saved us. Yeah, we thought we would have to wait a year for the log pose to reset. But with this, we can get off the island. Usopp said. Both Kuina and Vivi again looked at each other. So, that's what the late Verfuser meant. Shishishi. So the journey continues. Luffy laughed. Now wasn't this odd? Who knew things would turn out this way? Sure, the Baroque Works agents never came. But even Luffy was worried that they would have been trapped at sea unless he managed to find some way to get a log pose. They had eternal log poses, one for Namiwasho, thanks to Robin, and another for Whiskey Peak. So they most likely had to return there and find some other way to reach Drum Island. Because, of course, he wouldn't skip that island. He had a talking reindeer Pokemon to catch there. Chopper jokes aside, it really did help. The log pose that the late pirate left them wasn't an eternal pose, but a normal one that already had dressed and locked to the next island. Which was of course Drum Island. With this, they really cut off a lot of the journey time. Who knew this kind of place existed? Maybe in the original, this hidden tomb inside the volcano existed, but the Straw Hats just never managed to discover it. Still, I digress, Luffy mused. This world has its own share of madness. Hey, so let's explore the old tomb. Who's going? Luffy cheered. Along with a few other of his crewmates. Even the snake volunteered to give them an easy access to its so-called vacation home. Also, be careful. We are not there to loot the place, just to recover the books. We have to show our respect to the dead, otherwise, anything goes. Luffy clarified. They might be pirates, but they had standards. Others nodded. Almost all of them were eager to explore the old tomb. The island still had a lot of land to explore, so why wouldn't they? Let's pack proper equipment, and then get exploring. Usopp cheered. Yeah. Even Nami looked eager to visit the place. All of them were quite excited. This place really was one of a kind. Chapter 159 With White Fury. Almost 3 days passed after she left her home, the prehistoric island of Little Garden. She would be lying if she said that she didn't miss that place. But then again, she didn't miss it that much. Because of her white scales, and her rather large size, she was already ostracized from the other snakes in her colony. Most snakes don't live in colonies, but her species did. Mostly because of the dangers of lurking on the island of Little Garden. With all different animals of various sizes, her species of snake lived in colonies. But she didn't. Or she should say she couldn't. Her species of snakes lived mostly on muddy waters, hiding in the shadows to strike down predators. Their main concern was the flying predators that hunted them down. And because of her white color and size, she stood out like a sore thumb. And would often bring predatorial attention to her colony, mainly from larger birds. That was why she was cast out so many years ago. It was hard to survive, yes, but she somehow managed it. But, she still felt lonely. None of the snakes of her species wanted to be around her. The other species of snakes were also wary because of her larger-than-average size and unique color. It was hard to survive back then. And like the law of the jungle, you only survive when you are strong. So the snake did. Unlike the rest of her species, she was gifted with more than enough intellect. And she used that. Often laying traps, using underhanded tactics to catch her prey off guard and overpowering them with strength. Still, she knew her limits. Never standing out too much, she didn't want to gain the two giants' attention. Even she couldn't survive that. At that time, she just wanted to be strong, so that she could survive. Maybe that was why she was dumb enough to eat that fruit. She found the fruit when a group of humans, all wearing white-themed clothes with blue lining, docked on the island. It seemed that they had lost their way into the sea, and found themselves on the island. It wasn't her first time seeing humans, but she was interested in them. More so when one of the men, the leader she presumed, said something about a unique power that could beat the giants. And it was in that fruit. She was more than interested now, seeing the uniquely shaped fruit. And somehow managed to steal the fruit from them and ate it. And that was a mistake for her part. The fruit tasted horrible. Now, she was a snake. She was used to eating rotten stuff, but even then the taste of the fruit was incomparable. The fruit gave her abilities, yes. She could now grow wings on her back, but other than a bit of a boost in strength, nothing happened. Maybe the strength would come later, she had hoped. When the humans found out that their fruit was gone in her stomach, they tried to attack her. She, of course, was more than enough to take them on, but decided to flee with her new abilities and soar through the sky. Deciding to follow her, the humans made a huge mistake and died overnight in the cruel jungle of Little Garden. It was always like this, no human could survive here. She had gotten back to check over the corpse of the humans and found some shiny objects. She made sure to bring them back to her cave. She liked the shiny stuff, the humans called it gold and bliss. But she didn't care, it was just shiny, so she took them. Over the years she had collected a lot of them in her cave. And now that she had wings, she didn't need to worry about getting preyed down on by larger birds. In fact, her main concern, the flying predators, soon became prey because of her flying abilities. She could now hunt down the flying beast that soared in the sky. And in a way, her powers let her survive the cruel jungle. But at the same time, it made her weirder than the rest of the snakes. Most smaller animals feared her, and even larger beasts were wary of her. Now she wasn't the largest snake in the jungle, but due to her wings and odd color, almost all of the animals that were relatively her size feared her. So it came to a surprise when the blue-haired human called her pretty. She still remembered the whole ordeal and how it happened. She was in her snake hole, which was inside the volcano. A weird place to live in, but she liked the hot temperature here, and with the added ghost ship encased in ice, she could easily cool down if needed. Also, as her home was inside a volcano, she didn't have to worry about any predators. Also, those big oaf giants that always fought about. She was very hungry at that time. She couldn't get out of the volcano. Because of the tremors, she was sure that the giants were fighting, and when they fought, it was better for her to not leave her home. And bringing the attention of giants to her was as good as a death sentence. But then she smelled it, that delicious smell of food. That practically pulled her out of her cave and onto the frozen ship, where the scent of delicious food came from. Just what could it be? Unlike other snakes, she was smart. She had tried roasted meat before, mainly copying the humans who over the years came to the island. And tried to copy their method. It did make the food a lot more interesting. So by instinct, she knew that humans were nearby, and they might have some food with them. And because she was hungry, she got out of the cave and checked it. First, she was surprised to see the humans. 2 females, and they were somehow on the ghost ship. Her ghost ship. It was kind of like her second home, how dare they? But she would forgive them if they had food. But alas, that wasn't the case. They had already eaten all the food for themselves. So, she was downright angry. If she couldn't have the food, then she would fill her stomach with them. Chapter 160. But she might have overestimated her capabilities or underestimated the humans. A mix of both maybe. No ordinary human just comes inside a living volcano to explore a dead ship. That takes guts and madness of equal share. But it was too late. It happened so fast that she couldn't believe it. She lied on the frozen ship, wounded. A bruise on her forehead, and one of her wings along with half of her body was frozen. The ice, for some reason, was also very power-draining. She was sure she was done for. She looked in both awe and fear at the swordswoman. She had never seen someone use ice abilities. She didn't know much about humans, but she was sure that they shouldn't have that kind of ability. Also, like her, the swordswoman wore a white kimono and used her blade with such elegance that it resembled an elegant serpent. Maybe she wouldn't regret dying from her. She was then looking at the swordswoman expecting death, when the blue-haired human called out. "Wait. Don't kill the poor thing." The other human, the blue-haired female, had called out. The swordswoman blinked, and turned back to look at the other girl, giving her back casually to the snake as if she wasn't worried. Mostly because she wasn't. "Why is that Vivi?" she had asked. So, Vivi, that was her name. The snake had thought. "Kuina, that's a snake that has wings." Vivi answered as if that answered all. "Of course, what was I thinking?" The swordswoman Kuina asked herself before looking at the snake once again, holding her blade high for a swing. "Wait. She's a rather cute snake, don't you think?" Vivi blurred out. The snake blinked, surprised and a bit dumbfounded, same with Kuina. Did she just call her cute? That was the first time. Kuina again, spun around and looked at Vivi. She didn't see what the female called Kuina was doing, but she most probably gave her a look. "Hey, don't give me that look. She's a white snake and she has wings. That's rare. And killing such a pretty animal would be a crime." Pretty, she had thought. Someone actually called me pretty. Not a monster. It felt weird, almost like butterflies in her stomach. Now, as far as she knew, she didn't eat any of the winged bugs since she was a baby. Might be something else. Kuina sighed. "Vivi, we are pirates. Our existence is a crime." "Okay, maybe that was not a good analogy. But you get what I mean, can we not kill her? The poor thing looks too afraid to do anything anyway." "Afraid? Her?" She hissed bravely. She was not afraid. Both Kuina and Vivi blinked in surprise. "See, now. You hurt the snake's pride." "She's not afraid of death, it seems," Kuina said, giving the snake a deathly glare that made the creature sweat. "Okay, I might be a bit afraid." She gulped, but to her surprise, Vivi stepped forward and held Kuina's sword before she could do anything. "Stop bullying her." Kuina's sweat dropped. "Fine, do whatever you want." She then sheathed her sword. "But I do agree with you. The snake does look pleasant to the eyes." "Really?" Vivi asked. Even she, the snake, was hopeful. Maybe she wouldn't need to die today. "Yeah, maybe Sanji can cook her up." "Ow!" Kuina couldn't finish her sentence as Vivi slapped the back of her skull. "Stop harassing the poor creature," Vivi said, and Kuina pouted, not that it hurt her or anything. She hissed, trying to thank her, and said something about the ice. She couldn't actually move because of it. "Oh, Vivi, the snake is thanking you." "Huh, would you look at that, a grateful snake," Kuina said, making Vivi blink. "Also." The swordswoman then snapped her fingers, and the ice around her body shattered, freeing her body. "There, now move along." She blinked. "Did you just understand me?" she hissed. "Wait, did you understand her?" Vivi asked. Both of them asked at the same time. Kuina blinked, surprised as well. "I might be spending too much time with Sparky," she groaned. "I'm sorry, but I can only understand bits of what you are saying." "I don't fully understand you, more like guess what you are trying to say." She shrugged. "Weird, 'cause I am pretty sure this is the first time." Vivi shrugged as well. "Don't worry, Luffy and Zoro might be able to understand you just fine. Sparky as well, since he's a monkey." "Wait, you have a monkey? Is he food?" the snake hissed. Kuina blinked and laughed, shaking her head. "No, Sparky is not food. Heck, he might try to eat you, in fact, if you try to attack him. Fair warning, but don't do that." The snake blinked again, and gingerly coiled her body around herself, trying to ignore the lingering pain. There wasn't a wound, but she did take some damage from Kuina. "Then what's the food you were eating?" "Oh, that. Well, that was Sanji's cooking. He's our cook, he can make quite good food," Kuina said, before raising an eyebrow. "Why? Were you hungry?" Before she could answer, her stomach beat her to it, as it growled. Vivi and Kuina looked at each other, amused looks. "You know what? If you can give us a ride out of the volcano, maybe he can give you something to eat. You are a big girl, I'm sure you will be able to carry us both." Vivi asked, walking towards her. She puffed her chest and hissed. Of course, I can. And things went from there. She had managed to convince the humans that she was willing to follow Kuina. But the main reason was, of course, because of the blue-haired girl Vivi. She was curious about her. Vivi was not afraid of her, and she was also the first one to call her pretty. So she was eager to know about her. Also, she was interested in that food offer. So, both. And she found no reason to not help them with her abilities. Sure, it was risky, as she at the time didn't know much about Kuina or Vivi. For all she knew, they might want to capture her once outside the volcano, but something in her gut told her to believe the two humans. Also, it didn't make sense for them to do that. They could have easily done that forcefully. And so she did trust them, and gave them a ride back to their friends. And of course, she never regretted it from there. Chapter 161. From getting a regular human-cooked meal, to getting a name, White Fury, that befits her beauty and strength. She loved the new humans. And that's about when White Fury decided that it was her new colony. She even led them to her stash of shiny things, and one of them in particular really liked them. White Fury had collected a lot of the shiny stuff over the years to decorate her cave, so she thought of disposing of them first. But then when one of the Straw Hats showed more than enough interest, she was more than willing to give all of them to her. White Fury had met other humans before on the island. Most were stranded on the sea, and most of them were hostile, but it seemed that wasn't the case for the crewmates of the Straw Hat Boy. They called themselves the Straw Hat Pirates, and all of them were strong. Strong enough to make friends with the giants of the island. Also, all of them weren't hostile toward her and accepted her as she was. But looking back, she might not be the weirdest one in her new colony. There was this Sparky guy, who was a six-armed monkey, and there was also a sea king and fishman on the crew. Also, they weren't scared of her either. Well, mostly everyone. The duck crew, Vivi's pet, was quite scared of her. But then again, White Fury did mistake the poor duck for food. It was an honest mistake, really. She did have a special liking to bird meat, and she would be lying if crew didn't look quite appetizing. With all things that were happening, she didn't regret leaving her homeland. She made new friends, found a new colony that accepted her. Maybe that was how things were meant to be. And while others of the Straw Hat Pirates piqued her curiosity, it was mostly Vivi that gained her interest. White Fury also found the crew to be mixed with oddballs. Always fighting against each other, but not actually hurting one another. They called it training, weird. But then again, she did enjoy this training. Trying to chase down Sparky in the sky, while avoiding his bullets. Or trying to catch the fishes that Luffy and Sanji fished out from the sea. This crew was weird. Even without wings, many of the members in the crew knew how to walk on air. Luffy can do a lot of weird stuff with his weapons and body. Zoro and Sanji could use flames, Kuina could use ice. Kobe could use claws from his body and get over any lethal damage by shrugging it off. And there was also the Bartolomeo guy, who could summon transparent shields. All of them were weird, and in a way, White Fury found herself fitting right in. Her other reason for staying was the blue-haired girl. Vivi. She was the first one to show kindness to her, save her life, and helped her find new friends. She might be a snake, but White Fury would repay her kindness. With the passing days, White Fury had gotten quite accustomed to life on the Going Merry. Her presence, however, was not good for the blood pressure for the supersonic duck crew. Poor little duck was scared shitless when he first met her. Mainly because it almost became a meal. In all things considered, snakes were a predator that most ducks or any animal in general tended to avoid. Sparky didn't fall into the category because of his awesomeness, but the same can hardly be said for the duck. Anyway, the dynamic between the duck and snake got even funnier when both of them were competing for Vivi's attention. It seemed that on the outside White Fury acted rough and tough. But she was coming out to be more of an attention diva. Doing weird motions with her wings, like a bird to gain Vivi's or the other crewmates' attention, chasing down unfortunate birds to get them to Sanji, so that she could eat, and even helping Hatchin and Luffy catch fish. The snake was also at the weird abilities the crew possessed. But she soon got accustomed to it. While only 3 days passed from what the others told her, they were nowhere close to their next island. White Fury would be lying if she said she wasn't excited at the prospect of venturing into the new land. The world was big, and she wanted to see it. Chapter 162. This is quite amazing, Sabo said, as he flipped through the pages of the book. I still can't believe that we found such a gold mine in Little Garden. He said those words mostly to himself, as he was inside the storage room, sitting on the ground going over the books. The same books that they had collected off the shelves of the Black Moon Pirates. And there were a lot of them, completely filling up the storage room in half, but it was all worth it. Especially since these books might give hints to the ancient kingdom and the people of old. The books had much knowledge in them. The navigator of the Black Moon Pirates not only left them with the books, But she was also kind enough to give them a log pose that was already set to the next island. They were more than just ordinary explorers. The books detailed a lot of stuff that most pirates would overlook. Maybe that's why they fell. The Marines and world government doesn't like people snooping into that stuff. Sabo grimly thought over the Ohara incident. The letter of Tsurara didn't say anything about it. But from what it pointed to, they might have some animosity against the world government. Or else why save books with the knowledge of old, why fly a pirate flag? It all pointed towards it. Still, Sabo couldn't be sure. The navigator, Tsurara, didn't say anything about their death. But he actually wanted to find out how things ended for them. That was the reason why he was going over the books. That and also, because he wanted to see if he could find anything helpful to his cause. Like Vivi, Sabo could also understand the old language. And it actually came as a shock to him, more like a headache. Quite literally so. It seemed while he was back in the Goa Kingdom, his biological parents had forced him to learn the language of old, mainly because it was something that was bragworthy in noble circles. Who knew that this would come in handy here? No one in the crew except Luffy knew of his certain heritage. And Vivi might have suspected it too, but he didn't care. He was past that life, he was now Sabo of the revolutionaries. It was just ironic that he also happened to be a fallen noble. Vivi was mostly going over the books that Kuina had about her certain ice techniques, Verfeshi said. Translating them so the swordswoman could improve her skills. So with Sabo having extra language skills, Nami had asked him to translate the logbook. At least the first few pages of it, mainly the pages where it went into detail about the climates over Drum Island and the Alabasta Kingdom. The books were at least 300 to 400 years old. Sabo doubted that it would help Nami. But to his surprise, it seemed that the weather pattern didn't change that much over the years. As, like before, they didn't have to pass through a volley of strange weather patterns. So Sabo could give himself a pat on the back for helping translate the logbook for her. "You still in there?" Luffy asked as he peeked his head out. Sabo looked from his book. "Yup, still trying to find some interesting story in all of them." Luffy came inside the storage room, rubbing his chin. "Yeah, but I think we need some more space around here. The storage room is full. Luckily, Nami was kind enough to keep all the gold in her own room, or we wouldn't be able to get in here," he said amusingly. Sabo chuckled, hearing Luffy. They didn't find any gold in the ghost ship, but before leaving the winged snake, White Fury had brought out all the quote-unquote shiny things from her cave. She didn't want to leave the shiny things falling into the wrong hands and was going to throw them into the volcano's lava pit, but the Nami, being the cat burglar she was able to get to them fast enough before it even dropped a few feet under. How, you might ask? Well, she performed a perfect combination of instant transmission and moonwalk. Almost half of the crew was dumbstruck by the slick execution. Nami was by no means weak, heck, all the training that Luffy had put her through was showing itself, giving her the required muscles she needed to use Marine 6 powers. Still, Nami was still falling face first when she actually tried to use instant transmission. So of course it would shock everyone when she not only used instant transmission, but somehow managed to get instant transmission and moonwalk down, just to save a bag of gold. Though, it might just be a fluke, as Nami wasn't able to repeat that kind of performance. Honestly, Luffy found the whole thing hilarious. White Fury also didn't care if Nami had her gold. In fact, she actually invited Nami to look inside her old cave, because of course there were more bags of gold and jewelry inside. That actually gave them a lot of funds, more than they needed right now. But Luffy wouldn't be throwing any of them away. Mainly, because he was trying to fish out any black market contracts that sold devil fruits or other things here. "Anyway, you should come, Sanji's calling everyone for dinner." Sabo blinked. "Already? Wow, I didn't even feel the time pass," he said as he marked the page, before closing the book. "You know, we need a language expert in the crew. You and Vivi are spreading yourselves thin lately," Luffy said, and Sabo nodded. "And also we need a doctor." Luffy was right, because while Sabo and Vivi's skills were good, they weren't of an expert level. Some of the translations just came out weird. But for now, they did what they could. "I'm sure you will be able to find capable people for the crew." Luffy grinned. "Can't agree more. Let's grab some dinner." Chapter 163. Another day passed, the fourth day after leaving Little Garden. Outside, Kuina was trying to use her newfound understanding to better use Verf. And having someone like Zoro who used the opposite element helped in that regard. While Sanji could use flames as well. Zoro was the one with swords. A song of ice and fire ran over the Going Merry. As both of the sword wielders used moonwalk, and fought midair, freely using their element. They weren't holding back either. As both of them were a good deal about the Going Merry, they didn't have to worry about any damages either. Still, with Sparky, Luffy and Sabo being on the deck, they were sure their elemental attacks wouldn't hurt Mary. As the battle of steel clashing continued, it seemed that Kuina was having a hard time against Zoro. While, yes, she was trying out a new battle style with Verf, trying to reduce her body heat to better understand her element and connect with the ice. But because of Zoro's rapid growth and use of flames, Kuina wasn't having an easy time. Not that she wanted it any other way. I don't know what you are trying to do here. But are you sure this is the right way? Zoro asked as he clashed blades with Kuina. You have gotten slower after you started trying the new technique of yours. Call me skeptical, but I don't see how that might help in a battle. With that, he pushed forward, he attacked with his right sword and a sword in his mouth, forcing Kuina to take a defensive position before using the other blade to stab her in her weak spot. But Kuina was easily able to dodge it, using instant transmission. But Zoro didn't let her go any further, before he followed along and clashed blades again. Well, it might seem quite counterproductive right now. But like the book said, even just by doing it for a few days, I am able to feel more connected with the ice. It's hard to explain, but I have to trust in the process, I guess. Kuina said, before voluntarily getting pushed back, surprising Zoro, as she gave him a Spartan kick, separating both of them. Zoro coughed as he tried to steady himself before his eyes widened when the temperature in the air dropped much lower. Frozen Sakura Hurricane. A powerful swirling wind that created a tempest of frozen wind, along with ice petals, like sakura leaves, and attacked her foe, intending to encase them in ice, and cut them to pieces with the frozen sharp leaves. Zoro hastily used his Nozarashi to summon a volley of flames that were crushed with the ice, creating an explosion of ice and fire, that generated a mist above the Going Merry. Kuina looked at the cloud of mist, before she suddenly moved forward, only to lose a few strands of her hair as Zoro's blade missed her. What the? When did you get there? Kuina asked. Zoro crossed his blades forward, taking on an aggressive stance. Like I said, you have gotten slower. Or it might be me, who's gotten faster. Before he suddenly vanished from his spot, Kuina had to use a horizontal quick slash, frost energy creating a crescent moon-like slash, as she clashed with Zoro, but even she was pushed back. However, the battle was far from over. Kuina grinned. Well, what do you know? You did get faster. Give yourself credit, cabbage head. She pushed back, but remember, you aren't the only one that is aiming for the top. And one day, I might even be able to freeze your flames. Huh. Like I will let that happen. Zoro grinned. My flames will be stronger than the sun itself. And stop calling me a cabbage head. Bold words. Kuina said, for a cabbage head. Zoro's reply was just a growl, before he started attacking furiously. While Zoro's swordsmanship was like that of a wild bull, using every corner to his advantage, being unpredictable. Kuina's was totally the opposite. It was elegant and graceful. While both of them were duking it out, the passengers of the Going Merry watched the sight with an equal amount of awe and anticipation. This was maybe their third match. The first match was a victory for Kuina, but their second match was a draw. Luffy whistled as he lazily watched the show between his crewmates. Zoro's growth was the most noticeable in the crew, but it did make sense in a way. Kuina fought against only Captain Kuro, it wasn't anywhere close to ruffling her feathers. Same for Sanji, Arlong was a walk in the park for him, but Zoro's case was different. He not only fought against Mihawk, but he lost to him, in a near-death battle. And like how the world worked around here, that was more than enough stimulus for organic growth for the green-headed swordsman. And Luffy wasn't judging his other crewmates, but Zoro had the most drive in him. The match against Mihawk showed him just how utterly weak he was. And he now had more than enough drive to reach his goal, more than Kuina and Sanji. But he was sure that the rapid growth of Zoro wasn't getting overlooked by them. Right now, almost all three of his main fighters were standing equal. He didn't want to play favorites, but if the other two didn't give their all, Zoro is going to overtake them. Chapter 164. Another few days passed this way. Even with Momo pulling the Going Merry, it would take a long time before they could reach the next island. Depending on the weather, theoretically, it should take around a month and a half to navigate from Little Garden to Drum Island. The distance wasn't that long, but the weather was the main challenge in the Grand Line. Still, with Momo's speed, the time needed should have been less than half. Even when Momo wasn't actively pulling the ship, because of Nami, the time needed was reduced by a lot. With the added help from the logbook of the Black Moon Pirates, Nami was able to use the safe routes where the weather isn't as shifty as others. The navigator of the Straw Hat Pirates was really thankful for that. Nami was thrilled and very happy with the help that the logbook provided. It gave her valuable information on the most secure routes one can take from one island to another. Nami would never admit it, but this was more than just a simple treasure to her. It also made her wonder how such a skilled navigator ended up like that. But she threw her thoughts to the side, She hoped nothing like that happened to her crew. Her short time here, she really enjoyed how things were going. Nami stopped her musing and started focusing on drawing her map. The logbook helped with that as well. While the orange-haired navigator was busy with her duties, outside on the deck almost all of the members of the Straw Hat Pirates were discussing something. It was after their usual sparring session. Almost all of them looked worse for wear. Even Usopp was a bit bruised from the training. Yet, all of them would get all patched up after a few hours of napping. The world worked weirdly that way. With Luffy's work ethic, almost all of the members of the crew threw their everything into training. More so when it brought results. Now almost all of the crew knew at least one of the Marine 6 powers techniques. And that was saying something, as even experienced Marines weren't able to learn even one of the techniques. While people might throw the word talent in there, and call it a day. Luffy didn't. He believed that with actual proper training, constant fights, and good nutrition it should be possible for anyone to grow strong, if they were willing to put in the work. After the brutal training session, all of them were sitting on the deck, trying to catch their breath or listen to the inputs given by Sabo. Luffy was also listening in. Sabo scratched his chin thoughtfully. Well, what you said about hockey is right to a point, but it's wrong as well. Luffy tilted his head. But it worked for me, though. When I was able to gain enough strength and willpower, I was able to unlock hockey, or at least the armament aspect of it. Even if I was only able to use it for a few seconds, though. Even when I started my journey, I could only use armament hockey to coat one of my fists for around 5 minutes or so, before I got drained. That time was even more reduced if I wanted to coat my Naginata with it. Now, well, I can do much more. Luffy's armament hockey improved a lot. He was nowhere near using Ryo. But with Sabo's help he was getting there. Sabo really had a knack for armament hockey, and with each sparring session Luffy was able to feel his hockey get stronger. Now, Luffy was trying to learn Gear 4th with it. Or at least the snake variant of it. He was very close to learning it, but it wasn't easy in that regard. Sabo nodded and held up one finger. But, you forgot something. You unlocked your Conqueror's way before you unlocked armament or observation. And after Conqueror's you were able to learn observation, not armament. So your case isn't the optimal one. Let me ask you a question. Do you think everyone's strength is the same? Like, let's compare between a normal human and a fishman. Luffy humored his brother. Of course, a fishman would be 10 times stronger than a regular man. The genetics, their heritage, and the fact that most of them live near the sea floor most of their lives, give them a greater aspect to gaining strength. Now replace fishmen with giants, they are even stronger than a normal human, Sabo said. Well, that's the thing. See, that's why I think Kuina, Zoro and Sanji aren't able to awaken their hockey. All of them are strong enough, compared to normal humans. And I'm sure they could even beat up weak pirates in New World who can use hockey, but unlocking that for them will take something that they must believe in. Hockey for the most part has 2 aspects to it, the physical part and the supernatural will part. The latter can't be controlled, only the former one. The others nodded. Chapter 165 Sabu continued. Most of the time, when someone grows strong physically, he also has more will. It's an even process. And that's where the problem lies. People mix it up, thinking that having more strength than someone means you have more willpower than them. Which is wrong. Like a giant that can lift a mountain, but can't use hockey. While a human that can't even push a mountain is able to. So I think you guys are going about it the wrong way. You guys are physically capable enough, you just need to grasp the willpower aspect of it. So, we already have enough strength to unlock hockey? Zoro was the one to ask. Sabo rolled his shoulder. I don't know that for sure. But you guys are strong enough from what I can see. You just need something, a trigger of sorts, that will force you to pull your willpower into the world and manifest it in as hockey. Sabo continued, we all know that hockey is 3 kinds, but they all come from the same source of willpower. Back in the Revolutionary Army, when talented fighters are trained in hockey, they start with observation, it makes them more familiar with hockey and how it flows, then they continue to armament. But there are few exceptions that break that rule and can unlock armament first. Luffy rubbed his chin, and even after unlocking Conqueror's hockey, he went and learned observation first and then armament. So he got where Sabo is coming from. So, you are saying we should focus on observation first. But Kuina is really close to unlocking armament. Now making her learn observation would take a lot of time, wouldn't it? Sabo shook his head. Well, Kuina and Zoro both are near unlocking armament. All of them were surprised, especially Zoro. Luffy was also surprised, but then realized that Sabo's observation hockey was above him, so of course he would be able to pick up on that detail. Not to toot my own horn, but I was one of the exceptions that unlocked armament first and observation second. So I can give out a few tips about it. Sabo said. Luffy raised an eyebrow. How did you unlock armament before observation? There's a story to it, isn't there? Sabo smiled sadly. Well, when push comes to shove and you find yourself in a corner, then there's do or die. Your beliefs get tested, and I didn't want to die. He grimly chuckled, remembering back to those days. I think for me, saving Koala was the main catalyst that brought out my haki. I was already aware of it for a year back then. So I had my fair share of sparring with other members of the revolutionaries that had haki, but I couldn't unlock it. But when I was put in that situation, my haki manifested like an invisible armor to protect my friends. Sounds poetic, when you consider that the definition of armament haki is invisible armor. Sounds corny to me. And I'm sure you are nowhere near my level of friendship. Luffy said with a puffed chest, while Sabo laughed. Zoro, Kuina, and Sanji didn't say anything. For them, their first glimpse of haki was from when Luffy clashed against Mihawk. The overwhelming sensation, the powerlessness, all of it, they could remember it clearly. Even if Luffy had used armament haki before, they weren't able to see it. But when both Mihawk and Luffy clashed, they were clearly able to see the blackness of armament haki. That was the same for the newer members of the crew as well. When Bartolomeo asked to see what armament haki was, he wasn't able to see it for a few days. Even if Luffy covered his whole arm with haki, he wasn't able to see it. But he knew that something was there, but after a few days of sparring and training with Luffy, he was starting to see armament as well. So, to normal people armament haki was invisible, but to someone who constantly sparred with armament haki users, even if they didn't have observation haki themselves, they gained the ability to see it eventually. While this was happening, Sanji was in his own mind, thinking about things, and he spoke. What about me? Sabo and Luffy, who was laughing, looked at the cook. Am I nowhere near unlocking armament haki? He asked. He was also very eager for unlocking armament haki, mainly because he could use more powerful flames then. Well, Sanji, I think your reaction speed and instincts are better suited for observation haki, kind of similar to Kobe. So you might have to go the traditional route, Sabo said. While Sanji was a bit disappointed, Kobe was very much eager. Still, even with all the blindfolding training, Kobe knew he was nowhere near unlocking observation haki. Luffy looked at Sanji and said, don't worry about it. Even I also went with that route. Observation haki is just as important as armament. What can an armament user do, if he can't hit you? He said. That also brings another thing to mind. Observation haki can help you guess where your opponent might attack from, but if you have greater speed, then even if they know, they won't be able to react fast. Luffy remembered how in canon the Boa sisters were dumbstruck by Luffy's speed and weren't able to hit him. Yeah, I completely forgot about that, Sabo said. The same with armament haki, even if someone fully coats his body with armament haki, if his haki isn't strong enough. With a strong enough attack, it can break through it. Remember, armament haki might be invisible to some, but it's definitely not invincible. I have some devil fruit users that have even tougher skin than regular armament haki users. Chapter 166. Sanji sighed. Remembering about his exoskeleton, maybe his father implemented that ability to him and his siblings because of it. Still, his exoskeleton is nowhere near as strong as his siblings, and honestly Sanji wasn't sure if he will ever reach that level. Still, he didn't care that much about it. If he could learn armament haki, then his defensive capabilities would go up quite a notch. Well, I wanted to unlock armament as well. Maybe that way I could use more stronger flames. Maybe, but Kuina is close to armament haki because of her techniques, while Zoro is because of his will. I'm sorry to say, Sanji, but your ambition might be lacking in that aspect. Sabo said. Sanji blinked, was a bit surprised by Sabo's boldness. What do you mean? I have just as much drive. Nope. Sabo cut Sanji off. It's not only you either, it's both you and Kuina. Both of you have a drive, yes, but it's nowhere near the desperate state as Zoro's. The green-haired swordsman in question wondered if he was being praised or not. Desperate. Maybe he was desperate for strength. Kuina raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Didn't you say we were near to unlocking armament? Luffy internally winced, knowing that Sabo wouldn't pull his words. You are. But that's because your techniques are centered around armament haki. But when it comes to will, Zoro has you beat there as well. It is true, because Luffy knew about the cutting steel. After he unlocked armament, he was easily able to use it. While he was sure people who don't know that might need a lot of practice in that regard. Sabo continued, I might be making a guess here. But Zoro was weaker than both you and Sanji, right? While the green-haired swordsman grumbled, but Kuina nodded. Then why do you think now, all three are on equal grounds? Zoro has his own sets of talents, yes, but his ambition has more desperation to it. Sabo said. All three of them were now equals, even Sparky had difficulty winning against them without using observation haki. Kuina thought of it for a moment before she looked at Luffy. Captain, is it because he lost to Mihawk when we started our journey? Luffy nodded. Yes, he experienced defeat from a way stronger opponent than him. And he was also very close when Hawkeye and my Haki clashed. That might be the reason why. It's similar to how I got stronger when I faced Taramaki. I, by no means, had a fair fight with him. He was for the most time overpowering me, but that was enough to make me stronger. Way more than normal training could. So, what? We throw ourselves in danger? Sanji chuckled, before saying, but then again, we already do that, don't we? Maybe. Sabo said, before pointing his metal pipe at the cook. Let me ask you, Sanji, what drives you? Sanji raised an eyebrow. Sabo also knew about his backstory, so why was he asking? But he replied nonetheless, revenge. Revenge against my former family for what they did to me and my mother. Maybe. Maybe your hate isn't strong enough. I'm not saying you should fuel your flames with more hate than you already do. But I'm saying, what about your current family and your crew? Sabo said, but he wasn't finished. Where will your chivalry go if you come into a situation where you have to let go of your revenge to protect your crewmates? Sanji was getting a bit pissed, and was about to say something, but Luffy beat him to it. Yeah, let's change the subject from there, Luffy said. He looked a bit awkward. Sabo shook his head. No. He said, before looking at Sanji again. Take it from me, Blondie, but your captain here would give his life if it meant saving any one of you in the crew. So what about you? Oi, stop it. Luffy tried to stop it, but Sanji spoke. Really? Captain? You would give your life to save mine? But wouldn't that be the same as giving up your dream for One Piece? Sanji asked. Luffy frowned. Of course, I would, dummy. He then grinned. Shishishi. What kind of pirate king would I be with clipped wings? You guys, you, Sparky, Kuina and Zoro are my wings. The wings of the future pirate king and the world's strongest man. Of course, I would give my life for you, that's also part of the dream. So in a way, even if I do lose my life in trying to save any of yours, it was for my dream. The others didn't say anything, but everyone knew the meaning behind those words. Behind Jin was barely holding his tears back after hearing his captain's speech. He knew his captain would have his back. The same was for Bartolomeo, but he was already crying, and Kobe was supplying him with tissues. Johnny and Yozaku were also shedding some manly tears. Pu-upper-upperu. Pu-upper-upperu. And almost all of the crew looked over to where the sound was coming from. It was from Nami, who just got out with the transponder snail. Keeping a transponder snail in a bag was only a momentary thing, and now, it mostly stayed in the navigating room where it could get some sunlight and some stretching room. It was a living creature after all. Sorry to ruin the moment, but I think you should pick it up. Nami said as she walked toward Luffy, giving him the black snail. Luffy picked it up. Moshi Moshi, this is the future pirate king speaking. Who's this? Chapter 167 Moshi Moshi, this is the future pirate king speaking. Who's this? It's big news. Morgan. The person from the other side said dramatically. Luffy blinked several times, he wasn't expecting him to be calling him. Not that I don't like a social call. But I'm guessing it isn't one, right? Sadly, yes. The big bird from the opposite side said, sorry to call you like that, but I have some bad news. Luffy sighed. Figured, anyway, continue. So, a few hours ago someone from the world government made a visit. Which is an odd time since it's quite late at night here. But then again, when did the government care about the timetable, especially someone from the Cypher Poles? A Cypher Pol agent? Which unit? Luffy asked. I think he was someone who was supposed to be dead. Why do you think that? Luffy asked, a bit flabbergasted. Well, I usually try to keep up on where the Cypher Pol agents are. He was a former agent from Cypher Pol Agents 8, and was going to get promoted from there, because of his deadly assassination skills. But then he suddenly disappeared. I honestly thought that he was dead. Didn't know it until now. So, you even know where most of the Cypher Pol Agents units are? Yup, not to brag, but I know almost all of them are. My newspaper birds really do a lot of reporting, and once I match the photos I can kind of find out where they are. I have to keep a track on them, in case they come for my head. That's cool. Does that mean, you even know that for the past few years, that Cypher Pol Agents 9 are in Water 7? Yeah, I know that. Wait, how do you know that? Morgan asked. Sabo blinked, hearing both Luffy and Morgan. He would need to speak about that one later. Shishishi. I have my ways. Anyways, your ability to gather information is really interesting. If we give you an image, how soon can you find someone? Not sure. But it shouldn't take more than 2 weeks, That's if they don't move locations. But I'm really curious as to how you know about Cypher Pol Agents 9. Most people believe that they are just myths. Cypher Pol Agents 9 are babies compared to Cypher Pol Agents 0. The white mask with white suits really makes them stand out, don't they? Of course, you would know about them as well. My bad, for asking. Morgan sighed. Anyway, let's get back to the topic. Yeah, back to the ghost agent. Luffy agreed. Yeah, the so-called ghost agent wanted to know about your ship's possible location. Well, more like demanded it. And yeah, I had no choice but to give out a location. Morgan said. Wait, can't you just give a fake location or something? It was Nami who spoke. I'm not the only one in the ship that doesn't want a ghost Cypher Pol agent coming for us, right? I second that. Usopp called out, agreeing with Nami. Same for Bartolomeo, Johnny and Yosaku. The coward trio and their leader Usopp. Luffy chuckled. Nah. But do you really have to give us our exact location? Can't you send him on a wild goose chase or something? No, can do. The government is pretty mad at me for writing that paper 2 weeks ago. But I don't regret it. The general population really like reading about you. So my sales have gone high. Anyway. So I'm in a pinch here, and the Cypher Pol agent used the pressure from government, that's why I called you. Well, we are going to Drum Island anyways. Luffy said, telling the truth. With the newspaper birds, he was sure Morgan could have easily figured it out. Or he might have known already. But any information you can give about him? Power and stuff? Well, as far as that agent goes. He usually works alone. When he was under Cypher Pol Agent 8, he was always assigned solo missions. As for his abilities, I do know he has a devil fruit. The man is on the taller side with a thin frame with shoulder-length hair. And it might be stealth-related, so be careful. I don't want my business partner to die. Luffy smirked. Well, tell him about our location. We should reach Drum Island in a day. Poor guy's gonna wish he remained a ghost. He gave a deadly grin, before a question popped up in his mind. Anyway, why did you think he was dead? He seems to still work for the world government. Well, I lost track of that agent a few years back. It usually means the agent is dead. But there's another possibility. That is? He might be taken in by one of the celestial dragons. They do like to hold some of the agents for their own bodyguards. But it usually doesn't happen. But I'm thinking this agent, most likely isn't working on the orders of the 5 elders. Luffy frowned. Why do you say that? Well, it's not just that. But the whole thing about your situation, actually. When they wanted your location way back on Sakura Islands, I did a bit digging. It seemed that the agents weren't working on the orders of the 5 elders, maybe one of the other celestial dragons. 'Cause if my news of making you out to be a hero was so offensive to them, the elders would have acted sooner. So, someone, maybe one of the world nobles, are out to get your head. Wait. But why would they do that? It was Vivi who spoke this time. Luffy did nothing wrong as far as we know. Well, Vivi, the pigs on the red line need very little reason to act. Just accept it. Luffy said casually. He wasn't surprised if someone did want to go for his head, be it the 5 elders, Imu, or any one of those bubble men. He could care less about it. Though it was something to keep in mind, especially for the future. Chapter 168. Wait. Vivi, as in Princess Vivi? Morgan asked. Yes. Vivi said after a moment of hesitation after Luffy gave her the nod. Well, I'll be. Is she trustworthy? Morgan mainly asked Luffy. Yup, she's a friend. Luffy nodded. Well, then I hope you keep our partnership a secret, Miss Vivi. I won't tell anyone, you have my promise, Vivi said, seriously. Morgan gave a curt nod, before remembering something. I don't want to break the news, but the country is doing pretty bad with the rebels. The king wanted to stop it from getting violent, but he was attacked. What? Why didn't you write anything about it in the newspaper? Well, Princess, sorry to break it to you. But I have my hands tied regarding what I can write about one of the 20 kingdoms that are affiliated with the world government. They usually control that stuff. But don't worry, from what I know, your father was fine. Someone just slapped him really hard on the face, before he fled from the site. Luffy was a bit surprised. Wait, was it Bon Clay? If so, then my guy, literally bitch slapped the king to get his face. I don't know if I should find the situation funny or concerning. Suddenly Luffy thought of something and asked, hey, I do have a question. How much do you know of the revolution happening in Alabasta? Morgan didn't speak for a moment. Well, I do know that the Borgorks are behind it. It wasn't that hard to figure out if you ask me. But I'm not sure who the leader of the group is. I do have a few guesses. It's Crocodile. Luffy bluntly said. Oh. But not that unexpected. You bring in a pirate that was known for scheming and backstabbing. Of course, something like this is bound to happen. Yeah, but I find it weird that the world government isn't doing anything about it. Luffy said. Of course, he knew why they weren't doing anything about it. He had his suspicion, but he wanted to see what Morgan thought. Morgan didn't speak for a while, before saying, well, I personally think that they know about the whole situation. What? But why? Vivi asked, more like demanded. Morgan sighed. Miss Vivi, it's not the first time that a warlord tried and succeeded in taking over a nation. Luffy nodded. Dressrosa. Morgan wasn't surprised anymore. Luffy knew his stuff. It also made the Birdman feel better that he didn't make the deal with any dumb pirate. Only a few people knew about the original situation about the country. Yes. Dressrosa. Vivi was wide-eyed. Wait, what do you mean Dressrosa? She asked both Luffy and Morgan. I will tell you some other time, Luffy said. But mainly the world government doesn't care that much on who rules the kingdom, as long as they get paid the heavenly tribute. Morgan nodded. Yes, I have seen many kingdoms fall over the years, and get ruled by dictators, but the world government does nothing. The Marines might try to get involved in it, but they are usually stopped before they can. It's sad, but it's true, Vivi. Sanji said. My father's kingdom, Germa 66 attacked a few islands in the blues and even took over them, but the Marines did nothing. Vivi was surprised. Wait, you're a prince? Sanji visibly cringed. No ma'am, I'm a cook. Morgan was nodding from the other side. Well, that's not all. I remember a few years back in the Oikot Kingdom that really bad stuff happened. The East Blue was in an uproar, and yet the world government did nothing. It's the reality of the situation. Nami, who was standing by the side, frowned, remembering about the island. Her and Nojiko were from that island before Belmere took them in. But she didn't pay that much attention to the mind. These are the reasons why the revolutionaries exists. Sabo said, wearing his mask. Morgan, who didn't recognize Sabo, shrugged, and gave his honest opinion. Yes, but they are so few in number that they can't do much about it. Sabo had to sadly agree. Luffy nodded. Anyway, Morgan, I think we should cut our call. Also, can you have a lookout for any news regarding Blackbeard? Morgan blinked a bit surprised. You mean the one who betrayed the Whitebeard pirates? If you are wondering, then no, he isn't in Drum Island anymore. Left 4 or 5 days ago. Luffy internally sighed in relief. With the added speed of Momo, they were journeying too fast. So he was concerned that they might meet with Blackbeard on that island. Okay, good then. I was worried that we might meet that monster there. But with your skills, you should be able to beat him. Morgan said. He doesn't even have a bounty. Luffy shook his head. He's a D. Marshal D. Teach. And I'm pretty sure history has told you to not ever underestimate them. Morgan was wide-eyed. That it did. Anyway, if you need any help, then don't forget to call. Luffy nodded. Just try to keep an eye on Blackbeard's location. My crew isn't ready for that monster. With that, the call ended. The others were curious, but Sabo was the one to ask the question. This Blackbeard guy. Isn't he the one who attacked Drum Island? He might be one of Whitebeard's former men, but I'm sure if we work together we can beat him. Sabo said, he's leaving quite the destruction in his path. And needs to be stopped. Well, now, it seemed that Luffy's brother had a heroic spirit in him. But sadly, even if Luffy wanted to stop it, he knew it would be foolish. Maybe. But I'm not going to base my decision on that. Also, we have our hands full with one warlord already. The sooner we get to Alabasta, the sooner we can stop Crocodile from taking over Vivi's kingdom. Luffy said, also, if I'm not wrong, Ace should be after that guy. He was under Ace's command. So it's best we meet him first, or our big bro might pout if we stop him before that. Sabo's frown turned into a grin, before he laughed. Luffy also joined in, but underneath, he was also thinking of how to kill that bastard before he becomes a hassle. Chapter 169 Vice Admiral Sin. We have the last report of the G2 Marine base being infiltrated by Ace of the Whitebeard pirates. Said one of the Marines, who was quite tall. We should go and help them. The Vice Admiral in question sighed. Bins, did they ask for backup or help? No. But they are pirates. He said as if it explained everything. For other Marines it might have worked, but not for this Vice Admiral. Bins is a rather tall, 3 meters in height, and lanky man, with large lips and broad shoulders that appear disproportionate to his long arms. Some might mistake him for being from the Long Arms tribe, if he just had dexterous joints like them. Then we just do our job and ignore it. The Vice Admiral said. He is one of the Whitebeard commanders. G2 has Vice Admiral Kummel. And even if I joined in, it wouldn't be enough to take down a 4 Emperor's commander. You need at least 3 or 4 Vice Admirals or an Admiral for that kind of job. Now, I'm not saying I'm up for a challenge, But I think our first priority should be our recent prisoner. Unlike G2, G3 is currently without a vice admiral and we are ordered to be there, so we will follow that. The vice admiral was also a tall man, being 2.5 meters, and unlike Pins he has a strong build to him, having a rather well-developed body. He had tan skin, and sharp golden eyes. He also had very long, purple hair tied in a ponytail. Wearing floor-length purple and white robes, a white turban with feather decorations, and pointed red shoes. He also wore a lot of jewelry. The only reason someone wouldn't mistake him for a merchant was the justice coat that hung from his back. One could also see bandages wrapped around his waist and other parts of his body, fresh bandages. Also, I don't think it's as bad as you think. The Whitebeard pirates are much tamer, and this ace fellow has a record for being a troublemaker. He at least should be better than shitty pirates. He said, also, I already pissed off 4 emperor's crew this month. 1 is enough, don't you think? He chuckled at the last part. The vice admiral was also on top of the marine ship, laying down lazily on his chair, enjoying his time with fruits and juice. It was night time, so there wasn't much hassle around the navy ship as most of the staff had already called in for the night. Another marine was also there, who walked towards them. Also, it will take a day to reach G2. By then either nothing will happen or the worst. So in a way, you can trust our lazy bum on this one. Rear Admiral X Drake, that is much too improper to casually speak to a vice admiral like that. He said, while his hands moved in chop motion in air. Even if he is a bum and useless most of the time. Hey. But no one seemed to care about Sen's word. X Drake in question just rolled his eyes. You do know, Cinny and we all came from the same camp. Heck, Cinny is 5 whole years younger than me. He complained with a pointed finger. He's practically a baby in my standards. The only reason why he is in that position is because he pestered Sengoku-san into giving him that position. The vice admiral in question did the most mature thing, pulled down his eyelid and stuck his tongue out. X Drake returned the same gesture. Oi, what you guys doing up there? Asked another marine that came from up the stairs. I'm just teaching our rear admiral and vice admiral about what a true marine should be, said Binz. You should also take note, Commodore Shuzo. Shuzo is a large, dark-skinned man from the Longa-Erm tribe with a bulky build. You know what, forget I ever asked. He said, sighing. Sometimes I forget that you have a stick up your ass. Apologies. Binz nodded. Apologiac. Wait, you. With that he clashed heads with Shuzo, sparks flying. You have to learn some manners. And you have to clench your ass, before that stick sticks out from your mouth. Shuzo grinned challengingly. But that's assuming it already hasn't. Before both of them could take it any further, a voice called out. Why is there a commotion here? It's quite late, said a female voice. The statement was mundane, and yet both men felt a shiver run down their spine as they whipped their heads looking at the new arrival. It's nothing, Ain. Shuzo said. We were just talking about and stuff. Binz also headlessly nodded. Why yes, Rear Admiral Ain. Hey, wimps. Sin snickered. And why are you here? Isn't it late? You should go to bed, your injuries from the fight have yet to fully heal. Ain said. Ain is a slender, curvaceous young woman with reddish-brown eyes and dark blue hair framing her face. She looked rather beautiful, wearing a white justice coat, while underneath her clothes appeared quite formal due to her high heels, black leggings, and brown top and skirt. Oh, I can go to bed. Only if you join in. Sin winked at Ain. Ain just gave him a flat look. You will go to bed. And you will do it, now. Sinbad. She said, squinting her eyes at him. You forget that I'm the superior here, Rear Admiral, Sinbad said, glaring back at her. For a while, he didn't move, just kept up the staring contest before he stood up from his chair while he clicked his tongue. TCH. Fine. Wincing a bit from his last wound, which was now bandaged up, underneath his clothes. With that, he gingerly took the stairs grumbling about something. Chapter 170. When the Vice Admiral left, X Drake barked out a hushed laugh. It never gets old with you and Cinny. Ain also shot him a flat glare, and the man held his arms in mock surrender. Anyways, you guys should also get some sleep. Sinbad wasn't the only one injured, you know. She said, and unlike X Drake and me, you guys aren't ancient zones. So off to bed. Men. Yes, ma'am. Both Binz and Shuzo gave her a strict salute before jogging their way out. As they left, X Drake glanced back at Ain. What's bothering you? He asked. You are way stricter than usual. She gave him a glare, but this time X Drake didn't budge. She sighed. I'm just worried about Sinbad. She said, softly. He got injured because of me. If I moved a bit faster. Hey. X Drake cut her off. Don't say that stuff. Sunny would be pissed off if he hears that. Also, we didn't expect that. Our job was just to capture Joker's cargo ship, like we always did. We expected slaves and weak pirates to be there. Not 3 experienced ones from the New World and definitely not from the Beast Pirates. And 2 of them holding the Tobirapo position, so yeah. We got lucky that we didn't have to lose anyone in that battle. She nodded. I'm also worried that the Beast Pirates might attack us. I would rather move quickly and get to Impel Down. But we have to stop at that damn G2 base. X-Drake nodded. They currently had 2 prisoners, Sasaki who held the Tobirapo position, and Sheepshead who was also a high-ranking officer amongst the Beast Pirates. The other Tobirapo was dead, killed by Sinbad when he tried to attack and kill Ain. That was where the main problem lied. They were alone, only having 1 vice-admiral to escort those criminals should be enough. If it was any other time they would have taken the criminals directly to Impel Down. Heck, other vice-admirals would come just so that nothing bad happens. But that wasn't possible. Sengoku had ordered him to take the position at G3 base, as it didn't have any vice-admirals there. The previous vice-admiral stationed there was out on a sick leave. So, it was temporary. If it was any other time, Sengoku might have acted differently. But he was under a lot of pressure. Mainly because his retirement was coming. Still, it shouldn't matter. In fact, if they stayed at the G3 base, even if the Beast Pirates wanted to take back their members they would be in for a wild goose chase, as they wouldn't suspect them being at the G3 base. Their vice-admiral unit was quite special. Firstly being Sinbad, who was considered a prodigy amongst the Marines, being the youngest vice-admiral, even beating Akanu's record. And he had strength and mastery over Haki to back up his position. Not to mention his devil fruit. Sinbad also had his own special ship and unit. Unlike most vice-admirals he didn't stay in Marine Fort Dora G base. Rather he would mostly spend his time on Paradise waters. He would love to roam the waters of the New World. But Sengoku was rather soft on Sinbad. Because of his potential, and also because he was the son of Zephyr. That's why he tended to keep him out of danger. But Sinbad, being the rebel he was, sought out adventures in the first half of Grand Line. Mostly attacking any slave ships before they could reach Sabati. Mainly Joker's ships. The underground crime lord Joker was unknown to all, but had a powerful network of people. Rumors were he even had dealings with world nobles. But that didn't stop Sinbad from attacking the cargo ships that contained his valuables. His valuables were of course slaves. Sinbad personally hated slaves, and he hated Joker most of all. And there was a reason behind the story. Long ago, even before Sinbad joined the Marines, something happened when he was a kid. Some pirates attacked the island where he and his mother lived. Their reason was mainly to get back at Zephyr for killing their captain. The boy had seen his mother die that day, and he was also shipped as a slave just for the amusement of the pirates. Luckily Zephyr was able to stop the cargo ship, before anything happened to little Sinbad. But mental scars on the boy had been inflicted. He was still fighting those demons to this day. This was also the reason why there was a marine town behind Marine Ford, for high-ranking officers and their families. So that kind of incident would never repeat. This was the drive for Sinbad, his hate for pirates and the slave rings that still operated under the Marine's nose. Not if he could put an end to it. With his willpower and determination, he was raised amongst the ranks of the Marines. His charismatic attitude also inspired the Marines around them to train hard. Marines usually get trained if they are below the ranks of captain. And if they are talented they are trained by Zephyr personally. While being his son, Zephyr didn't show him any favoritism. Ain, X-Drake, Benz, and Suzo, all of them were in the same batch when Zephyr trained them. And now, drowned by Sinbad's charisma, they were in the same unit. While Sinbad hated pirates, he also had to mature at a very early age and knew that not all pirates were bad. Still, he trusted little of pirates, they are the reason his mother died after all. Still, look at the bright side. X-Drake said. If we stay at G3, then I'm sure even if the beast pirates want to retrieve their members they might not even look there. But what if they do? Ain asked. It was not impossible for the information to get leaked. Even if they do, we have Sinbad there. And sure Vice Admiral Virgo might be sick. But he is still on a nearby island recovering. And I'm sure if push comes to shove, he will come to the base in no time. He is called Demon Bamboo Virgo after all. X-Drake said. Still, something just feels wrong to me. Suddenly Virgo got food poisoning. Is it so bad that he needed to take a vacation for a whole month? Ain asked. Beats me, he shrugged. He wasn't of our generation you know, ask Hina or Smoker they might know. But from his quirks related to food, it's certainly not impossible. He chuckled. While this was happening, on an island in New World a certain blonde-haired pirate was having a discussion on his transponder snail. You damn idiot. Didn't you say, your ship would safely send my men to the New World? How the fuck did they get captured? Said an angry voice. Doflamingo, you listen well. If I get into trouble with Kusama for this, I will skin you and make socks out of them. Doflamingo was a bit nervous, but he didn't let it show. Jack, you are one of the all-stars. Are you really scared of some vice admiral? How would I know he would attack my ship? It's your problem, and I know for a fact you have the strength to solve it. Or are you scared? Jack snorted. I don't fear no marine. He said. But it will really be a hassle predicting which route those bastards take for Impel Down. I have to bring back Sasaki and Shipe's head at least. We already lost one to Biripo. Kusama will not like my failure if I can't bring them back. Then I might be able to help you. Doflamingo said, his grin turning wider. That purple-haired brat has been given the position of the G2 base temporarily. He will be there, I can confirm that info. At least you are fucking useful. Jack said. I will kill that brat and destroy the base. How dare they underestimate the beast pirates? Keep me informed on that brat as I'm still at South Blue. I will have to cross that damn belt cause of this mess. With that he cut the call. When the call ended, Doflamingo started laughing, widely. All things were falling into motion for him. He would finally be able to kill that purple-haired brat. As a warlord, he had his hands tied, but that didn't mean he wouldn't be able to kill him. Still, sending Jack to kill the kid was a bit of an overkill ever for the ex-world and noble. But the kid was a pain in the ass, with him busting off all of his cargo ships. The only downside of all of this was that Virgo's marine base might get completely destroyed. But then again, Virgo was on leave. And he was sure his loyal crewmate could care less for any marines. Doflamingo chuckled, the poor marines wouldn't know what hit them. Also, I was thinking of doing Smoker as Luffy's rival in the marines. But then thought, over it. Smoker is way older than Luffy. And has no background, so why not just make an up? The new Pirate King, and the future strongest man, does this need someone that can rival his strength? Happy reading and Galaxy Impact, chapter The Going Merry was going alone, floating with the sails. Because of the icebergs that littered the area, Nami found it more practical if Momo didn't help. Sure, the cow seeking could push faster than the Going Merry's sail. But it was quite the hassle, even with all of them, clearing so many icebergs was getting a bit bothersome. Also, Momo was a bit exhausted. It seemed that the cow seeking wasn't adjusting well with the cold weather. So Hatchin untied Momo and told him to get some rest and get adjusted to the cold. Hatchin himself wasn't liking the cold water either. Something about his octopus physiology and whatnot. So, Momo was out and about in the waters. But Hatchin said not to worry as Momo and almost all Sea Kings had a good sense of direction. He could easily find the Going Merry after it adjusts to the water. The cold weather was also bothering White Fury. The snake liked the cold but she was more used to the heat from the volcano, so she was curled up in the storage room to get some shut-eye. And maybe hibernate. The crew didn't know if ancient species of snakes hibernated or not. You know, even I'm hating the cold weather. Nami said, good thing we brought clothes for the winter back in Log Town. Like most of the people in the crew, she was also wearing heavy clothing. Well, it's just the cold. I don't like it either, but at least there's no problem. Vivi cheerfully said. We might have a problem. Usopp's voice called from outside, immediately proving her wrong. The group, once again, moved out onto the deck. The temperature had dropped considerably since the start of their endeavor, though some of them seemed unaffected. In fact, Luffy, Sabo, Zoro, and Jin were just wearing pants, leaving their upper body bare naked, while they were doing some light training. It was as if the cold wasn't a bother to them. Well, at least for Jin it was, but the man was trying to hide it. Zoro also got up, and wanted to go to his room for clothes. It seemed he was feeling a bit cold as well. Funny considering it was his idea. Now, Nami would have protested if not for the fact that almost all of them looked damn fine. Especially Luffy, he was not only muscular, but also shredded. She didn't know that many muscles existed with how ripped he looked. She felt her face heat up just thinking about it. Hey, didn't know you were a pervert, Miss Navigator. Vivi mused, but she also had an equal amount of red on her face like Nami. Nami's lips twitched, say that after wiping the blood from your nose, you leaking some royal blood there. Vivi blinked before quickly trying to wipe her nose, but she found nothing. That's when she realized that Nami had fooled her. Smiling smugly, Nami walked over. What is it now? Nami asked. Well, there's no sane way of saying this, but someone is standing on the water? He asked, his teeth chattering. Usopp also seemed to not be getting along with the cold weather. Of course, the long-nosed sniper was on the crew's mast. Well, that's not something you see every day. Luffy said as him and the rest of the group came along. Yeah, might be some devil fruit ability though, Kobe offered, pointing at the man. Said man was dressed like a clown from a circus, a bow and a quiver of arrows resting over his shoulders. His mouth looked like a zigzag line, his teeth chattering as he hugged himself for warmth. Hello, he muttered. It's quite cold, don't you think? You think so? Luffy asked, but then again he was bare-chested. And he flexed his muscles, showing the clown his flexed biceps. Nah, it's for skinny little wimps like you. Food, try eating some. Shishishi. The man's lips twitched as he saw Luffy showing off his muscles, like a male peacock showing off his feathers. His crewmates on the other hand mostly ignored his antics. Oh, I will keep that in mind. The man shuffled, suddenly put on a spot he didn't seem ready for. He lapsed into silence, he and the pirates on the deck staring at each other awkwardly. What now? Huh, why are you guys half naked? Kuina asked, stepping out of the women's quarters. We are showing off our muscles, join us Kuina, Luffy said, flexing in another bodybuilding position with his sparkling teeth out. You know what, forget it. I'm gonna go back and study. Kuina then went back into the quarters. A wise choice before her captain's stupidity infected her. While the crew was looking at Kuina, the unknown clown took the opportunity to tap his foot on the water. A sound echoed like he was hitting a hollow box of metal. Water surged from below, a whole submarine rising beneath his feet. It rose its own pirate flag, though the skull had a metal jaw. Faster than anyone on the ship could react to this unexpected surprise, the metal ship pulled up alongside the Going Merry and disgorged the men inside, each dressed in what seemed to be a cold-weather uniform. Each was armed with a gun or sword, everyone aimed at the Straw Hats who did not react. We've been boarded, Luffy mused. Oh, this is our first sea fight. I'm so excited. All of them were musing at the foolish pirates that now boarded the ship. Vivi even felt a tad bit of pity for them. Chapter 172 Kobe sighed. I just got my laundry done. He mumbled, he didn't know why, but when he fought most of his clothes got soaked in blood. And even when training because of his fruit's ability, he really had to frequently wash his clothes. Now it was getting a bit bothersome to him. Speak for yourself, I'm damn right excited. Jin grinned evilly, a bit shaky from the cold. Maybe I can finally get a good warm-up from these fools. The soldiers that surrounded him took a step back when they saw Jin's grin. It looked downright evil. Ha! What a tiny pirate boat. A grating voice commented, a fat man stepping onto the Mary's deck. Much of his body was covered in metal, including his chin and jaw, which were plated in a single sheet of shiny iron or steel. A cape made of the skin of a fuzzy white hippo was tied around his neck and a sword with a hunk of meat skewered on its blade was held on one hand. Well, it's made it this far, so that's something. Whatever. You there. He pointed at Sanji with the sword and meat. Do you have an eternal pose to the Drum Kingdom? Never heard of it, the cook lied. I'm just asking cause it's polite. How do you want your ass kicked? Well done or medium rare? How dare you speak to King Wapol that way? One of the soldiers near Sanji growled, shoving his sword to the blonde's chest, trying to push it in. Disrespecting our king is punishable by death. Sanji caught the sword, with his bare hands, and frowned when he saw that his shirt got punctured. You ruined my shirt. The soldier seemed to unconsciously take a step back when Sanji gripped the sword, bending it like paper, before taking it from the pirate's hand and making a ball out of it. Don't point pointy things at me next time. Play with this instead. With that, he handed over the round object. And the soldier frantically nodded. Boarding our ship isn't cool either, Luffy commented, shaking his head. But as this is our first navy battle with an actual pirate, I will make an exception. Excuse you? Wapol demanded, taking a massive bite out of both the meat and the blade of the sword. I am a king and you will treat me with the respect I am due by my birthright. Now, if you don't have an eternal pose to drum, then give me all your treasure and food as compensation for wasting my time. Swallowing, Wapol tossed the rest of the sword, handle and all, into his mouth. That makes my jaw hurt, Kobe shuddered, listening to Wapol chew on the sword. You'll never get my treasure. Nami denied, her bow out and formed in a single moment. In a second, she bashed the soldiers around her in the head, knocking them to the ground with new welts. Then we'll take it by force. Chess said, the clown who previously stood on water. But he was swiftly kicked in the back of the head and knocked out. Don't try to hurt Nami Swan, you stupid clown. Chess. Kuromarimo said, but he had other things to worry about when a certain monkey bashed him on the skull with his fist, promptly taking him out. The other soldiers aimed randomly at the Straw Hats intending to fire, when... Wait. Luffy said, with a whiff of Conqueror's hockey, making all the soldiers shudder and listen to his commands. I have one question? Ask. Wapol said. Either the man was stupid or had the balls of steel. Luffy seriously looked at him. What do you... poop? How do you poop? Seriously, with the stuff that you eat, I kind of sympathize with your asshole. No wonder all that shit comes out of your mouth. It has to come out from somewhere. Wapol was wide-eyed and it felt like someone had stabbed a sword in his ego, genuinely taken damage from the verbal assault. He unconsciously took a step back. And before he could do anything, everyone, even his own soldiers, burst out laughing. Stop it! Wapol shouted, pointing at his crew. I will not tolerate disrespect, kill them. Whoa whoa whoa, Usopp gulped. A soldier holding onto a rope at the top of the mast holding him at gunpoint, said gun making the sniper's nose bend. Can't we just talk about this like civilized people? Okay, Wapol sighed as if the suggestion was an expected but incredibly boring alternative. Man, I'm hungry. Without preamble, the self-proclaimed king expanded his mouth like a snake, his oversized teeth clamping down on a piece of the Mary's railing. Or at least tried to, but he was shot on the mouth 3 times, knocking at least half a dozen of teeth out. And it was done by none other than Usopp, who was glaring at the fake king. Why you shot the king? The soldier that was holding Usopp at gunpoint said. I will shoot you. Usopp's eyes narrowed just a little. Just try me, bitch. You're lucky I didn't kill him for hurting one of my crewmates. Deep down, Luffy felt proud of what he made out of Usopp, and sincerely shed a tear. I raised that boy. He said mostly to himself, but the other crew members' sweat dropped at his antics. The soldiers gulped and pulled the trigger, but Usopp swatted the bullet away as if it was a fly with his own revolver. You started it. With that, Usopp smacked the man with the back of his revolver, knocking the soldiers off of the mast. Luckily Kobe was able to catch him. But it seemed the shock or impact had knocked the poor man out. One thing. Usopp said. No one hurts Mary. He said, more so demanded as all the soldiers nodded like a headless chicken. Luffy whistled. Man, you pissed off our John Wick. Hey, now that I think about it. Usopp the Babuga does have a nice ring to it. But Sogeking works as well. Wapol promptly got up, and looked in horror as he found his missing teeth in the ground. But he quickly picked them up, and ate it. Growing them back. You dare to shoot at a king? Wapol choked as a man walked in front of him from behind the mast without stopping to show respect. Zoro blinked, turning around in confusion. Honestly, how did Usopp reconfigure the insides of the Mary? Zoro questioned without noticing the invading army all around him. I can't even find my shirt. Are you blind? Wapol asked. Zoro blinked unconsciously and touched his left eye. Why did he do that? No, why? He said. Okay, who the heck are you? What's going on? Chapter 173. We've been boarded, Luffy answered once more. He blinked. Oh, right. Don't eat our ship. Everyone, kick them out. Everyone except the king, I will bring him as a small gift. Get them. Wapol ordered, seemingly ignorant of what Luffy meant. But of course, Captain's orders were to be followed. Both sides jumped into action, Usopp dropping to his knees to avoid the bullets that passed through where his head had just been before he impressively jumped and holstered his revolvers and took out his slingshot, along with a special round bullet. And shot way too fast for the other soldiers to react. Take this, Usopp's special chewing gum bullet barrage. Gotta give where credit is due, the single shot somehow exploded like a grenade and all of Usopp's shots hit right at the front of each soldier's barrel, rendering their guns useless. A few of them tried to shoot, but their guns exploded in their face. Leave the Mary alone. The sniper growled. It seemed for some reason the whole of Wapol's army viewed the sniper as threat, and only focused on him. You don't order me. Wapol frowned at the order, before jumping towards the railing, just behind Luffy, going for another bite just to taunt the irate long nose. In response, Usopp retaliated. He quickly whipped out his gun, and shot. All the crewmates were amazed, of course. Luffy was grinning that the bullet curved around Luffy, finding the target, going directly to his mouth. Curve shot, Tabasco star. My tongue. Wapol screamed, the fire coming from his mouth forcing Zoro and Luffy to jump away from the invading monarch. Usopp can handle him. The king's mouth expanded, clenching his teeth together even as flames still snuck their way out from between his teeth. Without his screaming, however, the fire quickly died out. The king swung his arm toward the mast, the limb transforming into the barrel of a cannon. How dare you make me eat something I didn't want? Wapol cannon. Usopp. Vivi shouted, wide-eyed. But to his surprise, the cannon exploded before it could shoot. Dual shot, exploding star. Usopp then promptly appeared right in front of Wapol with the only Marine 6 powers technique he knew, instant transmission, Usopp hammer. The force sent Wapol flying into the distance, a couple of teeth left behind on the deck. And taking a page out of Team Rocket's book, he became a star. Luffy whistled. Usopp was always quick on his feet, no wonder he was able to learn instant transmission. But it seemed Luffy's training also brought quite the strength out of him. The sniper just yeeted the king away. Now, wasn't that just interesting? Also, Mary was their crewmate. Luffy was ready to move in before any random bullets made a hole in the wall, but it seemed that wasn't needed. He felt so proud of Usopp. He shed another manly tear. King Wapol. The army screamed, abandoning their attack as their jaw hit the floor when Wapol suddenly shot off like a rocket into the sky. Luffy frowned. Oh, he couldn't just let the bastard team rocket away. He cocked his fist back. Gamu Gamu no. Catch. With that he shot at the small side of where Wapol was, grabbed him by his hair, before pulling him back. Into his knees. That's for trying to harm Mary, asshole mouth. Again the soldiers were dead silent with their jaws on the floor. And finally one of them spoke. I thought it was just a coincidence. But that Straw Hat. It's the fallen hero, Straw Hat Luffy. Several gasps were amongst the audience, as everyone threw their gun down, not wanting to anger a pirate with that high of a bounty. Really? Took you long enough. Nami giggled. At least you didn't call him Mario. To that response, Luffy crossed his arms and pouted. We are sorry, oh, esteemed hero. Please let us go. Another soldier said. It was the weird-looking Joker who seemed to be standing on water. Oh, ho ho. They seem to have heard of you, little bro, Sabo said. Oh, stop it. You are making me blush. And of course, Luffy was blushing like schoolgirl. He was also happy that no one called him Mario. Yet. Now. Why the haste, Nami said sweetly, cooing, pulling out a bag from nowhere. She had a scary glint in her eyes. You were the one that boarded the ship. So. Hand over everything of value in the bag. Now. The rest of the crew's sweat dropped as Nami made sure to rob every one of them blind, weapons, and clothing, even went to their ship with Johnny and Yozaku and took everything from them, and only after that did she kick them off the Going Merry. They were robbed so bad, that they forgot to bring Wapol with them. But then again, Luffy wasn't going to let him leave just yet. He was their ticket after all. That was weird. Kobe blinked as the door to the women's quarters opened, and Kuina came out. What did I miss? She asked. Oh, asshole mouth here. He pointed at the knocked-out Wapol. Tried to board the ship. But Usopp beat his ass. I need him in the face and Nami robbed them blind. Luffy said. You know, the usual. Kuina nodded, before walking back right into the room. It seemed she wasn't needed. Anyway, guys. My adventure sense is tingling. We are going to reach an island soon. Luffy said seriously. Now, we build a snowman. Yes, we know. It's right there. She said flatly. They could see the outline of the island. It was the reason why it was snowing. But Luffy wasn't listening. He along with Jin and Bartolomeo were trying to create a snowman with others joining in. Some of them were thrilled as they never saw snow before, and promptly started having fun. And funnily enough, in a few seconds Usopp was able to make a snow sculpture somehow. So, Luffy called, Hey, Usopp, what's the difference between a snowman and a snowwoman? Usopp blinked. What? Snowballs? Luffy said, throwing a snowball to the long-nose's face before he could dodge, promoting a snowball war amongst the crewmates. The commotion was so much that Kuina thought something serious was happening and promptly came out. And unfortunately someone shot a large snowball at the ice user which Kuina wasn't able to dodge. A cold atmosphere down the crewmates, and Kuina unsheathed her Wado Akamachi and rained a volley of snowballs on the Going Merry. And like headless chickens Luffy, Usopp and others were running about trying to escape the snow. Before long, they were turned into a pile of snowmen. With that, Kuina went back to the cabin to return to her study. Nami shook her head. She looked at the only sensible member of the crew. That was Sparky, who was now tying up Wapol with a thick rope and a sea stone cuff, and digging him out of the gathered snow. The orange-haired navigator sighed. The only member of the crew that was somewhat sane was a six-armed monkey. But then she shrugged. She wasn't completely sane either, and so she looked at the collected loot and almost wet herself. She loved being a pirate. Yes, what's the phrase again? Land ho! Kobe shouted ignoring Nami as she swam around the gold and other loot she stole from Wapol's men. Chapter 174 The orange-haired navigator sighed. The only member of the crew that was somewhat sane was a six-armed monkey. But then she shrugged. She wasn't completely sane either, and so she looked at the collected loot and almost wet herself. She loved being a pirate. Yes, what's the phrase again? Land ho! Kobe shouted ignoring Nami as she swam around the gold and other loot she stole from Wapol's men. As the island got near, Nami quickly shouted out orders. Making Luffy and Usopp come out of their snowmen, and run to the steering wheel, correcting the Mary's course to approach the island. The salt water of the ocean prevented the water from freezing at large, but the closer they got, the more the water below seemed to turn to slush. Finally, after some time of sailing through a sideways wind, the Going Merry entered the mouth of the river and began following its flow deeper into the island. Everyone stood scattered over the deck, looking for signs of life while some others tried to quickly fix their clothes to explore the new island. Signs of life did appear after only a few minutes, islanders rising out of the snow on either side of the Merry in a disorganized if well-timed band. Unlike the bounty hunters of Whiskey Peak, these people were outright hostile, more than a few guns already aimed at the crew. "Zoro," Luffy muttered, locking eyes with the biggest guy of the pack, a man with a green coat and a matching hat. "Drop the anchor." Zoro eyed the islanders, raising his hands casually, so they could see his fingers, even if he wasn't going to relinquish his swords. Being sure to make no sudden movements, Zoro stepped over to the anchor, lifted it with one hand, and dropped it into the water. The Merry jolted as she came to a stop. "Leave now," the man in green ordered, glaring at the pirate with eyes that seemed to radiate contempt. "Your kind is not welcome here. I will not give you a second chance." "Oh, our kind? This is blatant discrimination. Sure, we have pirate hunter Zoro in our crew, but that doesn't mean you can just kick us off," Luffy said, while the green-headed swordsman frowned. There was a joke in there, somewhere, but he wasn't getting it. Maybe it was a trick question, who knows? The man with green not Zoro, but Dalton twitched, but said one word. "Leave." I was thinking, no," Luffy said casually, before holding on Wapol's unconscious body. "But friends worry not. I even brought Oof gifts." And like that everyone went silent, looking at Luffy. Is that King Wapol?" one of them finally asked. "Funny that you asked. He's one of you guys, 'cause this bastard wanted to eat our ship. Our small caravel ship. But don't worry, Usopp right here took care of it just fine," he said, gesturing to the long nose, who everyone was looking at with a sense of respect. That seemed to make the long nose shy for being in the spotlight. Hit his face with a hammer, and bam, knocked quite the few teeth out. "He is quite the hero, isn't he?" "Wait, hero?" one of them said, looking carefully at the flag. "Why, you guys are the Straw Hat Pirates." Luffy grinned. "Wait, that means, he's..." another one said, pointing at Luffy. "The fallen hero, Mario." And like that Luffy fell to the floor within a pool of his own blood. Bartolomeo gasped, running in circles around Luffy. "Medic. Medic. We need a medic." "Wait. Is he alright?" the man in green asked, a bit concerned. Kobe helplessly shook his head. "Don't call our captain Mario. He's a bit sensitive to that. Call him Luffy instead." "Do you expect us to believe that bullshit?" one of the other islanders demanded. "We weren't born yesterday. Of course we know the government is lying. And his actual name is Mario. He's one of the good pirates." "Huh, never thought I would say that. For us, he's Mario," the man declared as if that was Luffy's actual name. "Yeah, it's unbelievable. I heard he's the son of marine hero Garp. Monkey D. Mario. Now that's a name one can't forget." There were a few face palms and groans amongst the crew, and it seemed Luffy was weeping. "It's times like this, I want to grill Morgan's ass. Anyway, what is a big-time pirate like you guys doing here?" The islanders seemed a lot less hostile now that they knew who Luffy, who Mario is. "We actually don't want anything. Okay, maybe we might need to resupply a bit, taste the local dishes, and even find a doctor for regular checkups. Nothing else," Luffy said, standing up. "Also, you can even take Wapol with you. We have him in sea stone cuffs. Just return those cuffs after you are done with him. I heard he did quite bad to his own people. You have no idea. You are just like the rumors. A hero. Man, we are glad you came here. What are you waiting? Come to the island." There was a few nods and cheers of affirmation. Chapter 175. You are just like the rumors. A hero. Man, we are glad you came here. What are you waiting? Come to the island. There was a few nods and cheers of affirmation. But. Wait, it was the man in green. You really don't intend to attack us? The man questioned, though he didn't give the pirates time to answer. "My name is Dalton. We will help you, though I can't promise you anything. This island doesn't have that many good places to dine in either, and we are kind of in the process of rebuilding our home. I hope you guys won't mind. Also, we only have one doctor and her assistant in the island, but now that we have Wapol, I think they will come back pretty soon." "Sure thing, Dalton," Luffy responded, jumping off the ship, along with a few others. "Lead the way." With their new guide, the pirates collected their things and made their way on land. A few stayed. Kuina was much too focused on her new techniques to leave the ship. She was trying to practice her new techniques, and the island was best for training, so she would stay. Sparky and White Fury also didn't want to go. They weren't taking a liking to the freezing temperatures. But it was also the reason Hatchin could get a break and go out with them to explore the island. As an octopus fisherman he didn't like the cold, but this was honestly his first time seeing snow. And he was way too excited, that excitement fueling his adventurous spirit as Hachi went along with the other Straw Hats. So along with Luffy and Hatchin, Zoro, Sanji, Nami, Johnny, Yozaku, Bartolomeo, Jin, Kobe and Usopp were going out to explore the island. Luffy didn't mention it to anyone else, but he did notify Kuina and Sparky to be careful. Wherever that Cypher Paul agent was, he might already be on the island. And he wasn't sure if that ghost agent would come along like Morgan suspected or bring agents with them. That's why it was good knowing that some capable fighters were on the ship. Even though Hachi was a combatant, and a fishman, he wasn't that strong. He was by no means slacking on training. Zoro and Kuina made sure to keep his skills sharp. But the problem was Hachi wasn't as motivated to gain strength. Well, no big deal. Not everyone in the crew needed to be strong. They were the Straw Hat Pirates, not the Beast Pirates. Still, if put in a tough position, Luffy trusted his octopus friend to push through. "Hey, old guy," Luffy began, drawing curious looks from the natives. "What did you mean when you said there's only one doctor on this island? That sounds like a stupid idea to me." Of course, Luffy knew, but it's better that the man himself explained it to the crew. And with how messed up the world was, he was of course expecting some changes. "Captain Luffy, you can't just," Kobe began. "We didn't have a choice in the matter," Dalton explained, his eyes on the snow-covered road ahead. The only way the road could be differentiated from not road were the trees that lined either side. He was also pulling a tied-up, unconscious Wapol with them. The former king put out a decree several months ago when he assumed the throne. He gathered the 20 best doctors in the country and forced them to work for him and him alone. All the others, well, the ones that didn't escape the country were all killed. Pretty fucked up when you know that this island was called the Island for Doctors, Luffy said. And the man sadly nodded. "That's horrible." Vivi raged. "No monarch can call themselves a true king if they slaughter their own people." "You have no idea, you poor girl," Sabo said, mostly to himself, but others heard it just fine. Even Kobe was angry with the situation. How could the Marines allow that? Being a pirate or a revolutionary was better than being a white-collared scum. Those hypocrites. Indeed, Dalton agreed. The 20 doctors didn't have much of a choice in the matter. If they chose to leave, they would have been killed like all the rest. "What about the people?" Kobe asked. "The population can't just stop getting sick." "Sure they can," Zoro shrugged, nearly every eye turning on him. "People don't just not get sick because they want to, Mr. Bushido," Vivi told him. "It worked for me," Zoro responded. "I got sick once during training and I hated it, so I swore to not get sick again and I haven't." Sanji deadpanned. "Zoro, you are already sick," he said, sick with that sense of direction. "Why the fuck are you going left, you moron?" "Huh," the road suddenly changed. "Wait, did you just call me a moron? You want a piece of me, you ugly dartboard?" "Oh, bring it, Marimo." Bam. Bomb. "Anyway," Kobe said, seemingly ignoring their antics and Nami's threats to stop their infighting, "what did the people do when there was no doctors?" "When that happened, we were forced to grovel at the king's feet and beg for treatment," the green-clothed native muttered, shaking his head. Before glancing deadly at the unconscious king. "It was truly the worst time of the country's history. And this man is going to pay." "Was?" Vivi noted. "What changed?" "Wait, didn't your island get attacked by pirates?" "Yes. The island was attacked by pirates. They were a small crew, even smaller than you all, but their strength was beyond anything the army could deal with. There were 5 of them, and their leader called himself Blackbeard. The king, like the coward he was, fled with the 20 MDs and his loyalists into the sea, abandoning us to the pirates' mercy." "That." The princess fumed, trying to form words through her haze of anger. "That motherfucker." Luffy patted her on the back. Hi. Let it out. No need to hold those words in." Chapter 176. That. The princess fumed, trying to form words through her haze of anger. "That motherfucker." Luffy patted her on the back. Hi. Let it out. No need to hold those words in. She even shot a glare at Luffy, that made the heroic pirate back off in a mock surrender. "I don't know what you just said, but you really have a sailor's mouth, don't you?" Nami giggled and winked. "I never knew you had that sort of mouth on you." "Can you blame her?" Kobe questioned, Vivi, covering both her mouth and the embarrassed blush across her cheeks. "You know how she feels about people who don't fulfill their duty. While I don't understand the language, most of them were bleeps for some reason." "I do agree with the sentiment," Dalton offered. "Currently, we are without a king and are flourishing better than we ever did with him in charge. Now that he has returned, We just have to make sure that he doesn't become a permanent problem. Didn't you say the asshole mouth took all the doctors? Luffy asked. Who's gonna check my crew if there's no one here who can? We do have one doctor still on the island, the native reminded him. She avoided all the soldiers who came to kill her and has since taken up residence in the king's old castle. That said, many think she is gone crazy and is nothing but a witch considering she was never officially licensed. No normal person can reach the castle, so she comes down whenever she feels like it and treats whoever she finds. How lovely, Sanji muttered with hearts in his eyes, his brain conjuring the image of a beautiful woman on a broomstick, a pointy hat waving in the breeze. I bet she has a heart of gold. Once whoever she'd treated is healed, she'll take whatever she wants and leaves, Dalton finished. Sanji's mental image cracked and shattered, reforming into a monster with green skin, a hooked nose, and warts. Sounds like a pirate to me, Luffy laughed. Maybe, we'll invite her into the crew. Shishishi. Having a witch as a doctor would be cool. Jin said. We already have a witch navigator. Don't bring any more of her kind on the ship. Bam. Dalton wondered with how roughly the lady was treating them, he was almost sure they might need an actual doctor by the time they reached the town. He also glanced back at the fishmen of the crew. He's actually rarely seen any kind of fishman, so it was odd seeing one on Luffy's crew. He just started out, he questioned how he got a fishman to join so far back from their home. He did remember Mario. Luffy, handling some fishmen back when he started out. Maybe that had something to do with that. Oh, by the way Dalton, if Wapol was so bad, why didn't people try to stop it? I heard the revolutionaries made an attempt to do so. But someone stopped them. It was Sabo who spoke. Dalton looked at the masked man, before speaking. Not many people know of that. He said, before sighing. Honestly, it was my fault. I was eager and hopeful back then, thinking that Wapol's behavior would be fixed with time. But can you blame me? I knew him since he was a kid. I also did serve the previous king, so I didn't want him to be killed. Vivi and the others could sympathize with him. Dalton-san, we don't blame you. One of the other locals that were with him spoke. We all were hopeful that he might change. But things got worse. Didn't the Marines try to help? Vivi asked. Dalton shook his head. No, the islanders have been wary of outsiders for a long time. There is a reason why there is no Marine base on this island. It was also the reason why I was reluctant to take aid from the revolutionaries. But what changed your mind? Now you are all too eager to kill him. Sabo asked. It seemed Sabo knew something about the island. If there weren't too many people Luffy would have asked but for now kept quiet. You will see. Not even I was blind after he made our people suffer. And he will face justice. He said with venom in his voice, looking at Dalton. I want nothing more to kill the asshole myself, but I want others to get a chance to see his sorry ass one last time before publicly executing him. Sabo nodded, others didn't say anything and walked behind him. Time passed and soon, Dalton stopped, forcing the rest of the group to pause. They were very close to town, roofs rising in the distance through the falling snow. I can't stay with you people for long. The old king's lackeys might be back. But before that we have to work fast and execute the bastard. The local hissed. Oh. An execution. I always wanted to see one. Luffy cheered like a fangirl that was going to a concert. Sanji, make some popcorn and snacks, we can't miss that. Sanji just nodded, looking for the nearest restaurant, and going in. Maybe he could convince the chefs to give him the kitchen for a few minchus. Who knows? But he needed popcorn. I will introduce you to the locals and we will have to deal with our former king fast, before his forces come in. Many people deserve their justice. Dalton said as he pulled the unconscious body of Wapol along with the other locals that came with them. The show might have glossed over Wapol's crime, but man, people hated that ugly fucker. How he remained unconscious while his execution platform was getting ready was beyond him. But anyway, he looked back at Kobe and nodded. They had already identified which fruit the Munch Munch fruit appears in. The Baku Baku no Mi or Munch Munch fruit is a purple plum-shaped fruit that is split in a jagged pattern in the center, giving it the appearance of a set of jaws. It has a green, curly stem at the top and the typical devil fruit swirl pattern spread throughout. So along with the plum fruits that they had in stock, Sanji was also going to buy any and every plum fruit he can find and keep an eye on them. It worked out for Kobe's fruit back in the Goa Kingdom, he was hoping for it to work this time as well. The Munch Munch fruit could be used really well, if put into the right hands. Or mouth. The ability to combine metals was something that could really be useful, especially for gun users like Usopp and Sparky. Heck, even Nami's staff could be upgraded with a kind of metal. Chapter 177. Things started to slow down a bit. It seemed people from all over town wanted to gather and see Wapol's execution. They were way damn happy to see their old king's death. It just showed how much they hated that asshole. It seemed that Vivi wasn't liking it, and was fuming from the horror story she was hearing about Wapol's deeds. So, along with other things, Luffy found it better that Vivi wasn't there when Wapol gets executed. Not everyone wanted to see blood and gore, so with that he made an excuse of wanting to visit the only doctor on the island. So, you want us to go there? Nami asked. Why? We are not even sick. Yes, I know. Luffy said, gesturing at Vivi with his eyes. But it's better to get checked by a professional. We might miss the execution. But hey, at least we would be sure no one is carrying any viruses. Nami blinked, before glancing at Vivi. The princess in question wasn't paying attention that much, but she seemed to be a bit off. Why yeah, let's meet the witch doctor. But Captain, the doctor stays on the top of the mountain. How are we going to go there? Kobe asked. Oh, you are not actually. Luffy said. While I wouldn't mind getting everyone checked by a professional, I do need some guys to stay down here for the fruit. Kobe was a bit wide-eyed and got what he meant. Oh, yes, I will stay. Luffy nodded. And with your fruit, you should be mostly immune to most normal diseases, but we will make sure you have a checkup as well. Don't worry. Who knows, we might even find our own doctor up there. Shishi. So, will I also go with you guys, Captain? Jin asked. Luffy shook his head. No, you, Kobe and Bartolomeo will stay. In case if anything happens, I'm sure you guys will be able to handle it. Jin nodded, but Bartolomeo questioned. But why me? I'm not as strong as Big Bro Jin or Kobe. Luffy shook his head, patting him on the shoulder. You are the shield of the Straw Hats, Bardo. Don't forget that. You have to protect the innocent if anything happens. A hero needs to protect the innocent, right? Bartolomeo's eyes shined and eagerly nodded. What about me? Usopp asked. I don't really want to climb the mountain. The cold is already killing me. Well, a hero has to have tails, right? Luffy grinned, while Usopp's eyes widened. You can count on me, Luffy. The great sniper King Usopp will spread the tales of our adventure to the whole island. He said, with puffed chest. By the end of the day, everyone will know the might of the Straw Hats and their heroic tales. But you guys are pirates, Hatchin said, flatly. No. Kobe said, puffing his chest. We are heroic pirates. Yeah, what Pinky said. Zoro said. Let's start going uphill as it will take some time to get there. That's the wrong way, Zoro. Hatchin said, as Zoro started walking towards the town square. Also, why isn't he wearing anything on his upper body? Apparently, he forgot where he put his shirt. Nami said, before he looked at Luffy. This is your fault, by the way. But honestly, forget him. I'm pretty sure not even a witch doctor can fix his sense of direction. Luffy nodded. Yeah, leave him be. We have enough men already. With that he picked up both Nami and Vivi on his shoulders like bags of potatoes. Hey. What the? But of course, Luffy ignored their protests. Let's use Moonwalk, and see who can get there fastest. Sabo had a glint in his eyes, before he picked up Johnny and Yozaku, putting them on his shoulders. And lastly pulled Crew on top of his head. I can beat you with 3 persons on me. Oh, yeah? Luffy glared at his brother, before he gave him a grin. Then try to keep up. With that he was gone. Hatchin looked at them go, before shrugging. He walked towards where he last saw Sanji. He was eager to try out the local dishes anyway. And while the other islands he visited feared a fishman, it seemed that the people on this island didn't mind seeing an octopus fishman, as while they did give him a curious glance, they didn't look wary. Also, him wearing a t-shirt that said, I'm a Straw Hat, along with the pirate logo of his Straw Hats also made him quite the celebrity. Hey, it seemed Luffy's reputation was quite good. Now, where was the restaurant? They weren't even afraid of a fishman. He kind of liked it that way. Chapter 178 Tony Chopper was worried. He could smell that Wapol was back. He was back on the island, and he knew that the man might come to the castle at any time. Unfortunately, Dr. Kira was not here. But he didn't need her. Wapol and his army mostly let her be, so he wasn't worried. But they might want to reclaim the castle. But he wouldn't let them. Though he knew it would be quite tough for him alone. Chopper looked up, the sun was setting, the moon was still not out. Good. He didn't want to transform now. But he knew in a few minutes, maybe around a half an hour, the moon should be out. Then, he would easily be able to take out Wapol and his army. Chopper was also out of the castle himself, as he knew for a fact that Dr. Kira would kill him if the battle damaged any of the medical equipment. But that didn't mean that the little humanoid reindeer wasn't nervous. He was, that was the reason why he was pacing back and forth, worrying about what to do. That was when his ears perked up, he could hear voices, so he looked up only to see a boy with a straw hat coming down from the sky carrying two ladies. The boy might be in his 20s, but had a well-built body. He was wearing minimal clothes in this cold. He also had two spear-like weapons crossed on his back. Chopper wondered who he was. Hello. The boy said. Name's Monkey D. Luffy. Who might you be? Chopper blinked, flabbergasted. Chopper. Wait, how did you come out of the sky? Before Luffy could answer, one of the girls that Luffy was carrying spoke. Put us down, Luffy. Vivi said. But Luffy ignored her, and kept talking with the awkward Chopper. Let us go. The other one demanded, biting into Luffy's neck. Ugh. She bit me. Luffy said, gently putting Nami and Vivi down, before he dramatically held his wounds. Ugh. I'm bleeding. Doctor. Doctor. I need a doctor. With that he spun around and fell on the ground. Vivi glanced at Nami. Why is he so dramatic? No one will fall for that. Nami was going to say something, but another voice came out. Chopper promptly took to Luffy's side. Ah. We need a doctor. We need a doctor. With that the reindeer humanoid started running around, panicking. Before he stopped with the realization, wait, I'm a doctor. With that he promptly took out a stethoscope out of nowhere and held Luffy. But. Wait. You're a doctor? Luffy said, coming out his presumed coma, then join my crew. We are the Straw Hat Pirates, and we have candies. Both Nami and Vivi face-palmed at Luffy. Wow! Before Chopper could say more, another person landed from the sky, giving Luffy a dirty look. You tricked me. The blonde-haired human said. He also had two humans with him, and an oversized duck. Luffy pulled out his eyelid and stuck out his tongue. I'm a pirate. That's what we do. Isn't that right, Chopper? Yes. See? He agrees. Luffy said, as if it solved all the problems. Sabo didn't say anything and grumbled something about stupid Luffy before putting down Johnny, Yozaku and crew. Anyway, Chopper, Luffy said, bringing the reindeer humanoid's attention back to him. You are a doctor, right? Can you do a checkup on me and my crew? We had a long journey and I don't want any of them to get sick. Chopper dumbly nodded, as he guided all the humans into the castle. For the checkup, of course. He wondered. It's as if he had forgotten about something. But he shook his head. He needed to do the checkup, and then think about anything else. The Cypher Paul agent looked through his binoculars. He could see the pirate ship from his hidden spot. He would have usually worn black, as white uniforms were only meant for the Cypher Paul 0 unit. But with this being a snow island, he wore pure white clothes that made him easily blend in with the surroundings. He looked down, pocketing out the small object. And he held it between his fingers. It was a very small container with pink liquid, and inside a round-shaped object was floating in it. Of course the size shouldn't be this small. But it was, due to his powers. A Dyna Stone. A very dangerous weapon. For a rookie pirate, it should be an honor to be killed by this item. He had modified it a bit, and even set up a small detonator in it. His only mission was to place the object inside the Going Merry, and wait outside. The moment the Straw Hats would go in he would blow it up. Khan couldn't see that clearly because of the snowstorm, even with his binoculars. Still, he counted the heads of people that went out. He was sure that most of them, if not all, went out of the Going Merry. Now, after all the Straw Hats left the Going Merry, he stood up from his spot. He was a tall man standing around 8 feet tall. He has flowing blonde hair that was combed back, with a few strands of gray in between. He had a small goatee of the same color. He had a serious and sharp-looking face, wearing black sunglasses. He is also wearing a white suit, a white shirt underneath with a matching handkerchief and white gloves. Honestly, if he wore a mask, he would be called one of the 0 unit's members. He internally chuckled to himself. But if he could fulfill the mission, then he was sure he would get that. Kameo-sama had promised him a seat in the 0 unit, but if he failed... Khan shook his head. He didn't want to think of the horrors if he did. Now that most of the Straw Hats left, he made his way near the ship. His body shrinking down to a smaller size. His fruit, the size fruit, allowed him and anything he touched to become any size. He could even use it on other people, changing their size. And with its size he could also decrease and increase their weight. A very useful fruit, made him quite the feared assassin amongst the Cypher Poles. They called him the Ghost Agent. No one feared an ant, and if you are of that size then you can be anywhere and hide anywhere, no one would suspect it. Chapter 179. Khan had to keep quite the distance because he knew that at least one of the members of the Straw Hats knew hockey. Armaki had underestimated the boy, and he paid dearly. He wasn't going to make the same mistake. He would know, of course, because he saw the fight from the front seat. Though, towards the end, the fight became so chaotic that he had to keep a lot of distance between them. That was also the reason he didn't know how Aramaki got defeated. He was too far from the fight. But he couldn't get any nearer, or Luffy might detect him. That was also the reason why the ghost agent didn't know about Sparky and his abilities. Or as to how the six-armed monkey contributed in beating Aramaki. For all he knew, the monkey was just the crew's pet. A case of misinformation, which the poor man would pay dearly for. But now that Luffy left, he closed in on the Going Merry. But he didn't board the ship immediately. He calmed his nerves and spread out his observation haki. He wasn't that good at using the color of observation, but well enough to detect humans from animals and structures. But when he opened his eyes, he smirked. Those fools, they didn't leave anyone to guard the ship. He did sense some animal life forms in the ship. But it could just be rats for all he knew. With finding no danger, still in his ant-like size, he jumped up, using moonwalk to board the Going Merry. He looked around one last time. No one was on the ship. He didn't look around the ship that much. He only had one job, and that was to plant the Dynastone where the Straw Hats would never look. He looked around a bit and found the storage room. Khan grinned, and slipped into the room from the underneath the door. And honestly, he was surprised by the amount of gold they had. Also, this room seemed a bit warm, like it had a heater inside. But he didn't pay attention to that. What the fuck? How can some no-name pirates have that much treasure? Gold, weapons, sea stone. They haven't even been on the Grand Line for a month. He thought, before a smirk appeared on his face. Maybe he could liberate all of the gold. Dead men didn't need gold. There's at least half a ton of these. Hee, I'm rich. Because of his greediness, Khan, unfortunately, didn't see a six-armed monkey that was looking at him from the side. Khan greedily made his way towards the gold, and with his hands touched it, shrinking all the gold to the smallest size. Before pocketing them in his suit. He also took out the Dynastone. Now where to put the bomb? He thought, not there near the table. If someone gets to the ship, before I can get my distance they might find the stone. Also, not near those weapons and swords. How the heck did the crew get that many weapons? Must have looted some other big crew. Also, definitely not near the big-ass white snake, it might accidentally eat it. Wait. Khan's eyes widened and at the last moment he jumped to the side to avoid getting bitten by White Fury. What the fuck is a big-ass snake doing here? He questioned. He clicked his tongue. Sorry buddy, but I have to kill you. With that he moved, with one of his fingers out. But to his surprise his speed slowed down. What the? Before Khan could do anything Sparky grabbed him midair, puny man. With that, he smashed the man on the ground, hard, on the head. Knocking him out. But just to be sure he repeated the process a few times more. And it also seemed to deactivate his powers. As all the gold and Dynastone turned big to their original shape, along the agent. But at a slower pace, because of Sparky's slow fruit powers. Hey, what happened? Kuina said, entering the door. I heard a commotion down here? Wait, is that? After promptly stripping the agent butt naked, and tying him down with sea stone ropes, and force-feeding him a few grams of sea stone, all three members of the Straw Hats looked at the Dynastone. Is that a bomb? Kuina asked. She found the detonator inside the, now knocked out, agent's pocket. Along with the large glass container that held it. She was in her room looking into the Germatech that could turn you invisible. She was looking into it, as the technology was behind it as the tech used water around the body to turn invisible. And while her element was ice, she was trying to think of ways she could use it. And that was when the commotion happened. Sparky shrugged. Maybe? He said, his words were getting more clearer now, that was good. But having a bomb in the ship was no good. IWS here, case warm. Awa. The monkey said. Kuina nodded. Actually both Sparky and White Fury wasn't liking the cold. And Nami had bought a heater when she was in Log Town. So they set up the heater for those two. White Fury mainly chose the room cause she wanted to sleep with the shiny stuff. And Sparky was here because he was trying to learn the old language from the notes Sabo and Vivi left them. For a monkey, she definitely was academically inclined. So, want to check if the logbook mentioned anything about it? Kuina asked. I don't know how far you are on learning the old language, but it wouldn't hurt to check if there's any mention of it. Oak, the monkey shrugged going near the books. Opening up a book that was titled Weird and Dangerous Stuff We Found on the Journey by Run. With a few page flips and skimming through it, the monkey's eye comically widened. He looked at the Dynastone and then back at Kuina, and gulped. It's not good is it? Kuina said, with a sigh already rubbing her head as Sparky shook his head. So what should we do about this? Dunno no. Sparky said, before reading through the old book and looking at Kuina. Freeze it. He wanted to say more, but his speech reverted back to monkey sounds, but the instructions were clear. Kuina nodded, before touching the glass container and freezing it with the most powerful verf she could muster. But to keep it in ice, she had to constantly be in contact with it. Well, now. Who's gonna tell the captain? She asked. White Fury, Sparky and Kuina looked at each. Before long, both White Fury and Sparky were gone, leaving Kuina alone with the agent and the frozen bomb. Well, at least Sparky was kind enough to get the books on Rift down here to the storage room. This is going to be a long day. Chapter 180. Chopper was about to start the checkup when one of the humans spoke. By the way, guys. This is the doctor. He's pretty cool, right? Luffy said as all of them walked into the medical ward of the castle. Wait, are you a tanuki? A tanuki doctor, that's so cool. Yozaku said with sparkles in his eyes. Shut up. Johnny said, he's obviously a fishman. A fishman doctor. Before Chopper could speak, Luffy spoke. Why do you think he's a fishman? Again, Chopper wanted to speak, but he was a bit late. Well, he's like Hachi. So. Nami shot him a dumb look. Just because someone looks like a humanoid animal, you can't just throw them into the fishman category. That's kind of racist. Vivi nodded. He could be a zone user for all we know. Or he could be a stuffed teddy bear? Luffy said looking at Chopper. The little man had enough. I'm a reindeer mink, you jerk. Everyone, even Luffy, was surprised. Wait, what's a mink? Johnny asked. Sabo was the one to answer. A kind of race-like fishman. So, he is kind of like Lindbergh. He said, promptly kneeling down the Chopper's level and putting one of his hands forward. Shake. Chopper stupidly took the handshake, before he blinked. Wait. I'm not a dog. See, he even acts like Lindbergh. Sabo grinned, ruffling Chopper's hair. I'm Sabo, by the way. The small-sized mink slapped his hands away, before he pointed at Sabo. Wait, you know one of my kind? Sabo blinked. Yeah. Minks are quite rare unlike fishmen, but the Revolutionary Army has a few members that are of your race. You guys are pretty strong. He said waving of his hand. Your praise doesn't make me happy, you idiot. Chopper cooed, while his form danced around. Luffy, who was a bit dumbfounded, smirked. He was surprised by the change, yes. But it wasn't too dramatical. So who cares? Luffy also kneeled down to Chopper's level. So, you're a mink? Chopper stopped his dancing and stared warily at Luffy. Yeah. Luffy then smiled, wily, cool. Join my crew. That's not how someone joins a crew. Chopper said. Luffy shrugged, worked out till now. But if you have any questions, then shoot. So. Chopper began. You guys are pirates, right? With a flag? And a ship, Luffy confirmed. Chopper eyed him for a moment. It's not that big though. So. Now, do you want to join the crew? No, that's stupid. And I only asked one question. And even if I wanted to. I'm a monster. I'd never be able to sail with humans. Who said we were all human? Luffy countered, his crewmates and Sabo silently watching the back and forth. Convincing people to take a leap of faith, only few people could do that. Some of us are downright abnormal. What do you mean? Chopper tilted his head, his curiosity overtaking his fear. For one, I can turn into rubber, Luffy offered, stretching his cheek, by hooking his finger into his mouth. See, and you have heard of Hachin, right? Well, he's a fishman. He has 6 arms and can make the best takoyaki. He then leaned towards Chopper, whispering, also, between you and me, he thinks that he isn't part of the crew, but he has no idea. Shush. Chopper blinked, a fishman? Really? In your crew? He asked. Yup. Then we have Sparky. He's a monkey also with 6 arms. And White Fury, a giant snake with wings on its back. She looks like a dragon when she flies. She's pretty cool too. Luffy explained. Anyway, any more questions left before you join the crew? The rest of his crewmates deadpanned. Luffy was a persistent one, isn't he? Before Chopper could answer, the castle door slammed open. And an elderly woman that was not so elderly dressed came in. Who did you bring in, Chopper? She said, she had a bit of edge in her voice, and had a bottle of wine in her hand. Wait, who's that? Nami asked. That's Dr. Kira. Chopper said, warily looking at the older woman. The woman in question, an old woman with graying hair and a hooked nose, dressed in clothes unbefitting of her age. She had 2 pairs of glasses on her, one a pair of sunglasses and the other for reading. Her gaze settled on Chopper first, eyeing him for any injuries before she looked at the other humans. Who are you folks? She asked. Luffy grinned widely. We are pirates. Chapter 181. Jin looked at the celebration of the people. Unlike what his captain suspected, the execution had gone smoothly. Too smoothly, in fact, it was a bit boring to him. But then again, not every island had giants in them. Anyway, almost all the people who lived on the small island from different towns had gathered to see Wapol's demise. People could finally break from the tyrant's rule. Even before Wapol was captured, people had decided that Dalton would be the one who would take their kingdom to a better future. And so, unlike what Dalton expected before the execution of the previous king took place, he was crowned the new king even if he protested quite a bit. There was cheering, there was happiness, and of course, there was hope. Their new hero was none other than Straw Hat Luffy, who had ended the rule of the tyrant. Some people had also flown the flag of the Straw Hat Pirates along with the kingdom's new flag. Jin couldn't help but be proud in being one of the members of the crew. The third island of the Grand Line was already theirs. It just shows that Luffy was no ordinary pirate. Sure, he knew with how the lack of soldiers this island had that any medium-sized crew could take it over. But Luffy did it without any conflict. That spoke a lot about Luffy's charisma and brilliance. After that was over, people prepared the guillotine for the execution. Honestly, Jin was unamused by the merciful death. With all the things that Wapol did, some of them even pirates would frown upon. Jin was expecting some grand torture that would slowly end the fat bastard for what he did to his people. But then again, he knew Kobe or Usopp wouldn't be able to stomach it. Some of his crewmates were still on the softer side of things. The townspeople were all enjoying the seeming execution. Some of them had argued on torturing, but Dalton had reminded them that while Wapol was a tyrant, he was the son of their previous king, who was actually a decent one before Wapol took over. So for his honor, Wapol was given a quick way out. Of course, the bastard had shouted, threatened and lastly begged for his life. But that didn't matter. People were very eager to turn a blind eye, like he had done for his own citizens. The blade had fallen, the head was rolled over. The body had already been taken away, so the only sign this was an execution was the guillotine that was on the stage, and frozen fresh blood marks on the blade. After it was over, people had all celebrated with a small party. The people also enjoyed the free foods and other items that Sanji and Hatchin were cooking up. Luffy had foreseen something like this might happen, so he had tasked Sanji with hunting game from the nearby forest and to cook it for the people to enjoy. It also was a bit odd but not unwelcome that the people of the island weren't scared or judgmental about how Hatchin looked. It's almost as if they were used to odd-looking characters. But it might also be because the people think Hachi was one of their crew members. Which wasn't completely wrong, in a way. Captain Luffy was adamant about Hatchin joining the crew. So it was just time until Hachi accepted his role. While some people enjoyed food, others were even more so interested in the tales that Usopp was spreading about the Straw Hat Pirates. Most of it wasn't actually a lie, which was quite appreciated by Jin. For Jin, the tales of their journey and adventure could stand on their own, it needed no lies. And people really appreciated the honest story. With the execution done, they also retrieved the man's fruit. The munch fruit was now safely in Sanji's hand. The chef did accidentally find the fruit when he was distributing the food to the people. From what Luffy told, it was quite a powerful fruit, if used by a great user. As it could easily mend two different metals together to create a stronger one. Very useful fruit, if used by a proper user unlike Wapol. So all in all, a new island discovered, a tyrant killed, and a devil fruit retrieved. It was quite the productive day. Now that things were calming down a bit, people were leaving for their own homes, the sun was setting but problems also came with it. We might have a problem, Jin. Usopp said. Jin looked at the nervous sniper. Finally. This was getting a bit boring, anyways. He said, picking up his tonfas and cracking his neck. Whose skull do I need to bust? Kobe, who was just walking near them, with a big bowl of fried chicken also stopped. Wait, did something happen? He asked, taking a drumstick out of the bowl and eating it. Bone and everything. Usopp nodded. I've got bad news and worse news, the sniper responded. So, I was just showing the town folks about my great sniping skills, giving them a demonstration. And the bad news is, I'm pretty sure the Wapol guy's army is back. He gulped, shaking a bit. And there were a lot of them. Jin really wanted to roll his eyes seeing his friend cower like this. But he said nothing because when push came to shove, he knew Usopp was more than capable enough to watch his back. Kobe was wide-eyed, as he took out another drumstick, eating it whole. That's bad. But how are you able to see that far? You are only using your slingshot to show off. I have good eyesight. Usopp shrugged. Kobe would have doubted anyone else, but with Usopp's skills it could be possible. So, what's the worst news, then? Well, I'm pretty sure they also have numbered Baroque Orcs agents with them. Usopp said. Jin blinked. You sure, Usopp? You didn't mistake them for anyone else, did you? Usopp shook his head. Luffy was pretty descriptive of the other agent. I only saw Mr. 3. That kind of weird hair could be recognized anywhere. He literally has a 3 as his haircut, with candle flames. Also, I saw his partner, the small girl with painting equipment. Then there was also the other agent that had a 6 painted on the right side of his face and a very tall woman. Jin nodded. So Mr. 3 pair and Mr. 6 pair. Also Wapol's army. Why the heck are they working with each other? That's not important, Kobe said, finally finishing his bucket of fried chicken. We have to stop them, before they can reach the town. How far are they? Well, if we move now, we can catch them a kilometer away from the town. Usopp said. Making Kobe surprised a bit, just how far could their sniper see? But anyway, they needed to move now, or else the upcoming battle would harm the people of the island. Jin smirked. You know, I'm all up for an after-meal workout. He grinned savagely. Let's go. We will stop them. Usopp blinked, before he sighed. He looked around, and saw that all of the townspeople were cheerful, they all looked peaceful. He didn't want to ruin the moment. Just 1 second. I will inform Sanji and the others, you guys go on ahead. In case some of them are able to get past us. Jin and Kobe nodded. And started walking towards the road where the enemies would be. They were strong. With all the training they had done. They wanted to use it in a practical test in battle. Jin because he was a savage pirate, long before he joined the Straw Hats. And Kobe partly because he has battle lust, and partly because of his hero complex. For Usopp, it was proving that he was on his way to becoming the bravest warrior of the sea. Chapter 182. Dr. Kira narrowed her eyes. So you guys are pirates? Luffy nodded. Yup, not just any pirates. The Straw Hat Pirates. The pirate crew that will sail to every island in the world, a crew that will be feared and respected throughout the sea. And the captain who will be king of pirates, and become the strongest man. Monkey D. Luffy, that is my name. I don't care, why are you here? She asked, already getting a headache. For a regular checkup, of course, Luffy said as if it was obvious. She narrowed her eyes, and was about to say something when Chopper spoke. Wait, you guys are the Straw Hat Pirates? As in the hero pirates? Chopper asked with stars in his eyes. Yup, the one and only. Luffy grinned. It seems you are a fan, little man. Wanna join the crew now? Before Chopper could answer, Dr. Kira spoke. Chopper, go and bring the stuff from my cart. I had to rush in here because of the commotion. And left it on the snow. Yes ma'am. With that, the reindeer mink was gone. So, you really want Chopper to be in your crew? She asked, with narrowed eyes. Luffy straightened up, and nodded seriously. Looking straight in her eyes. Yes. For a while the old doctor didn't say anything, just locked onto his gaze, before she took a chug from her bottle, and threw the said bottle to the side as it shattered into pieces. Then how does your crew feel about monsters? Straight to the point. We already have our fair share of monsters in our crew. But, where is this coming from? Luffy asked. Even knowing half of the answer, some things like a mink or regular reindeer don't change. You see, Chopper here isn't an ordinary reindeer. He's a mink. She said, and when minks look at the moon. Oh, you mean their Sulong transformation, Luffy said, a bit surprised himself. Dr. Kira didn't like being cut off mid-sentence but nodded. At least the boy was aware of the fact. That's why you can't take him. Chopper is a gentle soul. And has the heart of a doctor, he doesn't like hurting people. He rarely goes out at night, never being able to see the moon, or he might accidentally transform into his other forms. Not that I know a lot about minks. But doctor, that's normal for every mink, right? Luffy asked. Kira shook her head. Chopper is no normal mink. She sighed. I don't know why I'm sharing Chopper's past with you. But for some reason, I want to trust you. Hey, I might be growing old. She chuckled to herself, regretting there was no liquor for this conversation. But are you really willing to make Chopper your crewmate? Of course, he's the only doctor I will recruit on this island, Luffy said as if it was final. Because it was. Nothing will stop him from getting the reindeer mink on his crew. Kira nodded. When Chopper was young, he got separated from his parents, things happened and he was captured by Marines and given to a mad scientist. I won't say much, you can guess what happened. Luffy's fist tightened, while his crewmates looked a bit pale. Some looked horrified while some were a bit angry. Kira noted it but acted as if she didn't notice. The reason why Chopper isn't able to control his Sulong form is because of that. His form is also very powerful, from such a young age. And unlike other minks, he doesn't need to see the full moon. The full moon does help, as transforming that way makes his transformation much more stable. But just seeing the moon is enough to make him transform. Now that was surprising. Heck, sometimes he doesn't even need to see the moon. Just his body getting moonlight is enough to make him transform. He can't control his body then, as it moves and creates destruction. He can only see his deeds. Dr. Kira said. That is why, I think it's impossible. Even if Chopper. 1 second please. Luffy held out a finger and spread his observation haki. Say, it's getting pretty late. And I'm pretty sure the moon's out. And you just sent Chopper outside. Dr. Kira went pale and quickly dashed out the door, before jumping down from the 3rd floor to the first one, and kicking the castle gate open. Chopper. And there she saw it. Standing well over 25 feet tall, around 8 meters, was a giant of a beast, with tree-like horns, white fur, and sparks of electricity going around it. And the monster laid its eyes on her, and jumped. She readied herself by crossing her arms. But the attack never came. She glanced at Chopper, who was somewhat frozen in air. No, it looked like his movements were slowed down. What the? Oh, it's Sparky and White Fury. Luffy said, spooking the old doctor from the side. How did the brat suddenly appear by his side? Why, you guys here. Dr. Kira then looked at the 2 other odd entities that came to view. It was a 6-armed monkey and a winged snake. The boy wasn't kidding when he said that his crew had some odd ones. As if ignoring the giant hulking white-furred beast, the 6-armed monkey jumped down from the white snake and went to Luffy's shoulder. Sipper palagnt at da ship. Mianku ina stp him. NW he's tied up. The monkey said with a strained voice. Possible development of vocal cords. But in a monkey. She had already seen some weird things. Wow, you really spoke all of that. Man, you will be speaking in no time with how good you're now. Luffy said, grinning. Wait, did that monkey speak? Dr. Kira asked. Is he also a mink? Wait's a mick? The 6-armed monkey tilted his head. Me Sparky. Don K and WWHT I'm. Sparky almost seemed depressed, but Luffy patted him. Don't worry buddy, you're the awesome gun-blazing 6-armed monkey of the Straw Hat Pirates. He's the one that slowed Chopper down, his devil fruit ability. And he's also my first mate. Shishishi. And that seemed to cheer the odd monkey up. Kurag blinked. How did the monkey? Devil fruit. An odd-looking monkey with a devil fruit ability. Who also seems to be the first mate of the Straw Hat Pirates. Then she glanced at the winged snake. The snake also has a devil fruit? Yup. Luffy said, patting the snake. She's our newest member from Little Garden. Say, can you check up on her? She lived on the island for almost her whole life. Just wanna make sure she doesn't have any diseases that can spread on the ship, he whispered the last part near her. Kira snorted. I will see what I can do. Maybe Chopper can find his place there. Oh, Dr. Kira, how do we deal with Chopper now that he's all big and badass? Luffy asked with a grin. A grin that overlapped with someone else. Kira shook her head, the boy might be a D. But he was nothing like that man. Man, if it was any other time, I would have loved to let loose and do some sparring with you, big guy. The only way I know is by knocking him out. She said, sighing. I will get the tranquilizer. He hates the after effects. No need, Luffy said, before his eyes glowed and a fearsome aura burst out from his figure. But unlike what he expected, Chopper wasn't knocked out. No, the giant beastly form of Chopper was withstanding his haki, but he was struggling. Luffy had to raise an eyebrow. Chopper was strong, or at least in this form he was. So Luffy commanded. Sleep. And with that Chopper was out, with foam from his mouth. Even though Dr. Kira wasn't the target of it, she felt it. That was undoubtedly Conqueror's haki. And haki that wild, that free, as if challenging the world to bring it. This feeling, it was just like him. Her former captain. Dr. Kira had started laughing, a brat that's new to the Grand Line with that much control over haki. Either you will die a foolish death like him, or you will conquer the sea and make it yours. Thanks for taking the brat out, by the way. With that, she grabbed the giant reindeer by its horn. Even if some of the electricity did brush her, it wasn't something that could knock out someone like her. With that, she dragged the mink inside. Chapter 183. Right after Chopper was dragged inside, away from the moonlight, his added size was reduced to his previous state along with his weight. Which was pretty confusing, the mass suddenly shrinking down with size. But then again, this was the world of One Piece, so like his own fruit, Luffy accepted it as a supernatural mass that can shift in weight and size. Dr. Kira then went on to explain the rest of Chopper's backstory. How he had fled the scientist when he took him out on his ship for one of his pet projects. How he got lost in the sea, and how he was able to hitch a ride from one ship to another before stumbling on this island. After that, about how an old quack found Chopper and raised him as his own son, but even that was short-lived. All in all, the backstory of Chopper was truly tragic. Doesn't Chopper want to go back to his people? Where the other minks are? Nami questioned. Yeah, I heard that minks are very rare. But they should have a colony somewhere, Vivi said, also feeling pity for the reindeer mink. Almost every day. Well, he does view me as his mother figure and the late quack as his father figure. The truth of the matter is, somewhere his real parents might still be alive. Dr. Kira said. You know, when he first came to the island, he thought of himself as a regular reindeer, and when they didn't accept him, he thought that it was because of his blue nose. Apparently, he didn't know the difference between minks and normal animals. So, yes. He does want to get back home. Shishishi. If that's the case, then Chopper will have to be ready for a lot of climbing, Luffy said, pointing his finger up. So, you even know about that as well. Dr. Kira said, laughing. For a snot-nosed brat to know where the secret home of minks lay. You really are full of mystery, aren't you? She then looked at Sparky and White Fury. White Fury was trying to curl up near Zoro while he had his sword out and it being on fire. The snake really didn't like the cold, but at least with Zoro, she could have some fire to heat her body. You weren't kidding when you said you had monsters on your crew, Kira mumbled mostly to herself. But then again, you aren't that different from a monster. Luffy didn't say anything, just smiled, taking it as a compliment. Because it was. Speaking of monsters, Luffy looked at Sparky. Hey, weren't you saying something about catching some Cypher Paul agent guy? Did he damage the Going Merry? Sparky shook his head. No, he said. BT, he HD a Dynaston. Luffy's eyebrow rose almost to the top of his head. A Dynastone. The fuck were they trying to nuke us for? A Dynastone? Kira asked. Cypher Paul agents planning Dynastone on your boat, you know what? For Chopper's own safety, I'm not gonna let him go with you guys. Oh, come on. We caught the rat, didn't we? Luffy asked, while Sparky nodded. So, nothing was hurt. Well, except the agent. He will be in a world of hurt, after I'm done with him. He said, those words sweetly cracking his knuckles. And it was at that time Chopper woke up. Chopper's memories were hazy. Dr. Kira had told her to bring some stuff from the cart, so he had gone out of the castle. But he forgot that it was already quite late and the moon was out. He could only blame himself as he saw himself transform into that monster. But didn't he want to transform today? Something about Wapol's army. He couldn't remember. His memory was foggy. He saw as his form changed as he grew in size, his fur taking on snow-white color as his vision bled red. And now he couldn't control his body. Right at that moment Dr. Kira came out of the castle. Chopper. Internally Chopper was horrified as his body moved on its own, trying to attack the old doctor. He knew she was strong enough to take his hits, but still she hated hurting people. Good people. What happened next shocked him. Somehow his body was slowed down to a crawl. And... wait, when did the Straw Hat Boy get here? Then he noticed a six-armed monkey, riding on a large white-winged snake. Was he seeing things? Then the six-armed monkey jumped onto Luffy, who went on to tell Dr. Kira that it was his first mate. His name was Sparky, a six-armed monkey with a devil fruit. Internally Chopper was shocked. Sparky was just a monster like him. Even if he was small, Chopper's fighting instincts could tell Sparky was dangerous. Minks might be natural-born fighters, but he could tell Sparky was no mink. Heck, what was he? Then Luffy also said that the large snake was also part of his crew. Luffy. He wasn't lying when he said he already had monsters in his crew. Heck, he even called himself a monster. What was up with that? Luffy looked like a normal human to him. But then, Luffy seemed to be saying something about how to make him return to his normal form. Chopper felt saddened that he would need to be tranquilized. He hated the feeling of getting darted. Mainly because that horrible man used to do the same, but he was surprised when Luffy stopped the doctor, and did something. It was sudden, but Chopper finally understood why Luffy called himself a monster. For a while his transformed form fought back. But it was useless. That is when the world turned dark for him. When he woke up, he felt a bit groggy, but other than that he felt fine. Chopper looked around with blurry eyes, his eyes laid on Luffy, who was giving an ear to a grin. That is when he had remembered what happened. Wait. How? He asked, grabbing his head. It wasn't throbbing like the after effect of a heavy dose of sedative. How, what? Luffy asked, a bit amused. How did you put me to sleep without? Oh, that. Luffy then leaned in. You have to join my crew to find out. Mr. Cute Blue Nose Monster. Shut it. I don't want your praise. Chopper danced, his words and actions not matching. But it was right at that moment that Chopper's nose tickled again, and he remembered. Dr. Kira. Wapol is back in town. I can smell him from here. The reindeer mink panicked. Now that I have transformed once, I can't transform anymore for 24 hours. How am I going to stop him from taking over the castle? Not to burst your panic bubble, Mink-san, But I think Wapol has other things to worry about than regaining his castle, Vivi said, before her face had a slight tinge of grimness and anger. Like his inevitable execution, by his own people. Chopper blinked, before he sat down. How? Well, the ass language. Dr. Kira said, cutting him off. Oh, come on. We are pirates. But her glare left no room for any argument. Fine. Luffy pouted, but continued with his story. We caught the Potimuth when he tried to eat our ship, and handed him over to a guy named Dalton when we came to the island. I'm pretty sure he's already 6 feet under now. The townspeople were eager to get rid of him. Chopper blinked, he didn't know what to say. He was glad that the tyrant was dead, but at the same time a bit angry that he couldn't end him himself for doing what he did to Dr. Hiralayuk. Still, it was a lot to take in. Luffy then grabbed Chopper by his arm, taking the reindeer on his shoulder, and surprising him. He then looked back to his crewmates. Hey, guys, get checked by the old doc. While I introduced Chopper to the rest of the crew. Adios. Wait, Kura said, but it was too late. Luffy was gone like he was never there. She then glared at the others present in the castle. If anything happens to Chopper. She growled, while the rest of them gulped, and inwardly cursed Luffy for leaving them behind in the witch's den. Well, almost everyone. Hee. My brother might get lost, so take care, bye. With that, Sabo was also gone. The rest of them didn't know what to say anymore. Both of them were brothers indeed. Chapter 184. We have to hurry, the king might be in danger by that evil pirate. Said Chess, the clown-looking one from Wapol's army. He was one of the 2 that was truly loyal to him. We have to hurry. Kuro Marimo, the afro-wearing guard of Wapol, nodded, but unlike Chess, he was a bit worried. They took a lot of time to find the island, who knows what might have happened. Still, it was a good thing that on their way they met 4 Baroque Works agents who were after the Straw Hat Pirates. The same pirates that kidnapped their king. Baroque Works was a famous bounty hunting group. They had a lot of merit in catching rowdy pirates that entered the first half of the Grand Line. In fact, King Wapol had contacted them when Blackbeard attacked, alas help wasn't near at the time. But now they were here to catch the Straw Hat Pirates at that and, with 4 members, it was quite the fearsome force. They had weird abilities between each of them. Weird and yet powerful. One of them, the one who called himself Mr. 3, was even kind enough to make wax clothes for all of his men to wear. The clothes were enough to shield them from the cold. The Straw Hats, those scum, not only stole all the valuables on their ship, but they even took all of the soldiers' clothes with them, leaving all of them butt naked on the cold sea. Luckily, they found the Baroque Works agents on their way. Chess was a bit reluctant, but the Afro-boxer had come in and explained the situation to them. And they were kind enough to give a helping hand in finding Drum Island. So for now, both parties joined hands. With them on their side, maybe they would be able to punish the Straw Hats for crossing their ways and harming their king. They had a lot in number, around 200 soldiers. They weren't much, but they were mere cannon fodder anyways. If only both him and Chess weren't caught off guard and knocked out first, this whole kidnapping situation could have been avoided. But now they would be cautious. Stop being a pussy. We will get them and save your precious king. No matter what the newspaper says, he's just a newbie that entered the Grand Line, so he can't be that tough. Said the Baroque Works agent guy that had the number 6 painted on his face in red. He called himself Mr. Number 6 and he looked quite savage and barbaric. The man was tall, a head full of black hair, and his upper body was bare, having only a shoulder guard on one side while he wore winter-themed pants and boots. But what made him savage was the scar on the left side of his face and his canine-like teeth. Kahahaha. Mr. Number 6 is always right. Said Ms. Mother's Day. She was a woman that was overweight, almost resembling Elvita, if not for the elegant dress she wore. She also had a paper fan that she used to cover her face. Mr. Number 6, I will remind you to stick to the plan. The pirate might be a newbie, but 2 of his members were easily able to deal with the Mr. Number 5 bear. Sure, we were uninformed, but we shouldn't underestimate them right now. Said Mr. Number 3. He, unlike the other 2, looked quite normal. Other than the fact that he had a unique hairstyle that looked like the number 3 and was also on fire at the tip for some odd reason. Resembling a candle. Yeah. Whatever you say, Candleman, Mr. Number 6 said, as he picked his ears. Mr. Number 3 seemed a bit offended, but he calmed himself down, and fixed his glasses. Looking at his partner, Miss Golden Week, she wasn't handling the cold quite well, even with the thick level of clothes she wore. It was getting dark, they didn't plan on fighting today, or confronting the Straw Hats. That's why they were trying to reach the town for the night. Also, their main target wasn't capturing the Straw Hats. In fact, they presumed that the Straw Hats wouldn't be on this island. By their estimation, it should take about at least another week for the Straw Hats to come here. But for some reason, They were here early. It seemed their info on the Straw Hats wasn't as solid as Mr. Number 3 would have liked it to be. What they didn't know was that, amongst other things, Nico Robin had forgotten to mention the Sea King that was pulling the ship. This brought a miscalculation on their part. Anyway, the main goal of Baroque Works was taking over the kingdom, not fighting the Straw Hats, but if needed they were confident in dealing with the pirates. Their boss Mr. Number 0 had revealed himself as Crocodile, who wanted to take over the Alabasta kingdom. But in case the Marines get wind of it and want to stop it, he had made a backup plan. That is why he had sent forces to take over Drum Island. Now that it was kingless, taking over the kingdom would be easy. Along the way, things happened and they had worked with the said king's forces. Still, it wasn't unwelcomed. If the king's army could keep the Straw Hats busy, then they might be able to take down the Straw Hats along with them. But for that, they needed to have control over the soldiers. Luckily they had an opportunity to do that as well. Also, if the Straw Hats were here, then it meant that Princess Vivi was also with them. Even if they weren't able to do anything, just killing her would give them enough credit to leave the island if needed. Still, it would have been better if they were able to contact Mr. Number 0 about their change of plans. But the boss man had made it clear to not contact him unless he did so himself, or in case there was a chance that the Marines might get wind of their plans. Not everyone had encrypted transponder snails. But then again Mr. Number 3 suspected it was unneeded. While he believed in his own powers and his partners, the Mr. Number 6 pair was also very powerful among Baroque Works. Mr. Number 6 had once gunned for the spot of Mr. 1, he had put up a good fight but was defeated. But that was before he had eaten his fruit, that he, somehow, was able to steal from the giants of Little Garden. Then there was Miss Mother's Day. The fat woman was madly in love with Mr. 6, but her combat ability might have been better than any of them. Other than Sir Crocodile, she was the only Logia fruit user that Baroque Works had. Mr. Number 6 and Miss Mother's Day were the wild guards of Baroque Works. They had almost managed to catch the giants of Little Garden in a frontal assault. Or that's how the story went. Both of them had recently gained their devil fruits for about 6 months, and their abilities were very powerful. Mr. Number 3 would never admit it out front, but even he doubted he could beat one of them. If Mr. Number 6 wasn't stubborn enough for the position of Mr. 1 then his rank might have been a lot higher. But Mr. Number 0 knew it, and even though he was in charge of the mission, Mr. Number 3 knew that he had to be careful around them. Luckily Mr. Number 6 was a brute, so Mr. Number 3 could work with that. "We have company," Mr. Number 6 said, with an eager, savage grin as two people revealed themselves from the snow dunes. "Mandemon Jin, and who the fuck are you, Pinky?" Kobe felt his eye twitch, he kind of hated not being recognized. But he had other things to say. "Leave the island, the people of the island do not welcome you." "Welcome us?" Chess asked, pointing his finger at Kobe. "You filthy pirates. This is our home island. And we are here to retrieve King Wapol. Give us back our king," he demanded. "Sure," Jin said, tossing something to Chess, who promptly caught it. All of them were wide-eyed, comically so, even Kobe. Because the thing that Jin tossed was none other than Wapol's severed head. Chess accidentally tossed it, before he picked it up again, trying to do something with it. Chapter 185 "Why did you even have that?" Kobe questioned, but Jin didn't say anything, just savagely smiled. Mr. Number 6 was also cackling, at least one of them got the joke. "Well, they act all high and mighty, and it kind of pissed me off the first time. So what better way to serve their leader's severed head as a welcome?" "No. No." Kobe sighed, before looking back at the enemies. Chess was now trying to order the 20 doctors to do something about the severed head of his king. But it was obviously too late. The clown was angry enough to jump at Jin, but Yoromarimo stopped him. "What did you do to our king?" he asked, his eyes narrowed. There was fury and anger in them. "Oh, we didn't do anything," Jin said, cracking his neck, resting one of his tonfa on his shoulder. "In fact, the fat cuck was killed by his own people. They were very eager to kill him, I might add. I wonder why? But don't worry, after we are done with you, you guys will join them." "Wait, we are going to kill them?" Kobe asked. Jin deadpanned at him. "I'm pretty sure if we do capture them, they will be executed. There are roughly more than 200 of them. And do you really want to hold back while fighting them? They ain't saints, you know." Kobe opened his mouth and closed. "Good point there." He then looked at the soldiers, "But we might not need to kill all of them." Kuromarimo didn't say anything and was just glaring at him. Mr. Number 3 on the other hand looked behind. The soldiers of Wapol's army were in a disarray. Some were horrified, some were wary, but all of them looked quite glad that the king was dead. Even the 20 doctors felt relieved that they wouldn't need to treat the tyrant anymore. Kobe, seeing this, figured out what Jin was planning, and spoke. Even though he didn't quite frankly agree with Jin's way of doing things, listen, I know you soldiers have served him, and we have nothing against you. Mr. Dalton was made the new king, by the people's choice. Your old king is dead. You have no king to serve, no duties to fulfill. So stand down. We will only say this once. As if listening to Kobe's words, one by one the soldiers tossed away their guns. Some even had the bright idea of pointing their weapons at the Baroque Works agent and the 2 loyal members of Wakal's army. Jin grinned, impressed by Kobe's speech. Well, look how the tables have turned. You really should have been a Marine. You would have been a good scheming bastard. Kobe didn't know if he was being insulted or praised. How dare you? Cowards. Kuromarimo spoke, but against all the guns pointed at him, he knew better than to suddenly do anything. You backstabbing fools, don't believe the words of a pirate. Chess said, I'm sure this is all a lie. He then pointed at Jin. You. Bring us to the real King Wapol. Don't try to trick us. He said frantically. Oi, shut it, clown. Jin said, soldiers, shoot the clown if he gets any bright ideas. And funnily enough some of the soldiers nodded, quite eager to take orders from one of the straw hats. You know what, I might have liked being a Marine as well. Kobe deadpanned, but asked anyway, why? Well, we would have tons of minions to control. Gahahaha. Jin crackled. All of this seemed too easy. It was before Mr. Number 3 spoke. I suspected something like this would happen. He said, snapping his fingers as the clothes from soldiers twisted, fully taking over their bodies as they yelped. The wax surrounded them like armor, wax armor. But I always have a plan. He said, pushing his glasses up his face, as it shone in moonlight. You see, when the straw hats looted them, they took everything, even the soldiers' clothes that protected them from the cold. So, Mr. 3 had the chance to give them all wax-made clothes, and with his ability, he could now control all of them, even if they didn't want to willingly. Now they were his wax puppets. Well, back to square one I guess, Jin said, shrugging, while Kobe sighed. But don't worry, I won't try to kill him. He whispered the last part for only Kobe to hear, but he nodded. What is the meaning of this, Mr. Number 3? Chess asked. What have you done to my men? Mr. 3 snorted. Your men were so eager to blast you in the head just a moment ago. You should be thanking me, with my powers, now they are your perfect soldiers. And also. He then snapped his fingers again. This time the clothes on Chess and Kuromarimo sifted into their weapons that the straw hats stole from them. For Chess it was his bow, and for Kuromarimo it was spiked punching gloves. Chess wanted to say more, but Kuromarimo stopped him. We shouldn't fight each other right now. He said, before his eyes shifted towards the 2 pirates that stopped them. And thank you for the help. We will kill them for what they have done to our king. Soldiers attack them. I'm the one in charge here, but yes. Mr. Number 3 pointed out, attack them. The soldiers pointed their guns at Jin and Kobe and fired. Kobe came forward and brought his hands in a cross over his chest, before swiping them outwards. 2 long blades came out from the back of his wrist, instead of his usual 3 short claws. The bullets were fired at the straw hats, but Kobe was easily able to see the bullets coming and used his now elongated arm blades to deflect the bullets before they could get past him. Kobe wasn't fully using his devil fruit until Luffy had pointed it out. His fruit was the claw fruit, his ability was making claws. So why was he sticking to one style of claws? Each day, Kobe could feel his powers grow stronger. The Devil Fruit Encyclopedia had said that his fruit was similar to the Paw fruit and previous users had shown weird abilities with it. Jin whistled from behind Kobe, new move, huh? Show off. The moment the bullets stopped, Mr. Number 6 who, suddenly, came out of the ground with his teeth out ready to bite into Kobe, but he was stopped by Jin, who shoved the ball side of his tonfa into his mouth, keeping him from doing any actual harm. You are with me, ugly. Jin said as he swiped his other tonfa on the man's chin. The man shot off by the attack to the enemy's side. It almost seemed like he was knocked out. Well, that was easy. Kobe gave him a deadpan look. He's not knocked out, you know. Jin almost looked offended. Hey, not all of us have super hearing or devil fruit powers. Hey. You are jealous. Kobe shot back. Take us seriously. Checkmate arrow. Chess shouted as he shot multiple wax arrows. Let me. Jin stepped forward and threw his weighted tonfas in air, as it smashed the arrows out of their trajectory, before returning to him. Kobe was questioning how that was even possible, but Jin just smiled. Neat trick, right? Usopp managed to balance out tonfas somehow. Now it can do a boomerang back to me. You aren't the only one developing cool little tricks. Well, if anyone could do it, it might be their long-nosed inventor. He did have quite the keen mind. Also, like previously, the enemy was stalled on their spot, and both pirates were opposite to them, not letting them get any nearer to the town. Their musing cut short when the enemy spoke. Chapter 186. This is the reason why you don't attack one by one. Mr. Number 3 said, Miss Golden Week, are you done? The little girl nodded, poking her head from behind one of the soldiers. Now almost all of the soldiers had a red-colored X mark on them. Okay, then. Attack them with melee weapons. Mr. Number 3 said, as he poured out even more wax from his body. Candle Champion. The wax solidified into a giant armor that boosted his offensive and defensive capabilities. It also seemed to make what appeared to be a machine gun made of wax. Now, attack at once. And everyone did. The soldiers now had maces or swords made out of wax as they charged at Kobe and Jin, being more aggressive now that they were hypnotized by the paint. While Mr. 3 fired off his machine gun, along with Chess firing off wax bullets. Jin and Kobe had their hands full as they had to defend against the endless stream of soldiers, while avoiding the wax bullets. While Kobe could have taken the shots, he knew better than just giving away his trump card. But the enemy's attacks didn't seem to be coming to an end. The wax bullets seemed endless, considering Mr. Number 3's power. From what little Luffy told them, he could keep it running for hours. And the soldiers were also a pain in the ass, as they were a suicidal bunch jumping on Jin and Kobe to stop them. Even getting shot by the bullets in the process. The wax armor that surrounded most of their bodies except their face, helped them survive the bullets. But Kobe was sure, even if the bullets didn't penetrate their flesh, they would leave nasty impact wounds. He could see it in their movements. After getting shot, they would be down for a few seconds before they would forcefully stand up and again attack them. It was like an endless cycle of white zombie horror. Kobe didn't want to harm the mindless soldiers, not when they were so willing to came to their side just a moment ago. He didn't. Oi, Pinky. Knock them out. Jin called out, as his tonfa slammed into one of the soldiers' heads, breaking the helmet portion of the wax and knocking them out. Bash their heads in. It seems that's the only way they stay down. He was right. While Mr. Number 3 could control their movements to some degree, it was too tough for him to puppet all of them around. That's why he took help from Ms. Golden Week to hypnotize them with paint. Well, thanks. But my powers aren't actually meant for bashing things in. Kobe pointed out, jumping back. But I can make an opening for you. With that, Kobe retracted back one of his long arm blades, and with the other one, he vertically swiped it on the snow, creating a large snow cloud that covered the enemy's vision. Fine. Jin grunted, readying his two tonfas at his sides. Heptic spin. With that, Jin promptly turned into a spinning top as they blitzed past the soldiers, knocking anyone out that was in his path. And when he stopped, almost half of them were knocked out. Now you are trapped. Mr. Number 3 called out. What the? For Jin, he looked down and saw that he was trapped in a piece of white wax that had some blue markings on it. And it slowed him down, and the wax molded around his feet like some cuffs holding him in place. Gah! It bit me. For Kobe, Mr. Number 6 had somehow jumped on him from the ground and dug his shark-like teeth into the pink-haired boy's shoulder, holding him in place. Kobe, of course, didn't hold back and shoved his Wolverine-like claws into him. But to his shock, they didn't penetrate that deeply into him. Now that he looked at Mr. Number 6, he was bigger, a lot bigger, and his body didn't look human. It was as if he was wearing some kind of dinosaur hide, with a tortoise-like blue shell on his back. This was his first time seeing one, but this was definitely a zone ability. Mommy, arouse! Ms. Mother's Day shouted as she had a bow, made out of what appeared to be solidified maple syrup, and shot one arrow into the sky. Both the Straw Hats were first confused as they saw the one arrow, but their eyes comically widened when it turned into multiple arrows and rained down on them. With them being trapped, they had no way to escape. Even Kobe was unsure if he could survive such a wide-scale attack, as taking so many arrows would leave him vulnerable for Mr. Number 6 to end him. And Jin did have his tonfa on his hand, but with his feet strapped, he wouldn't be able to use his mobility to dodge out of the way. Hope seemed to be diminishing when suddenly something green was shot out, which looked like a green transparent shuriken, and broke the arrows out of the sky before it could harm both of the Straw Hats. Don't fear, said something, stepping into the moonlight, his cape fluttering in the snowy wind. A light coming from behind his silhouette, making his figure look even more imposing. Why? Because the great Soj King Usopp is here. But the moment was ruined when Mr. Number 3 called. Who the heck are you, Long Nose? Usopp almost fell to the ground, revealing Bartolomeo, who held a flashlight behind him to give him the dramatic effect a moment ago. All of them sweat dropped at the new pirate's antics as he fixed himself. Ahem. It seems my minion has made a mistake. No problem, Usopp said, puffing his chest with some unknown pride. For my real goal was to distract you in the first place. All of them blinked. Only then did they notice that the green-haired pirate that was behind Usopp was gone. Bari, jet pistol. Somehow or someway Bardo was fast enough to appear right beside Mr. Number 6, whose jaw was still clamping down on Kobe, and punched him with a barrier-encased hand. While Mr. 6's zone hide was strong, Bardo's barrier was stronger, making the man shot off like a bullet, leaving Kobe. Still, a good chunk of his flesh was ripped off. Jin was going to point out that he was still trapped, when he saw that his feet were on fire. He yelped and jumped away, only for him to notice that his feet were now freed. Of course wax would melt in fire. Backup has arrived, now you guys are toast. Mr. 3 snarled. Bring it, he said, then pointing to his remaining soldiers, that were less than half in number now, attack them. And so round 2 of the fight began. While all of this was happening, a keen reindeer mink was watching all of this happen from the sky, sitting on top of another figure's shoulder. Chapter 187. Chopper looked down at the ongoing fight with stars in his eyes. Luffy internally chuckled. They were up in air, with Luffy keeping them afloat with moonwalk. And like any kid, human or mink, flying was awesome. Well, I would have liked to introduce you to them. But it seems they are a bit busy. You know, doing the usual pirate-y things. Luffy winked. Even he was surprised at the powers that were displayed by the Mr. Number 6 pair. An unknown zone fruit, if he wasn't wrong, it was the same fruit that he was able to steal from Dory and Broggy, and a Parimsha or, possibly, a Logia fruit based around some candy-like liquid. Very interesting. He knew the battle for his crewmates would be tough. But he didn't doubt his crewmates' skills. He knew they could pull through. Logia or zone, there were other ways to fight them without hockey. You know. Let's go meet Sanji and Hachin, Luffy said. They might have some leftover food from the celebration. Now I'm feeling hungry. And after that let's go to the Mary and meet Kuina. Okay? The reindeer mink might have wanted to stay and see the whole fight, but he was also very eager to meet his new crewmates. So he nodded. Yes. With that, he was off with moonwalk with Chopper on his shoulder. Well, that's the last of them, Kobe said, kicking one of the soldiers down, without his claws, as his wax helmet cracked, knocking him out. Around him 200 of Wapol's men, controlled by the Mr. Number 3 pair, laid unconscious. Monsters. Chess muttered. Now there weren't any soldiers left, even if Mr. Number 3 wanted to control them, with them being unconscious, and unable to battle, their forces were reduced to 6. Don't worry, Mr. Number 3 said, pushing his glass up his face. He was still in his candle champion. The wax robotic armor looked a bit dented, but it was nowhere near its breaking point. The number means nothing in front of individual strength. Jin put in every effort to smash the robotic armor around him, but even his normal Tronfa couldn't do anything more than to dent it. And Jin didn't want to bring out his trump card just yet. Flashbang. Gah. My eyes. All the 6 enemies winced at the sudden flash of light. Couldn't have said it better. Let's show our individual strength, said someone. Exploding star. Mr. Number 3 held up his arm by instinct as the candle champion's arm exploded into flames. He felt the flames, but didn't panic like the first time. His arm gauntlet spun at rapid speed as it blew the flame away. Thanks for the help, Usopp. Jin grunted as he again appeared right in front of Mr. Number 3, using instant transmission. The Baroque Orc's agent still had his arms in a cross in front of his face as Jin hit him. For Jin, his whole body vibrated due to his own attack, but he pushed through. What the fuck is that thing made of? The candle champion dragged on the snow, one of its arms dented from the new strike, but nowhere close to breaking. Huh. It's made out of wax, you fool. But I can make it as strong as steel. But then suddenly his arm broke off, and he was astonished. The flames weren't supposed to melt his wax, no, it was to make it soft so that others can break it. Jin couldn't follow through his attack on Mr. Number 3 either, as he was jumped by Chess and Kiromarimo wanting to take them on. But they were swiftly smashed into a green barrier, as they comically hit it, before sliding down. My nose. My face. The shield suddenly dropped when Jin appeared between them in an instant transmission and held his 2 Tronfa to his side, wanting to smash their heads in. He was able to hit them, but not put that much strength into it, as suddenly, Ms. Mother's Day appeared out of the ground in her orange maple liquid form, encasing Jin and his Tonfa on her body. The liquid hardened, making it as strong as steel. Got you, the large woman said, the bottom half of her body still in liquid orange maple form. Hey, let go, Usopp shouted, flaming star. But the flames did nothing to the hardened maple construct. A layer of maple just snuffed out the flames, before it could do any major damage. Oi, let go. Ugly. Jin grunted. Ugly? Miss Mother's Day squeezed Jin in a bear hug, but surprisingly enough it wasn't enough to harm Jin, who was holding back her squeeze. Hold him in place, a voice yelled. A large beast came running at both of them. It was none other than Mr. Number 6 as he went into his full animalistic form. It was a beast on all 4 legs, even then it was 5 meters in height. Being a species of dinosaur, having spikes all over his body, and a tail that ended in a mace with spikes on it. Usopp was wide-eyed. He recognized the fruit. Dragon fruit, model Ankylosaurus, that was his fruit. The same fruit that someone stole from the giants of Little Garden. Backbreaker. The beast spun as he spun like a bowling ball, a spiked bowling ball, gaining speed with its tail as he jumped and did a backflip landing on Jin's trapped body. The form of Miss Mother's Day shattered into pieces and Jin was thrown into the snow with the grace of a ragdoll as he skipped a few times on the snowy ground before stopping several meters away face first into the ground. 1 down, 3 more punks to go. Mr. Number 6 said, as his body shrunk down to conserve stamina, going back to his half-human form. The giant beast that was over 5 meters shrunk, as if the beast hide was retracting like armor inside of him and his size returned to normal. Big bro Jin! Bartolomeo screamed. Jin! Usopp called, both of them worried. But Kobe wasn't. He's fine. Kobe called out, and in his hand was the knocked-out form of Miss Golden Week. What the? Mr. Number 3 and all of the enemies were surprised to see one of their own being held unconscious by Kobe. How did he get past all of them and take her out? All of them knew she was by far the weakest member out of them, but still. It was then they figured out that Jin was just a distraction while Kobe attacked, reducing their numbers. Chapter 188. So you took out one of us, eh? Mr. Number 6 hummed, rubbing his chin, in his half-transformed state. Having been in his half-transformed state, he still had his mace-like spiked tail. His dinosaur hide protected his body, no wonder he didn't need any clothes. And his feet were also curved, giving him more power to it. Kobe held Miss Golden Week by the neck. She was unconscious and vulnerable. Her powers were a bother from how she used them with the soldiers. That's why Kobe targeted her, and also because she was a weak link. But his crewmates knew the main reason. Kobe had a hero complex, and he couldn't let the girl get hurt. The girl looked severely underaged, and so Kobe made sure to take her out first, as painlessly as possible. But the enemies didn't know that, only his crewmates did. Kobe donned a savage smile. He held his 3 claws near her neck. Stand down or the bitch gets it. He said. He might be a hero in heart, but he was a pirate, and pirates fought dirty. Mr. Number 3 was about to say something, but when he saw what Mr. Number 6 was about to do, he shouted. Oi, stop it. You'll hit her. She'll survive if she's strong. Mr. Number 6 flung his tail, as spikes came out, multiple of them aimed at Kobe and by extension Miss Golden Week. But all the spikes were stopped by a green transparent barrier. Mr. Number 6 clicked his tongue. He forgot about the stupid barrier user. Kobe's face fell, before he jumped back several meters and laid down her body. Well, that didn't work. He mumbled, but everyone could hear it. Wait, you ain't gonna kill her? Mr. Number 6 asked with a confused look. Kobe shrugged. We might be pirates, but we have standards. He said, chuckling. And honestly, the girl gave me no reason to kill her. So I won't. Just because we are enemies doesn't mean I have to kill ya. Mr. Number 3 blinked. This was honestly the first time he saw a pirate not actively try to kill a bounty hunter like him. Huh, so the rumors were true. The crewmates of the Straw Hat Pirates weren't like other pirates. They weren't heartless monsters. But it was still sad that they were now his enemies. They could have been allies if things went differently. But alas, it wasn't the case. Speaking of allies, he glared at Mr. 6. Why did you attack him? You could have hurt. Hey, watch out. Huh? Mr. Number 6 was then struck from behind the skull with a spiked tonfa, and flew several meters away as his body dragged a trench into the snow, blood coming out from behind his head. The attacker was none other than Jin, whose weighted tonfas had newly added spikes on it. Not just any spikes, in fact, spikes coated with sea stone. This was the upgrade that Usopp had done to his weapon. Mr. Number 6. Miss Mother's Day shouted, trying to get to her partner. Worry about yourself. Jin called out as he threw his weighted tonfa and it smashed into the running form of Miss Mother's Day. But to her surprise, the attack didn't pass through as she was hit and fell in the snow. Jin's tonfa flew back like it was a boomerang after hitting his target. The attack wasn't enough to knock her out, but it did damage her. And he found some satisfaction in it. That's for trapping me. You. How are you? Fine. Mr. Number 3 asked, dumbfounded. What was with those Straw Hat Pirates? He knew Man Demon Jin was strong, but not this strong. Jin spat on the ground, cracking his neck. I might not have fancy fruitabilities, but I'm made out of harder stuff. Afro Punch. Kiramarimo was near Jin and jumped him with his spiked punching gloves. Jin easily countered it, and he took the chance to hit him in the chest with his tonfa, as the man also shot off into the sky, his eyes going blank. But while doing so he left his back vulnerable. Die. Chess said, shooting arrows at Jin. A lot of arrows at once. and Mr. Number 3 also saw the opportunity to take out his machine gun and shoot at the vulnerable pirates. Both attacked from different angles, and while Bartolomeo was able to summon a barrier to one side of Jin, the other side was exposed. So the barrier blocked the bullets but the arrows still came. But Jin didn't need it. He didn't move from the spot, he moved his body and crossed his arms. Iron body. And he tanked all the arrows as if he were made out of steel. Other than taking a step back to not fall on the ground, Jin was completely fine. Mr. Number 3 finally connected the dots. Those are the Marine 6 techniques? How did some lowly pirate get hold of it? He first wasn't able to identify the fast-moving techniques that the pirates used, but he recognized Iron Body. Any bounty hunter worth their name knew about it. Lowly pirate? Ironic, since you attacked him from the back. Usopp mocked as he slipped out his revolver. Take this. Exploding barrage. Mr. Number 3 didn't have the time to jump back due to the added weight of his wax machine gun, and had to tank the attack with his candle champion. But he quickly regretted it as his whole body turned into flames. Before he could snuff out the flames though, someone attacked. Bari no axe. Bardo, whose feet were encased in a green barrier, spun in the air and delivered a devastating axe kick from the top, right on Mr. Number 3's head. Mr. Number 3 almost felt his eyes pop out of its sockets as his candle champion was broken down the middle as he hit the floor from the kick and bounced back up due to the force, only to see another barrier-encased fist coming. Bari no jet pistol. But Mr. Number 3 by some luck was able to avoid a direct attack as he quickly formed a thick layer of quick wax, his body flying off a few meters. The bounty hunter grunted as he fixed his broken glasses, his head still hurting from the last attack. 4 versus 4. Jin spat, having a wild grin. It almost seems unfair for you folks. Fair? It was Mr. Number 6 who spoke, having recovered. His previous injury was gone as if it was never there. Ancient zones really did have very quick recovery capabilities, Usopp thought. I thought you folks were pirates? Jin looked at him and grinned. Oh, we are. And I will personally smash your heads in. Is that a challenge? Mr. Number 6 asked, matching Jin's frail grin. Why not? 1-on-1? Mr. Number 6 nodded savagely. Only the strongest lives. With that, both of them jumped at each other, clashing in between. Mr. Number 6 with his tail that had a spiked mace end, and Jin with his upgraded tonfa. Both of them clashed as they moved into a secluded place to have their fight. Ms. Mother's Day also stepped forward. She seemed to have a broken nose. You guys hurt Mr. Number 6 and me. I will make you regret that. Face the wrath of Honey Queen. Her body started to transform. She grew in size and the lower part of her body transformed into tentacles. Mommy no tentacles. All of the men present felt something very wrong with this situation. The maple syrup tentacles grabbed the bodies of the fallen soldiers and used them like rocks and stones, throwing them at the pirates. Mainly at Kobe, saying he was responsible for some reason. Really? Kobe said as he ran. Why does every Alvida look-alike hate me? Huh, no holding back it seems. Mr. Number 3 said, pushing his glasses up his face. Giant Candle Champion. He couldn't keep the giant robot for long, it drained too much of his stamina. That's so cool. Usopp called out with stars in his eyes, same with Bartolomeo. Mr. Number 3 rubbed the back of his head. Well, thanks I guess? Tabasco star. Ah. My eyes. No, my tongue. Hot. Mr. 3 said as his face was now covered with hot sauce, some of it was in his eyes, while others reached his nose and mouth. I'll kill you. With that, he gave chase to both Usopp and Bartolomeo. Hey, wait for me. Kuromarimo said. On your left. Huh? But he was too late as Kobe went past him, and one of the maple tentacles smashed into him, burying him into the ground, and knocking him out. Chapter 189. Kobe ran from Miss Mother's Day tentacle monster form, passing Mr. Number 3 and joining Usopp and Jin on the run. All three pirates comically ran from the two bounty-hunting devil fruit users. So why are we running in that direction? Kobe asked as he jogged with his fellow pirates. For them, even though they looked panicked on the outside, inside they weren't. Even Usopp was currently immune to this level of danger, mainly with all the shit Luffy threw him at. He was literally chased by sea kings that were bigger than Momo, and he did while he ran on the sea. Running on snow was definitely easier by comparison. Honestly, with all the running, it was no wonder Usopp had both instant transmission and moonwalk under his belt. And his instant transmission was one of the fastest in the crew, though he mainly used it for escaping dangerous situations. Unlike the two bounty hunters that were following them, the three of them weren't winded. The rigorous training that Luffy had put through boosted their stamina to a superhuman level. Now they could do this all day. Because it's away from the town, and near the sea. Usopp pointed out, taking out 2 grenades from his jacket's pocket and throwing them behind, making the chasing bounty hunters yelp, shout, and curse. "So, we gonna drown them?" Bartolomeo asked. Usopp shook his head. "We have other plans. You, on the other hand, should go back and help Jin," he said. "Not that I don't trust him in his fight, but I have read the entire Devil Fruit Encyclopedia. And the strength of ancient zones are no joke. They are kind of like Kobe's but give you a massive boost in strength or speed depending on the fruit. And also, they make you really aggressive. Jin might need your help." Bartolomeo blinked, a bit surprised. "But for different reasons. You read the entire book, but how?" Kobe's sweat dropped. "That's what you're surprised about?" Bartolomeo then looked at Usopp and nodded. "But big bro Jin won't like it if I interfere with his fight." Usopp nodded. "Just don't get seen. And if Jin is really in a tight spot, help him. Jin might be a battle maniac and strong, but one wrong move and he might get critically injured. We don't even have a doctor to help us," he said, not knowing about Chopper. And he doubted some village doctor could help Jin if he lost a limb. The other two nodded, not even blinking an eye at Usopp's changed demeanor. All of them had grown after joining the crew. It was natural that Usopp wouldn't be a coward if he wanted to fulfill his dream. Both Kobe and Bartolomeo nodded. Special smoke screen. Usopp took the time to throw a few smoke grenades on the front, distracting the bounty hunters as the 3 pirates mixed into the smoke. With the moonlight being the only source of light, smoke was really effective in confusing the enemies. Bardo crossed his fingers as 3 small square barriers appeared in his other hand, but they were a bit different, as they were vibrating. He handed them over to Usopp, who nodded and took it. He took out his slingshot and turned around, pulling his sling, Bari Shuriken shot. And the 3 small barriers spun like shuriken as they grew in size toward the bounty hunters. Mr. Number 3 was wide-eyed and leaped to the ground, the 3 large shurikens 2 meters in size going past him and slicing off Miss Mother's Day's body, horizontally in 3 pieces. The female agent's body quickly went limp before turning into maple syrup and readjusting into her figure. But then, a slender figure with blonde hair came out of the maple syrup. And she was naked. "Wait. Who the heck are you?" All 3 pirates shouted in shock along with Mr. Number 3, and all of them were blushing to some degree. The blonde clicked her tongue. "I just lost some weight, you imbeciles. I don't look that different. Also, how dare you perverts look at me?" she said, before again her figure turned into maple syrup, as an octopus-like giant tentacle emerged from it. "But you're the one who's naked?" All 4 of them shouted. "Shut it," she hissed. Now she had turned into her element and grew in size with monster-like tentacles that replaced her lower portion. "Now, face the wrath of Honey Queen." "Well, at least now I know Mr. Number 6 likes reverse tentacle play." Mr. 3 mumbled before he felt the pirates stare at him. "What? It didn't cross your mind?" "No, you candlehead, we were trying to save our lives from you guys," Usopp flatly responded. "Not all our minds are in the gutter." "Wait. Honey Queen?" Bartolomeo said, as if figuring out something. "Aren't you an East Blue pirate? I thought you were dead?" Points for figuring out. "I had to change my appearance to start a new life. The Marines were after me for a long time, and some smoker guy was up my ass. Yeah, I don't like him either." Bartolomeo nodded. "We are really like-minded. Want to join for a cup of tea? You look ugly," she said with a disgusted expression. Bartolomeo fell on the floor with a sad cloud over his head, drawing circles on the ground. But Captain said, the worst she could say is no. "I'm pretty sure Luffy didn't say to hit on the enemy," Kobe said with a deadpan expression as Usopp was patting the green-haired pirate's back. "Enough with all of you," Ms. Mother's Day screamed. "Mr. Number 6, you guys hurt Mr. Number 6, so die." Bardo stood up. "I finally figured it out," he said, making the woman pause mid-attack. The green-haired barrier user put his right fist over his left palm. "It's that time of the month, isn't it? No way someone would reject the dashing and handsome me." Mr. Number 3 burst out laughing. "Buffa-fa-fa-fa. You guys are hilarious." But then he stopped when he felt the radiating killing intent. He looked back only to see an angered Miss Mother's Day. Her arms then turned into giant machine guns as it started shooting bullets of amber at all of them, even at Mr. Number 3. "Hey! What did I do?" The wax user quickly made a wall of candles to protect himself, but the pirates didn't have that. But it wasn't needed as Bartolomeo had made a quick shield to protect them. Still, she didn't stop it in her mad rage. The shooting didn't stop. Chapter 190 Stop it. Mr. 3 said, still behind his wax shield. "It's pointless anyway." "Shut it, glasses," she said, snapping at her coworker. But it was a mistake as at that time Usopp threw several flashbangs into the sky, near both of the devil fruit users. Ah. My eyes. Shit. My ears. Go, Usopp said to the barrier user, we will handle them. Bardo looked at his crewmates one last time, and used instant transmission to escape, but the bounty hunters didn't see that. Unlike the others, he started training late, so while he did have the feet-based movement under his belt, it wasn't as fast as a mastered one. Still, with the cover of the flashbang, he was able to get away from them. And with that, he made his way toward Jin. Catch us if you can, suckers. Usopp called out, Tabasco Star. It hit my face, again. Miss Mother's Day cried as she again dragged her face to remove the sauce, peeling one layer of maple skin off of her, as her eyesight returned to normal. I'll skin you alive. Mr. Number 3 would have found it very amusing if not for the fact that he was also hit by the Tabasco Star, and unlike Miss Mother's Day, he couldn't just wax his way out of it. Benefits of having Logia over Paramsha, he supposed. Usopp spoke. Oi, ugly. He then patted his bum, pulled down his eyelid and stuck out his tongue. Eat my ass. Even Kobe's sweat dropped at how maturely Usopp was riling them up. I will kill you. Both of them said at once. With that, both of the bounty hunters again gave chase. A bit after Bartolomeo left, Kobe looked at Usopp. The chasing game was becoming boring, and they were now near the frozen sea. But before he could say anything, Usopp spoke. Who do you want to take? He asked, giving a knowing smile. I know you aren't that different from Jin. You also want the challenge, don't you? The thrill of the battle. Kobe smiled. And you don't? Usopp chuckled in a mock surrender as they ran. I do, but to a much lesser degree than the others. Maybe that's why Luffy makes my training extra hard. He gave a worried chuckle. Anyway, who do you want to take? Give me Mr. Number 3. Usopp was a bit surprised. Are you sure? I have flaming bullets that will help with his wax. I can give you some of my flaming grenades. No. Don't. I'm pretty sure Mr. 3 will try to avoid fighting you for that same reason. Kobe said. He might act stupid and look stupid, but he's not stupid. You used stupid 3 times in one sentence and it made sense. Huh, cool. Oi, who called me stupid? Said someone from the back. Kobe ignored that. You get the point. Also, Honey Queen is much more of a concern for me. I might have a way to cut through Mr. 3's wax. But without Haki, I'll be useless against her. She's a Logia. I know you have some sea stone bullets with you. Usopp nodded, so Kobe continued. I'm usually not the one to say this. But I don't think we should hold back. We made sure to just knock out the soldiers, but she threw them like rocks at us. And I'm sure that many of them died cause of that. She's an unhinged monster now. If necessary, do it. Kobe said, don't let her appearance fool you. Like Bardo, I also heard about her when I was on Alvida's ship. She was known for being very ruthless. So don't hold back. Usopp's jaw tightened, but he nodded. This wasn't his first kill, but damn how he hated it. But with how powerful the Baroque Works agents were, Usopp knew for sure if things came to that, he had to cross the line. Then, let's separate. With that, Kobe and Usopp took 2 sides. While Usopp stayed near the ocean as he could swim, Kobe hit the other direction in case he was thrown around, as he wouldn't be able to swim then. Splitting up will get you nowhere. Mr. 3 said, before going toward Kobe like they had suspected. Ms. Mother's Day, handle the long-nosed idiot, I will finish off the pink one. Miss Mother's Day didn't say anything as she still gave chase to Usopp. Both Jin and Mr. Number 6 looked worse for wear. They had multiple cuts over their bodies, Mr. Number 6 having most of them, but even then, unlike Jin, his wounds were mending themselves. The recovery of an ancient zone was no joke. Not only was inflicting wounds on Mr. Number 6 tough because of his strong hide, but with that much recovery speed, both of them were in a stalemate. Mr. Number 6 was double Jin's height, and looked terrifying in his half-transformed state, and yet Jin wasn't scared. He embraced the challenge. The only reason why he went out to sea was to follow someone strong and noteworthy and fight other strong people. So he was very eager for the fight. And he made a promise to himself that it wouldn't end like the fight with Aramaki. Mr. Number 6 on the other hand was angry. He was the superior warrior here. He had a devil fruit. He was stronger, he was more durable, had greater recovery, he had claws and fangs and a mace-like tail. And yet he was losing. He didn't like it one bit. Jin rested one of his weighted tonfa on his shoulder. What you looking at? Weren't you going to beat me, eh? He said in between his pats as he saw Mr. Number 6 get angry. You are a tough bastard. Mr. Number 6 said his breathing was also rough. The fight had been going on for quite some time now. Normally his stamina shouldn't be an issue, but he didn't know why he felt weak from every attack. Of course, Mr. Number 6 didn't know what Jin's tonfas were made specifically to counter devil fruit users. The spikes on the weighted portion of his tonfa were coated with sea stone, making them a devil fruit user's worst nightmare. You are strong. One of the strongest men I have ever met, but I'll come out on top. Mr. Number 6 said, I usually don't fight in this form, to reserve stamina. But it's time to start going all out from now on. Now he was back to his full beastly form. A giant-sized ankylosaurus took form as it glared angrily at Jin. The giant monster looked terrifying in the moonlight, with the primitive spikes that laid on its back, covering his back to his tail. With a beastly roar, he charged forward, shaking the snowy ground beneath him. Jin, on the other hand, took his own fighting stance, and waited for when Mr. Number 6 to get near. Chapter 191 You are strong. One of the strongest men I have ever met, but I'll come out on top. Mr. 6 said, I usually don't fight in this form, to reserve stamina. But it's time to start going all out from now on. Now he was back to his full beastly form. A giant-sized ankylosaurus took form as it glared angrily at Jin. The giant monster looked terrifying in the moonlight, with the primitive spikes that laid on its back, covering his back to his tail. With a beastly roar, he charged forward, shaking the snowy ground beneath him. Jin, on the other hand, took his own fighting stance and waited for Mr. Number 6 to get near. Mr. 6 attacked with wild swipes that Jin either deflected or dodged. He knew even with iron body, he wasn't going to come out unharmed from Mr. Number 6's attacks. Die. With that, Mr. Number 6 clamped his jaw at Jin. But the pirate moved away at the last second, smashing both his weighted tonfa, that had sea stone spikes on it, over the beast's skull and rolling over the spikes. Mr. Number 6 again felt his powers get drained, but he was even more shocked when he felt someone pull his tail, before the world spun and he was smashed on the ground. The wind was knocked out of him, and Jin took the chance to appear right over his chest with two tonfas facing upwards. He spun at a rapid pace as the mace portion of his weapons caught fire, the spikes glowing hot from fire before he delivered the blow right on the beast's chest. Inferno Breaker. The giant creature caved forward from the strike and the flames destroyed a large portion of his scales. The ribs beneath the skin could be heard cracking and it created a large crater beneath the beast. The attack created a large shockwave as the monster was pinned to the ground. Jin jumped off the beast as he landed. He winced as his arms still vibrated from the strike. He panted as he wiped away his sweat. All the training with Sanji paid off. Though his new technique still needed work. But suddenly he felt a shiver run down his spine as he heard a loud animalistic scream from his side. His neck snapped back only to see the beast's mace-like tail inches away from his body. He quickly used Iron Body. While it did protect him from any lethal damage, it didn't stop him from getting smacked like a fly as he skipped across the snowy ground like you would skip a stone across a lake when he got hit by the maddened beast's club-like tail. Jin growled as he stood up, and to his irritation, Mr. Number 6 rolled over from the ground, and got up. That one hurt, you bitch. Mr. Number 6's fully transformed zone form growled as some blood leaked out of his mouth and nose. Luckily for me, I recover a few times faster in this form. If this was before I had my powers, you would have won, but now. You are only stopping the inevitable. Shut it, mutt. Jin growled as he rose up from his fallen position, dusting off the snow. But he also noticed someone there. It was Bartolomeo, who was trying to sneak behind Mr. Number 6. Jin narrowed his eyes and made eye contact, and shook his head, as if saying it was his fight. And to stay out of it. Bartolomeo hesitated, but then nodded, before again disappearing somewhere for cover with instant transmission. Jin internally sighed. It wasn't that he didn't believe in Barto's strength, but now even he wasn't sure if he could take on the monster. Still, it was his fight, and he promised himself to never lose again. Not after what happened with Aramaki, on Sakura Island. Mr. Number 6 was about to look behind him, but Jin called out. The fight isn't over, ugly. I will take you down if it's the last thing I do. Jin called out as he used the fastest instant transmission he could do, creating a crater beneath him as he left. Come at me. With that, his tonfa spun in his hands as the flames were generated on it before he himself started to spin, as if he was a flaming tornado. The tornado grew in size as it smashed into the beastly form of Mr. Number 6, throwing him back several feet, before he charged forward. Jin roared as both of them started fighting, no longer holding back. The clash of bones cracking, gushing wounds, and roars became common for the fight. The fight looked as if two unhinged animals were duking out. The animals that lived near the area, even the prideful weapon, the giant beastly rabbits, knew better than to interfere in the fight of two monsters. While Jin wasn't doing any lasting damage to Mr. Number 6, at the same time Mr. Number 6 had gotten slower due to his bigger form. Clearly not used to fighting in this state. You are slow. Jin said as he smashed onto Mr. Number 6's side, sending him tumbling a few steps before he used his tail to attack Jin, but Jin had already disappeared from there. Now, you are a huge-ass target for me to smash. He again smashed him on the skull. And while Jin's attacks weren't doing any sustainable damage, it wasn't the full picture. Jin's weapons had sea stone coating on the end of each spike. And due to him moving them around at such a fast speed, which nearly made them flammable, the spikes were getting damaged. And with each strike, some of the sea stone coatings would break off and get smashed into Mr. Number 6's flesh, getting stuck in his scales. And with it, Mr. Number 6 was getting weak as the fight continued. So now all it came down to was a battle of endurance. Who could outlast each other? Jin smashed, Mr. Number 6 clawed. Jin dodged, Mr. 6 tanked the hit. It went on and on. Several minutes passed as both of the combatants glared at each other. Both of them had multiple wounds on their bodies, and yet they were still standing. Because of Jin's attacks, Mr. Number 6 wasn't fully healing either, so he wasn't able to keep up his fully transformed state. Both of them panted, neither looked better than the other. You give up yet? Jin asked, panting. He spat blood on the snow, as he wiped away the blood from reaching his eyes. It was hard enough to fight in the moonlight as it is, fighting blind wouldn't do him any good. Only one of us will see the end here. Mr. Number 6 said panting. Before a grin dawned his face. This was the toughest battle I have ever fought. You have my respect. But let's end this. Either I will win or I will die, there's no in between. Jin snorted. So you are one of them. He grunted before he flashed a smile. A smile that had no mockery. Then I will make this quick. Huh. I was gonna make the same offer for you, pal. With that, both of them moved, and clashed, leaving a snowy dust cloud. For a while, the results remained unknown. Before one of the figures emerged from it, it was Jin, who was bleeding extensively from the right side of his chest. The last blow was a deadly one, at least 3 of his ribs were broken, and he could see them. Not a very pleasant sight, to see your own bone poking out through your skin. But he looked at his opponent, and he was in better condition. No, he was dead. He made sure of that when he smashed 2 of his tonfa in from both sides of his head. With his fast recovery, he needed to end him or he would again get up. And he wouldn't ruin his defeat by not giving him death. The man wanted it, and even though Jin rarely respected his enemies, Mr. Number 6 was an exception. The man was a warrior through and through. With that, Jin started walking away before he fell, but luckily someone was there to catch him. You really overdid yourself, big bro. He heard the voice of Bartolomeo before he blanked out. At least now he was in the safe hands of his crewmates. He smiled, remembering that he was able to keep the promise he made to his captain. He wouldn't lose again. Chapter 192. With Kobe, after he had successfully separated Mr. Number 3 from Miss Mother's Day, both of them left towards a forested area. An area where Kobe could use the terrain to his advantage. But it wasn't going as planned. Kobe internally growled as he popped out a few bullets from his leg, the wounds mending back together. Come out, little kitty cat. Your doom awaits. Mr. Number 3 taunted. Really, where did you get those lines? Kobe snorted as he jumped away from one tree to another as Mr. Number 3 fired off his machine gun. Don't answer that, it's a rhetorical question. Shut it, smartass. Mr. Number 3 called out as he fired off endless shots of bullets. The fight wasn't going anywhere. He thought that after luring out Mr. Number 3 he could outlast him, but this fight had already been going on for half an hour. And he couldn't get damn near him. Well, he could. But he risked the chance of getting shot multiple times in the process. There was another way. If only he could cut that wax. He shook his head. Zoro had taught him the concept of cutting steel. But it hasn't even been 2 weeks. Can he really do it? He will only get this chance once. And several doubts crawled into his mind. But that was when they heard a loud explosion, coming from right where Usopp was facing off against a maple syrup user. It was loud, and Kobe's ears picked up Usopp's scream. He felt a pit in his stomach. Oh, ho ho. So that's Miss Mother's Day's Maple Bee explosion. Weird name, I know, but it's effective. Mr. Number 3 said, loudly. Half trying to rile his opponent, and half because he spoke his mind. Really nasty technique, I have heard. But a clumsy one. Unlike me, she's a Logia, so she can turn her whole body into her element and explode like a grenade, creating thousands of maple needles that pierce her target and end them. That's a last move when she's cornered. Well, at least find peace in that the long nose was able to corner a Logia user with his tricks. No. Kobe horrifyingly muttered. As if hearing his words, Mr. Number 3 spoke. Don't worry, your friend has met a quick end. Not that you could have saved him, of course. Kobe wasted no time as he moved away from his hiding spot, right into the line of fire as Mr. Number 3 grinned and shot off several bullets. Kobe didn't care, he let his instincts drive him. His eyes became hazy as entered the state of flow. 2 long bone blades came out from both of his arms as he cut the bullets at frightening speed, even scaring off Mr. Number 3. Mr. Number 3 stumbled back when he saw his attacks weren't hitting him, so he quickly crossed his arms. The candle champion would protect him. And yet when Kobe went past him, Mr. Number 3 was surprised, but then pain assaulted his body. Gah! He fell as the candle champion fell to the ground in several pieces, leaving behind a bleeding Mr. 3. It was that day Kobe had learned how to cut steel. But the pink-haired pirate had other things in mind. He didn't wait to see his opponent's condition as he ran toward where Usopp was. He had more concerning matters. On the side of Usopp, he was panting with his body getting fully wet from the cold sea, but he was fine. Sadly, it couldn't be said the same for his opponent who was nowhere to be seen. Somewhere inside the cold sea waters, that's for sure. Out of all the fights, Usopp's fight was the most anticlimactic one. Usopp had tricked the bounty-hunting woman into chasing him through the frozen sea. With her so-called tentacle monster form, her weight was already heavy as it is. Usopp just needed to throw a few explosion shots onto the ice, before the ice collapsed on its weight. The woman, seeing herself get dragged into the sea, panicked and used a technique called Maple Bee Explosion at the last moment, trying to harm him. Shattering her whole body, thousands of needles of her element intended to pierce Usopp. But honestly, that was a stupid move. Both of them were on the sea, and with an explosive attack the whole sea that was covered in ice shattered, dumping them into the cruel sea. Usopp had managed to save himself from the maple needles using the ice before it could hit him. The long-nosed sniper screamed as he was flung high up in the air, before falling back into the water. Only then did he remember that he could have technically used moonwalk, but in the heat of the moment he forgot about that. When Usopp got out of the water, he saw his enemy struggling. Miss Mother's Day struggled as she tried to get out of the water, but Usopp knew better than to hold back. She had tried to kill them, his crewmates, multiple times, and killed many of the soldiers that already had switched sides in her anger. She might be a woman, and a beautiful one at that, but as Kobe said, he couldn't hold back. As he quickly took out a round piece of sea stone and with his slingshot, shot right into her screaming open mouth. The woman choked on the sea stone, and as she could feel her powers get drained, she panicked. Luckily she had caught a piece of floating ice, barely keeping herself afloat. The woman then spat out the sea stone bullet, as she struggled to get out of water. And Usopp sighed, taking out his revolver and finishing the job quickly, before another fight emerged. He shot her several times, with sea stone bullets before her body let go of the floating ice, as it submerged into the sea. He didn't like killing. Maybe he never will, but his encounter with pirates like Kuro made him aware that not all people deserved kindness. It might just bite him in the ass if he did. Before he could hear more, he heard a voice. Usopp. The long-nosed sniper looked back only to see Kobe jumping to him, with bawling eyes. You don't know how worried I was. Wah! He wailed. I thought you were dead. Wait. What? Get off me. Gah, your snot's in my face now. Chapter 193. The fight between the remains of Wapol's army with added help from Baroque Orcs agents and the 4 crewmates of the Straw Hats made quite the commotion. Even if they fought far from the town, the large explosions could still be heard from the town. Dalton had gathered a few of his men intending to investigate, but Sanji stopped them, clearing out that other members of his crew had it handled. Dalton was reluctant at first, but from the watchtower, one of Dalton's men called out, and from there, all of them used the binoculars to watch the ongoing fight. The watchtower was only 3 stories high, but was enough to give a clear view. Even with moonlight they were able to see the fight. Dalton, Sanji, Hachin, and a few others used their binoculars to see the whole fight. One soldier even narrated how the fight was going to the others that gathered around the staircase and bottom floors. Almost all the town people were gathering in or around the watchtower, eager to know how things were going. And like the blonde cook said, only 4 men were able to beat Wapol's army, and then some. The town people cheered, flying flags of their own along the Straw Hats, children cheering, some crying out of joy and happiness. For them, the final stage of their nightmare was over. For Dalton, it almost felt like Blackbeard all over again. With a few men by his side, the cruel pirate was able to destroy a lot of the towns, and scared Wapol into fleeing his own country. But the Straw Hats were nothing like the Blackbeard pirates. It was almost the opposite. While the other pirate group gave them horror and distress, the Straw Hats gave them happiness and joy. They gave them freedom. Dalton still had a few doubts about the Straw Hat pirates, but now all of them were cleared. Monkey D. Luffy was a good man despite whatever the world government or navy said. Huh, my crewmates are awesome, huh? A cheerful voice said. Dalton nodded. That they are. But his head snapped at the newcomer. How did you get here? By walking on air? Luffy said, I'm still in the air, technically. Dalton looked down, and saw that Luffy really was in the air, away from the platform. His jaw dropped. How was that even possible? Also then Dalton noticed a small figure on Luffy's shoulder. What is Chopper-san doing with you? He asked, a bit curious. The doctor's assistant did a lot after Wapol forced the 20 doctors into not giving treatments to the civilians. Even though Kira was stingy and rarely left the mountains, Chopper sought out patients and treated them. Wapol tried many times to punish the mink for what he was doing. But like any mink, fighting was their bread and butter. Each time Chopper would give Wapol's forces a run for their money. The townspeople adored the mink doctor, but Chopper was usually too shy to talk to others, keeping his distance. So, it was a surprise that Luffy was not only close to the mink, but said mink was on his shoulder. "Oh, he's my future crewmate." "Shishishi," Luffy said. This time Chopper didn't rebuke him, and only huffed. That made Luffy's smile grow a bit more. "Then I wish you luck, Chopper-san," Dalton said, with a small smile. It seemed that their mink doctor might leave the island. For a moment he saw a sadness in his eyes, so he added, "We won't stop you from following your dreams. We are already grateful for all you did, and know that this kingdom will always be your home." Chopper opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. So Luffy spoke. "Is this your new declaration, King Dalton? He will be a pirate, you know." Dalton blinked. "You can take it as is. Even if Chopper-san becomes a pirate, know this. Him and his crew will always be welcomed here," he said, "that is unless another pirate group attacks us again." He hesitantly chuckled. Being one of the first islands of the Grand Line meant a lot of trouble. Luffy hummed, fixing Chopper's position on his shoulder. About that. After the fight, the townspeople moved in on the fallen soldiers that had switched sides. Many were dead, but still, a good portion of them were alive. 4 out of the 20 doctors were also caught by the giant tentacle construct, and couldn't make it. Still, it was a better outcome. Though it seemed that wherever Mr. Number 3 or Miss Golden Week or they were able to escape at the last minute. It scared the people of the island a bit, but they tightened their defenses and were on guard. Each town were keeping an eye out for any unknown people. Jin had to take immediate medical attention after coming out from the fight. Luckily the witch doctor wasn't needed as the remaining 16 doctors were able to patch him up really well. Along with other things, even without orders, Sanji and Usopp took the extra steps on visiting the fruit markets or fruit trees around the areas to find the 2 devil fruits that should appear. They found the zone fruit. It looked exactly like the picture from the devil fruit encyclopedia. It helped to know what to look for, but the other fruit was not found. But they should find it eventually. Zoro was the first one to arrive from the top of the mountain. Seemingly getting lost in the large castle, he said, and his crewmates believed it. No one doubted Zoro's sense of direction. Or the lack thereof. Still, after the rest of the Straw Hats came down from the mountain. With much difficulty, as both Sabo and Luffy had busted out on them, doing their own thing. They were very impressed by what Kobe, Usopp, Jin, and Bardo were able to pull off. They planned to spend the night here, and start their journey first thing in the morning. Chopper was now introduced to all of the Straw Hats and was now trying to actively convince Dr. Kira about leaving. Though it came with a lot of trouble. Shouting, throwing stuff, and all of that. But right at midnight, the whole island watched the bloom of a man-made explosion that looked like a beautiful sakura tree. The people were cheerful, they were happy, and grateful for the new beginning. In fact, Dalton and some of the townspeople all wanted to change their island's name. So it went from the Drum Kingdom to the Sakura Kingdom. Many cried tears of happiness that day, some for freedom, while others for the new future. Along with the flag of Sakura Kingdom, the flag of the Straw Hat Pirates also flown. It was a beautiful ending. Even Mr. Number 3 and Miss Golden Week, who were captured by Luffy and treated, were happy that the Straw Hats didn't hand them over to the Sakura Kingdom, where they might get executed, as a similar thing happened to the 2 of Wapol's loyal guards that survived. Though, at the same time, Mr. Number 3 and Miss Golden Week weren't very thrilled at having a giant snake guard them. Also, the fact that they could hear a certain someone getting interrogated mercilessly by the Straw Hat captain. And when they came to know that it was a Cypher Paul agent, they were even more scared. They internally vowed to not do anything against the Straw Hats if they came out of this alive. Chapter 194. The Going Merry sailed through the sea, getting pulled by Momo, with the newest member of the crew. Chopper didn't know what to think of his crewmates other than the fact that all of them were weird. No wonder Luffy said all of them were abnormal. When the captain of the ship wasn't either training or eating, he was most likely trying to outswim the Sea King Momo, and he was a devil fruit user. How did that even make sense? Chopper didn't know devil fruit users could do that. But then Luffy's explanation did make sense. Only a little bit. He called it sea resistance, a made-up term, but the theory was that after getting exposed to the sea for a long period of time, either by swimming or by sea prism stone, your body should be able to adapt. Chopper didn't know if it was possible for others, but accepted Luffy's explanation. Another fact, Luffy seemed to also be an adrenaline junkie. He loved danger for some odd reason. Others might have been horrified, but Chopper found a thrill in watching what Luffy did. fighting off giant waves in the storm with his Naginata, cutting the waves in half with pure wind pressure. Using the chain part of his nameless Naginata to catch giant fish or birds. And these were just to name a few. He was so strong. And as a mink, who were generally gifted with fighting abilities, Chopper really respected that strength. Similar to Luffy was Zoro, who also loved training either by sparring with the other crewmates or trying to copy his captain and fight sea kings in water. But that was only the commonality between them. Where Luffy loved to eat, Zoro liked to sleep, like a lot. He used to be a pretty heavy drinker, before joining the crew, but by captain's orders he quit it. Now mostly he tried to outdrink Luffy on milk or other non-alcoholic drinks. Which was a losing challenge, since no one could out-eat or drink Luffy. He could beat a sea king in a food contest. Luffy was just weird. But in a good way. Also, back to Zoro. The man loved a challenge, always seemingly trying to get a fight from either Sanji or Kuina. And for some odd reason, if you take your eyes off him for a second, he would get lost somewhere in the ship. Chopper had asked others about it, but they seemed to accept it as common for Zoro. Luffy, on the other hand, explained that Zoro had an incurable disease that took away his sense of direction, and now the green-haired swordsman was handicapped. Chopper felt really bad that he couldn't cure him. Maybe in the future he would be able to do it. One of his dreams was to find one cure, but even then finding a cure for one's sense of direction might be as challenging as finding a cure for cancer. But Chopper would take it. The other sword user of the ship was a woman named Kuina. Where Zoro was brash and blunt, Kuina was elegant and sweet. The first time Chopper met her, the white lady even made an effort to give him ice cream. The flavor was good, but that might have been the coldest ice cream he had ever eaten, and Chopper lived on an island of snow, but even for him, the ice cream was too cold. It might have something to do with her powers. Speaking of food, most of the dishes and food were cooked by Sanji. Hachian helped as well, but it was mostly Sanji. And the food he made was out of this world. Literally, as Luffy would bring out weird recipes and Sanji would make them, it wasn't only him. Most of the crew didn't know what the food items were, most of the time. Like others, he also trained, but his training was a bit odd. As Sanji was tasked to hand out food and do all the work blindfolded for some reason. A weird technique, and yet Chopper was awed by how flawlessly Sanji did his job even with this drawback. Though outside of food work, Sanji seemed clueless and would oftentimes hit walls or doors being blindfolded. Though he seemed to be improving. Chopper still remembered how chaotic breakfast was over Sanji's food. One time only he and Sparky were sitting, while the others were downright fighting for a bigger portion of Sanji's food. Sanji had made more than plenty for all, but still. Speaking of Sparky, he might have been the most not-so-weird member of the crew. The first mate of Luffy, a six-armed monkey, for Chopper it made him even weirder. Then there was Nami. She was also not that weird. Other than when she saw gold, or cash, that's when she started acting all weirdly, as if reuniting with her long-lost lover. Like Nami, Vivi was also good. But very forgetful. Forgetting general things, in general. But she was also cool, especially with that weird weapon she used for training, the peacock slasher she called it. She looked very cool using that weapon. And her duck, crew, was also cool. Though a bit cowardly. Speaking of cowards, Chopper's thoughts brought him back to Usopp. The mink doctor didn't know why he acted so cowardly, seemingly scared of his own shadow. And yet he was brave enough to face powerful devil fruit users with nothing but his wits. Chopper didn't see the whole fight from above when Luffy was carrying Chopper on his shoulder and observing the battle from the sky, but Usopp was a really good fighter. The thing he could do with a gun or slingshot was amazing. He could curve bullets. How was that possible? But Usopp was just as awesome. And that's not even mentioning all the weird gadgets he was trying to develop to go along his slingshot or gun. Johnny, Yosaku and Bartolomeo were a trio, always getting into trouble with either Nami or Jin, or getting their ass kicked by Zoro while training. Chopper had dubbed them the fun-loving trio, usually doing fun stuff like singing, getting into trouble or fighting each other for stupid reasons. Though others dubbed them the annoying trio. White Fury was also very cool and a very strong snake. And she had wings. That was just wow. She was still mostly keeping to herself as the weather was still cold as the Going Merry sailed. They would get out of the cold zone soon, so the snake should be able to get out of the storage. For now, though, she was looking after the two prisoners that were in the Going Merry storage room. Chapter 195. Chopper had seen another guy the previous day when he first went on the Going Merry, but he wasn't here. Did he escape? He didn't know. He didn't ask either. He had better things to do. Like taking care of Jin, one of his crewmates. Though, now he was back to full health. Jin had a lot of injuries from his fight against the savage Mr. Number 6, but his body recovered fast, due to a marine technique that he and a few others had. It was called Life Return. With it one could make their bodies do extreme things. Something similar to how Chopper had two forms. Though Chopper could only turn into his small form and a bigger, more muscular form, that was excluding the monster form he took when looking at the moon. Chopper suspected the life return technique had some connection to biofeedback. And Luffy encouraged Chopper to learn it, and gave him the book needed to learn the said technique. It could help him get stronger, Luffy had said. So as a mink he was thrilled to learn it. And Chopper had a knack for the technique. Kobe, along with him, was also trying to learn that technique, so both of them helped each other with what they figured out. Kobe was also cool, had cool powers, and a very moral sense of justice. He was also one of the least weird crewmates. But that was until he saw him fight. The boy was literally suicidal in how he fought. But that was him trying to grow in mastery over his devil fruit power. Devil fruits came with all sorts of weird abilities, and so he just accepted it. Speaking of devil fruits, once Jin was completely healed and patched up, ready for training, Luffy had approached him with a particular devil fruit and asked him if he was willing to eat it. Jin didn't even question and ate it with one bite. That was another thing, Jin was very loyal to the captain. When Luffy had asked him a question, the man had mistaken it for an order and ate the fruit immediately. But no matter, now the man was trying to get used to his new zone abilities. Dragon fruit, model Ankylosaurus. Quite ironic sense, just a day ago Jin fought the same devil fruit user, the previous owner of it. Still, Chopper was really curious about its ability. Mainly when Luffy had tasked him to look into the zone-type devil fruit research, as with medicine, one could technically boost its powers. It was kind of like doping but not at the same time, as most zones had a better immune system to flush out any negative effects from drugs. So Chopper was also trying to figure out how Jin's powers worked along with him. Which was quite tough, as before doing his research on zones, he always thought that it gave the user the ability to transform into animals or other creatures. But now, he knew it wasn't the case. Chopper felt himself stupid for thinking that as genetically you still remain full human even when you transform, so to speak. Zone fruits were much more like armor, encased the user and gave them abilities. Jin said it himself, it felt like wearing animal hide over your clothes. That might also be the reason why clothes remained mostly unaffected even when the user of the fruit grew in size. The better you are with using the said armor, the more powerful you become and gain new abilities. Like Jin, Luffy offered another devil fruit to Usopp. The size fruit. But the man was doing some research before he would take it, as Wapol's munch fruit was also an option. Ms. Mother's Day, or Honeybee's fruit seemed to have been lost on the island, as even after tirelessly searching the whole island Luffy and his crewmates weren't able to get that. Chopper felt quite sad when it happened. That was a Logia fruit, whoever got that fruit would gain a lot of abilities. And yet it seemed to be lost. Chopper was also very impressed by Luffy and the crew, as having powerful devil fruits could help one survive the cruel sea. Chopper didn't want to think back to his past, but the one who took him away from his parents, that man also had a powerful devil fruit which he used to keep him and the other children in check. Still, devil fruits weren't the only way to gain strength. The strongest man on the ship had no devil fruit at all. And that was Sabo. He wasn't a part of the crew, but he was Luffy's older brother from the Revolutionary Army. He was pretty strong, stronger than Luffy, and yet was quite the bookworm, reading old books that they had in storage. Chopper didn't know the language. The books used a language of old, which was lost a few centuries ago. But Sabo was kind enough to give him notes and pointers in learning the techniques, along with Vivi, who also seemed to know it. The crew might have been weird, but it was his crew now. And Chopper loved it. He was a pirate now. Oh, he almost forgot about Momo, the Cow Sea King of the Straw Hat Pirates, who pulled the ship most of the time. The Sea King was also very friendly, and calm. Kind of similar to Hachin, Chopper had sat on his head a few times, enjoying the breeze. He already liked the crew and he couldn't wait for the adventures they would have in the future. Chapter 196. It was just another day at Going Merry. Nami and Vivi were chilling in the open sun, enjoying the warm breeze. The Going Merry was a bit crowded, so they had to take the top floor, and set aside a few orange trees to make way for both of them to lay on. Almost all of the men in the crew were either in the ocean, or swimming, except for the devil fruit users, who floated with the assistance of swim rings that were tied to the ship. After the winter island, both of them had enough of the cold weather. Vivi especially, as she was born and raised in a desert country. Nami Swan. Vivi Swan. Sanji called out, a black blindfold matching his suit as he spun with 2 dishes with fruits and ice cream. I have brought snacks. With that he placed the 2 plates and noodled his way back to the kitchen. It's confusing to me how he can do all that work with that blindfold on. Vivi muttered, a bit impressed. Well, he is part of the monster trio, Nami shrugged. She was reading a book and without looking away from her current read she took one grape from the plate and popped it in her mouth. Yup, Vivi nodded. Though, I find Kuina the most impressive out of the three. Well, she's cool. Literally, Nami chuckled. And the boys amongst our crew are also hot. She winked at Vivi, the blue-haired girl getting a bit of a blush on her cheeks. Yes, especially, Luffy. Vivi said, whispering, looking around to make sure he wasn't around. He's got a really good body. Like it's almost unreal, how perfect his body looks. Me too, sister. Nami agreed without a beat, but then she frowned and looked at Vivi. But, I'm not gonna share just so you know. Vivi chuckled. Right back at you. That would be weird, she said. Both of them had feelings for Luffy, and he seemed quite open about it. So amongst other weird things, they accepted it. Also, polygyny was quite common in the world, mainly when most dangerous professions were dominated by men. Though, I'm sure Luffy would love to have a threesome. I mean, he's quite open about building his so-called harem. She then took a grape from the bowl and popped it in her mouth, enjoying the fresh fruit. Nami chuckled, but she rubbed her chin. I'm not sure on that part. If Luffy does take multiple partners, I think he'll just marry all of them. She said, unlike Sanji, he isn't a skirt chaser, and doesn't actively try to get into every girl's pants. Sure, he's quite blunt about a few things. But he most likely will take responsibility rather than, dick around. Speaking of dicks. Vivi gave a foxy grin. No. Nami squeaked, looking around to make sure no one was there. We aren't having that conversation. She seemed a bit embarrassed. Come on, don't go all mushy on me. Vivi whined, wrapping her arms around her, as she dramatically waved her hands. He's hot. And I don't remember the last time I had a girls' talk. She said, relaxing on her chair. With the Baroque orcs and the revolutionaries, she had little time for all of that. What? I thought you had plenty of girl talk with Kuina on Drum Island? Vivi rolled her eyes. Please, Kuina is... There's no better way to say it. She's as dense as the ice she summons. Nami chuckled. I mean, just look at them. Zoro and Kuina are just meant for each other, but at the same time, they were literally dumb about their feelings. Nami shrugged, giving her a small smile. They might as well be made out of the most densest material in the world. Vivi chuckled. God, I love having a girl to talk about this stuff. So, you are one of those types. Gossip queens. Nami rolled her eyes, but chuckled. Yeah, even she hadn't had one for quite a while. While Nojiko was her sister and was just as much a troublemaker as her, they weren't that close to have those kinds of talks. Especially when she started working for Arlong. She did have a few friends in working relation, but after the last one left her and made a run with her treasure, she tried actively avoiding having friends. Now back to the subject in hand. Luffy's dick. No, Nami denied, shushing her. And keep your voice down. Her cheeks were already red. And to Vivi it looked quite cute. Come on, Vivi said, breaking Nami out of her world. Do you think? Can he stretch his dick? Nami gasped. Vivi. She shouted, scandalized, her cheeks visibly red. Come on, big girl. Think about it. If he can stretch it, then he might also be able to control the girth. Vivi said, winking, her cheeks were red as well. She was having the time of her life, when Nami was blushing even more. You thought about it, haven't you? You closet pervert. Nami gave her a heated glare, but there was no anger in it. I have seen you make quite a few bathroom visits after ogling Luffy's body. Like to rub it in a... Vivi wiggled her eyebrows. Humphrey. Nami said, looking away, not denying Vivi's claims. Come on. Vivi poked at Nami's stomach. Say it. She poked again, with a foxy grin. Say it. Why you? Nami grabbed Vivi, her arms wrapping around her as she gave her a noogie, while the girl laughed. You started it. Now face my ultimate technique. And then, Nami yelped when Vivi grabbed a handful of Nami's breasts, squeezing them, as she started playing with them. Hey, stop it, Nami yelped, actively trying to not moan. You let go first. Why you? But amongst the scuffling between the two, both of them fell, laughing. Only after a few minutes did they stop. Surrounded by orange trees, they were partly sure no one saw that, also all of their conversation were hushed, but still. It was only then, Nami noticed something. Is that? Huh, what? Vivi looked at what Nami was pointing at and then got surprised because on the orange tree was a fruit. That is definitely not an orange. It was a devil fruit. Marine Branch G3 was in ruins, the base was located on the tropical island of Nanamoni, and was now in flames. Buildings were destroyed, the dead bodies of marines and pirates littered the ground. With most of the casualties being on the marine side. Even the proud flag of the marines was scorched with flames. Still, the fighting was far from over. Nanamoni Island was one of the islands that log poses logged to. That is why the Marine Branch was set here, so that unfortunate newbie pirates would be tangled by the Marines before they could continue their journey. Unlike other Marine bases in the Grand Line, this island had living quarters. Like Marineford, only a few bases held civilians, close relatives of Marines, living with them. There were family quarters on the island, which is why it was one of the most guarded Marine branches, and yet today it was under attack. Civilians ran for their safety, children were crying as they boarded the ship. Marines trying to stop the pirates from harming the civilians. Right in the center of the island, the fighting was still happening, pirates versus Marines. And even if the number of Marines were far greater than the pirates, there were more Marine casualties than pirates. Sinbad's body flew in like a bullet going through one of the buildings, before the Marine could stop himself. The man huffed, wiping the blood off of his face, as he stood up. His blue armor was torn and dented in multiple places, cracks visible to the naked eye, and it was still yet repaired. His lungs might have been punctured by one of his ribs that got broken, yet the man stood tall against the enemy. Sinbad's grip on his double-edged sword tightened as electricity shimmered around his body. "I have to say, your strength really is formidable for a mere vice admiral. I can guess why some of my mates got caught by your kind. No wonder you killed one of the Tobirapo." The cruel pirate laughed, having multiple wounds on his body, and yet he seemed unfazed. "I will give you credit for actually managing to hurt me." The man was tall, very tall, with two elephant-like tusks coming out from his shoulder. Jack the Drought, one of the all-stars of the beast pirates, snorted. "But still, I shouldn't have wasted my time here. But someone needed to teach you a lesson to not step out of your place. Not only did you kill one of my guys, but you captured two of them. For that, you will face the consequences." Chapter 197. Well, now we know where the maple fruit was. Luffy mused, looking at the spiraled orange. "We really forgot to check the most obvious place." He shook his head. The crew was gathered, all of them were glad that they had another fruit in their hands. Luffy opened the chest and two other fruits were in there. "Now, we have 3 fruits. Luffy then looked at Usopp. The sniper shifted a bit uncomfortably. "So, even though Nami was the one who found the fruit, you were the person who had taken care of the maple syrup user, you can eat it if you want. Though, you will owe Nami a favor." That was the system Luffy had improvised. The crew would have a shit ton of money in the future, no doubt about that, after Skypiea Island. So exchanging stuff with money from crewmates would be pointless, as when everyone is rich, money was just paper and stone. So he came up with owing favors in exchange for fruits or other stuff. Luffy would be the one who records it, and of course, the favors would need to be approved by him or the vice captain when cashing in. Unfair favors would not be approved. Speaking of the vice captain, Sparky refused to officially take on the title for some odd reason. Luffy didn't push, maybe something to do with his past. But his vice captain position was vacant. And he was still yet to bring it up to his crewmates. Maybe he should after this. Kobe spoke, breaking Luffy out of his own thoughts. "Usopp, with your creativity you could make a ton of stuff," Kobe said, one of his claws poking out of his skin. "Devil fruit powers mainly come from creativity and you surely aren't lacking in that department." There were a few nods. "Or you can take any of the other 2 fruits, all of them could be used with your creativity." Luffy said, "Wapol's fruit could help you with your engineering, creating new weapons and stuff, and the size fruit could make you quite the resourceful person. You would basically be able to carry the going merry in your pocket, and the same is true for other things. It's your choice." "Hey, aren't you just breathing down his neck?" Sabo asked. "Even without a devil fruit one could do a lot of stuff. I mean, I can do most things with my pipe," he said as he spun the metal stick playfully. "Like to pipe your enemies, don't cha?" Luffy said flatly. "Yeah. Wait." Sabo then grumbled as Luffy and a few others laughed. "I walked into that one, didn't I?" Luffy just nodded before returning back to the subject at hand and looking at the sniper. "Anyway, what Sabo said is true. But I don't want 3 fruits to be in one place. Devil fruits are rare. It would be stupid if we lost them." The others nodded. "Also, you already know moonwalk and instant transmission, you are also working on life return and iron body. So I think it would be a good time to bring a devil fruit into the mix to expand your skill set." Before Sabo could say anything, Usopp spoke. "Luffy, I think you should give me the size fruit." All of his crewmates looked at him. Some had a questioning look, while others accepted it. "Is it for the going merry?" Luffy asked with sympathy in his eyes. The small caravel ship wasn't meant for the rough waters of the Grand Line, and even with Luffy and the others being very careful, the waves were damaging the hull. Luffy could hear the ship's pain, which she was trying to hide. And with almost 20 members on board, it was getting a bit crowded. Usopp nodded. "Part of the reason, yes. But Elogia would be fully combat-based, and the Munch fruit would be fully invention-based. I want to have my feet on both fields." Usopp then walked towards the fruit and picked it up. I'm not like you guys, but I do enjoy my fair share of fights. And with the size fruit, I can make people underestimate me, and at the same time, carry an arsenal of infinite ammo with me for my guns or slingshot. Heck, I could even fit a cannon or a bazooka in my pocket if I want to. Usopp then looked at Luffy and smiled. Luffy nodded. Speaking of making others underestimate you. He looked at others. Some fruits might do the same thing, but one could be better than the other. Like the size fruit, there's also the mini fruit, which is a nerfed version of the same thing. I would recommend not revealing your fruit to the enemy or to at least mislead them with it. Usopp was surprised but nodded. If his enemies thought he had the mini fruit, they wouldn't expect him to turn into a giant and stomp them with sheer force. Which was possible with the size fruit. So I will take it. Usopp then looked at Yozaku. Sorry, I know you also wanted to get the fruit. But I appreciate the giants as much as you do. So, don't hold it against me. Nah, I'm cool with it, big bro. Yozaku said as he gave a thumbs up. You earned it. And besides, I admire giants. Being one on the other hand. Actually. Luffy cut him off, when I questioned the Cypher Paul agent on the fruit's abilities. He could not only turn himself big and small, he could do it to others as well. But it would require more stamina. Hearing that, multiple of his crew members' eyes lit up. Oi, eat the fruit already. Jin was the one to say, and gained all of their attention. I also wanna be a giant. He said sheepishly, a bit embarrassed. Usopp nodded. So this is final. He looked at his own fruit and then at the others. Also, I think it's better if Nami or Vivi get the Logia fruit. They did find it. Also, I already have some good grasp over Iron Body and I'm crawling my way to learning Life Return. So I think they could use the intangibility aspect of the fruit better. Both Nami and Vivi were a bit surprised and didn't know what to say. Usopp might be a goofball, but he did care very much for his crewmates. Luffy patted him on the shoulder. Good choice, my friend. Luffy said, actually I didn't want to point it out, but the Going Merry is a bit small for all the people, so we really need the fruit's power. With that we might be able to shrink all the gold and other treasures down to a small size and clear it out for a temporary cruise quarter. Usopp laughed. That as well, he said. Maybe then you would be able to sleep inside a room, rather than the crow's nest. Luffy gave an amused huff. Never. All of them chuckled, looking at the interactions. Chapter 198. Luffy then looked at Usopp again. I know you had your eyes on the phase fruit and the warp fruit. But even with Morgan pulling strings, the first fruit could not be found anywhere in the Grand Line, not in Paradise nor in the New World. Someone might have it, or it could be on any random island. And like I said, if my info is right, someone is already using the warp fruit. So it's the best we have right now. And with how close they were getting to Jaya, his crewmates would need every advantage they could get if they wanted to survive against Blackbeard. After that, they could have much more breathing room. That's why he was being a bit pushy. Sure, Luffy, Ace and Sabo would face that fat fuck and beat the shit out of him. But Blackbeard's crew was also very troublesome. Especially since he didn't know if they knew hockey or not. Nah, being a ghost would be cool, but I could just be so tiny that I would just go through the cracks in the ground. But yeah, being able to warp anywhere would be pretty cool as well, but we have to use what we have. Luffy nodded, before he smiled. Already thinking up ways, eh? Well then, good luck. Gah. Usopp said, as he ate a small portion of the fruit and stuck out his tongue in disgust. That tastes horrible. Shishishi. Well, with great power comes great disgust, he said, handing him a glass of water. After the fruit was consumed, Usopp first tested the power on himself and turned tiny. You guys look gigantic from down here. Usopp said, his size comparable to a tennis ball. Hey, turn big. Turn big. Bardo urged excitedly. No. Luffy shook his head. We are on a ship, remember? The green-haired barrier user slumped down but nodded. Yeah, but not on the Going Merry. She would get damaged. Yeah. That was when they heard a small explosion from a bit far. All of them moved their heads and saw that pirate ships were attacking a marine vessel. And the fight seemed to be going in the favor of the Marines. Well, wanna test out your new powers? Luffy asked as Usopp returned to his normal size. No better experience than an open battle. Hachi. Momo. Get us near the battle. As per the captain's order, the Sea King moved towards the marine ship. But as they got near the marine ships, they saw that it was not just a simple marine ship. No, it looked much more like an evacuation ship. Yeah. I think we should experiment with my powers later, Usopp said, as his hand shot up his revolver and shot a pirate that was about to kill a child. The pirate was shot in the head as he fell to the waters. Leaving the poor girl safe momentarily, But at the same time the smaller girl saw the other group coming. Luffy didn't say anything and jumped from his ship along with Sabo, Zoro and Sanji also following him from behind. All of them dropped onto the ship, bringing all attention to them. Mainly when Sabo slammed one of the pirates' heads onto the floor, crushing his skull onto the deck. What the? The pirates stopped and moved their heads towards the new figures. All of them looked at what was going on. And when they saw the new people, some of them recognized them. It's the fallen hero. One of the civilians said. He was no marine, and yet he had a sword trying to hold off the pirates. Even though it was a marine evacuation ship, the marines on the ship were small in number, so most of the people defending themselves from the pirates were civilians. While some of the civilians had swords, others only could use wood, bricks and other stuff to defend themselves. They were that desperate. And at Luffy's and his crew's arrival all of the pirates and civilians were now looking at them. And both sides were tense. Gahaha, if it isn't the newest rookie pirate. Mario, eh? One of the pirates said. He then jabbed his finger at the flag that was flown on their ship. You see that? We are members of the Beast Pirates. All of them saw a large frosty tempest fired by Kuina who was still on the ship that destroyed the pirate ships, breaking it in half, while ice gathered around the unfortunate pirates that were still on that said ship. Thank you, Kuina, Sabo thanked, though it seemed that he wanted to do that himself. The blonde was raging with fury for all the destruction the pirates had caused. Boss. She destroyed the ship in one swing? One of the pirates said. Jack-sama will kill us. Sanji snorted. It was times like this he wanted a cigar, so he just brushed his blonde hair. You have more immediate problems to think about. The Going Merry pulled alongside the Navy evacuation ship, as other members of the crew were looking at them. You fucking bastard. Do you know who you messed? But his head was separated from his head as Zoro moved behind him, sheathing Sandai Kaitetsu. The cursed blade was clean, almost as if it wasn't the murder weapon. No one bad-mouths the captain, Zoro said with his cold yet casual glare. Almost all of them didn't even see him moving. One moment he was by the side of Straw Hat, the other moment he was behind the now decapitated pirate. For the first time, the pirates felt dread and fear, while the civilians found hope. Please. The kid that was saved by Usopp ran up to Luffy, her eyes falling with tears. You have to help us, my mother. She's hurt. The other civilians wanted to stop the kid, before she got themselves hurt. But no one said a word. Luffy kneeled down and put his straw hat over the kid's head. Hold on to the hat for me, will you? He said, with the kindest smile. Everything will be alright. The girl stiffened, as she held on to the hat and cried. Leave none of them alive. Luffy gave the order in a low voice, and all of his crew moved. Like the pirates, the civilians were also afraid that the pirates would also kill them. As many pirates found sick pleasure in giving hope before killing it, but that wasn't the case. The straw hats moved, one of them took to the sky, raining down bullets. Usopp, the gunner of the straw hats, never missed a target. While a spear user ran like a bull, spearing through pirates one by one, going through multiple of them as if they were shish kebab. Johnny. Another of the heroic pirates threw his shield as it bounced from one pirate's head to another, breaking their necks as it bounced off from one person to the next. Yozaku. The blonde-haired pirate that had disappeared from his spot as he kicked one pirate in his stomach fast enough to separate his lower body from torso, sending the unfortunate now-dead pirate off of the ship. Every kick would maim and kill the pirates in a cruel way. Sanji, the cook of the straw hats. The others also moved with frightening speed. And in just a few seconds, the pirates were done. All dead, most of their bodies either on the ship or floating out in the sea. Everyone but Luffy and Sabo participated in the slaughter. Chapter 199 Chopper. Luffy called. The reindeer mink jumped out from the ship with his medical bag. Tend to the wounded. Chopper was in his buff form as he quickly moved to go toward those that were in critical condition. The captain of the Straw Hat Pirates looked up and asked the first civilian, "What happened here?" The people gulped, thankful expressions on their faces. So the people explained what had happened. And how things got to this. Many knew the circulating rumors about Luffy being the grandson of the Marines, so for the first time in a day, they felt hope. Hope to save their home or loved ones that weren't able to escape the island. We were attacked by those monsters. One of them said. If it wasn't for Vice Admiral Sinbad, we would have been killed. He gave us time to escape, but the pirates followed through. If it wasn't for you, we. No one saw the reaction of Vivi and crew, who had gotten extra pale. No one but Nami. Sabo nodded. Don't worry, nothing will happen. He said, but who attacked you? I know it's the Beast Pirates, but I don't think Kaido would come here. No, he confirmed, stuttering a bit. It was Jack the Drought. The monster. The first thing he did after coming to the island was destroy a quarter of the city. He said, his voice cracking. Obviously, He lost some family and friends there. The man then walked over to Luffy and grabbed his hands, pleading. Please help them. There are still others stuck on the island. The beast pirates wouldn't let our ships leave. We managed to escape, but they followed us. Sabo also looked at his brother. They didn't need to speak to communicate. Luffy nodded and turned back to look at his crew, cracking his knuckles. Let's go and put a jack in the box. The others nodded, and Luffy had left Chopper, Jin, and Kuina on the evacuated ship. White Fury was also with them as in case something happened they could escape with her. With that, they started for the island of Non-Amoni, the G3 base, which shouldn't be too far. Momo moved at a fast pace. The island wasn't that far, and luckily enough they had an eternal pose for the island. How? Well, from the log pose Nico Robin gave them. When she warned them not to go to Little Garden, that woman really tried to fool them into docking on a marine island. Typical Robin behavior. As the ship moved, Nami was the first one to question. Vivi, if you know something, then. She held the girl's shoulder. You can't trust us? All of the crew looked at Vivi. The girl seemed to be a bit shaken. It's Vice Admiral Sinbad. He is my cousin. What? Almost all of the crew was surprised. Other than Luffy, of course. Oh, come on, my grandpa is a Vice Admiral too. He rolled his eyes. Sabo chuckled at that, but I'm curious as to how the son of Admiral Z is your cousin. I did my fair share of research on the Marines. Sinbad isn't just your average Marine, you know. Sabo nodded, impressed that Luffy had done research on the Marines. He wondered if his supposed death and Ace's departure to his own adventure changed Luffy this much. Sinbad, I recognize that name. Kobe said with wide eyes. Sinbad, as in the Prince of the Marines? Johnny blinked. Yeah, I have heard some tales about that fellow. Kobe nodded. Before Luffy, there were a bunch of papers saying that he was the future of the Marines and whatnot. Mainly because of him being the son of the former Admiral, Zephyr. He was quite famous for stopping human trafficking and kidnapping. The underlying meaning of it was, he was famous for stopping slave ships. But Morgan wouldn't state that directly as most of the slaves were owned by royalties. Well. Luffy looked at Vivi. If he was your cousin, why didn't you go to him and ask for help with the crocodile situation? That was a good question. Vivi bit her lips, and Nami was about to stop Luffy from pushing for more info when the blue-haired girl spoke. I tried to contact him, father tried, we all tried. But he avoided us. Going as far to not even come near our island. He blames us for what happened to him and his mother. Vivi said, explaining Sinbad's backstory. Sinbad's mother was the sister of King Cobra. Zephyr had met her when he was called to escort them during the Levlee. In each Levlee, Zephyr would come and escort King Cobra and her, and before long a relationship bloomed between them. As Zephyr was a Marine, his family had some much-needed protection. And as the sister of King Cobra, he took it upon himself to protect her. But one day a pirate group attacked, wanting to get revenge on Zephyr, and King Cobra's men weren't able to stop them. So they were able to kill her and take young Sinbad with them. That day, the Alabasta Kingdom not only lost her, but also the Prince of Alabasta. Vivi sniffed, crying. We thought he died, or even worse, he was sold as a slave. Papa tried everything. But she sniffed as Nami comforted her. He was my brother. But Uncle Zephyr had managed to find him. We were so happy, back then. But Luffy and the others looked on as the girl continued. But he wouldn't come. And we tried to bring him back to Alabasta multiple times, but still to this day he never set foot on the island. Uncle Zephyr told us that Alabasta reminded Sinbad of what he lost. So he never came back. After that, he became a Marine and made a name for himself. But still, to this day, he tries to avoid us at all costs. Uncle Zephyr also avoids coming to the country, cause he also blames us for what happened to Auntie. Now it made sense why Sinbad was actively trying to take down slave ships. There was history. Also, with this much change, Luffy doubted that the Neo Marines would surface anytime soon. Sabo felt his knuckle turn white hearing the story. For something so cruel to happen to a child. Ace, Luffy and Sabo had a rough childhood, but at least they had each other. He could only guess what scars that would leave behind on a child. Luffy was also sad hearing it. And he's done some research on him, as well as other vice and rear admirals. Information was the key. Luffy had kept an eye on him mostly because he knew for a fact that Zephyr's son should have been dead like in canon, but he was a special case like Kuina it seemed. And Luffy knew that while he was no match for the likes of Jack alone, Sabo should be able to deal with him alone in a long drawn-out fight. But that was only if he couldn't fight him alone. He needed to push himself and get at least on the Four Emperors commander level if he wanted to prepare against Blackbeard. Also, in the case of succeeding in beating Jack, he had plans that could change things entirely. Well, This just became personal, Luffy said, giving her a small smile. But hey, look at me, Vivi did, with tear-filled eyes. I will try my best, don't worry. I don't want my future brother-in-law to kick the bucket. He gave her a playful wink, as the girl wiped back her tears. Chapter 200. Jack the Drought stood tall. He had a massive figure, towering over most of the buildings that he had destroyed. Jack had multiple injuries on his body, and yet he was in better shape than his opponent. Sinbad was kneeling due to his injuries, and Jack made no effort to strike. He was taking his time to give him as much pain as possible before killing him. X-Drake suddenly came out from the rubble, his sword and mace covered in the blackness of armament. Hockey, die pirate. Cross. But he couldn't even finish his sentence as Sasaki, one of the beast pirates that they had previously captured, met X-Drake head-on. And Jack slammed his fist onto X-Drake's side, sending him crashing into another building. Break. Sinbad winced from the pain he had from his side. He was sure his left lung was punctured. He could recover from his injuries if he could switch his armor, but it would leave him vulnerable to attacks. So, biting back the pain, he lunged toward Jack, who was about to crush Drake beneath his feet. He was able to stop it midair and force Jack to the side while X-Drake recovered, but Sasaki and Sheepshead came from both sides, attacking him from behind. X-Drake parried their strikes once with his sword and mace, giving his back to Sinbad. The Prince of the Marines moved, using his tail, a long blue scaly tail, that was part of his lightning dragon armor, to grab both pirates. Finding them in close range, he took a gamble. Bararok. Lightning poured out from his entire body, as his attackers got electrocuted and sent down like bullets, crashing into another group of beast pirates that were trying to get past Sinbad. Why, you pesky little shit. Sinbad heard Jack's voice before he got smashed down from above by his trunk. Sinbad jumped ahead and parried the strike midair, as that attack would destroy the plaza and take many of the lives of injured Marines. But Jack took the chance to use his other arm and swung his sword at him. Sin half expected pain, but Ain's figure jumped in front and stopped Jack's blade with her dagger. She was in her half-zone form, gills could be seen from her throat. Her previous lethal injuries were now only flesh wounds. Her zone ability really had a knack for mending wounds, but even she was on her last leg. Sinbad used the chance provided by Ain to grab her and shot off a lightning bolt, Bararok, before jumping back as Jack tried to attack. He quickly got both of them to the Marine side. X-Drake was already engaged with Sasaki and Sheepshead, with Bins providing help on the Marine side. Boss, we can't hold them back like this. Shazo, the black man from the Long Arm tribe, said. His body was also littered with wounds, one of his arms missing. The man seemed to be hiding his pain really well, but Sinbad could tell it easily. I have called for backup. But Vice Admiral Virgo isn't responding. There aren't any other Marines that are capable around the area. But I did send in SOS. If we are lucky, someone will come. His voice held no hope as, like others, he also accepted that today might be the end. It was good knowing you, boss. Zephyr-sensei would have been proud. Stop talking like that. Sinbad growled. He felt powerless. Amongst the vice admirals he was one of the strongest, but against a figure like Jack, even he needed help. Virgo, where was that bastard when you needed him? He's gonna be in a world of pain if I survive this. He thought internally. He wasn't stupid. Communication was stable, and Virgo wasn't here. The vice admiral was actively avoiding duties. Even though he hated to admit it, he wished Virgo was here. With another vice admiral there would have been a chance to fight off Jack, but without him it was a losing battle. We have to hold them off long enough for the civilians on the island to evacuate. Ain said, her breathing ragged. Jack, seeing Sinbad recovering, smiled cruelly, moving towards one of the weakest Marines. He would kill them one by one, starting with those that were weak. Giving the vice admiral despair. Bins. Move. X-Drake moved, pulling the man out of harm's way. But Jack smiled. He changed his target using his tusk to stab the zone user through his stomach. No, break. Sinbad shouted, but he couldn't do anything as Jack grabbed his body and threw it towards Bins, who caught it. But X-Drake was in critical condition as there was a hole in his stomach. Ain and Sinbad rushed towards them, fighting off Sasaki and Sheepshead who were about to attack the Marine. But Jack didn't stop it. He looked ahead and nodded at one of his underlings. A few pirates had gained the high ground amongst the destroyed buildings. Fire the blaze bazookas. One by one, the beast pirates held an oversized bazooka aiming upwards. Their aim wasn't good, but with how much firepower each weapon had, they would smother the ships. Destroy the ships. Stop it. Sinbad snapped as haki flowed out of him, still holding on to his Drake. His haki was uncontrolled and yet powerful, knocking out the pirates before they could fire their weapons at the civilians. Sinbad sighed in relief, before coughing up blood. At least he wasn't totally powerless. The color of conquers. And from a Marine no less. Jack grinned, and laughed madly. You really are a surprise. But the civilians? You fools are still trying to play the hero? I will start with them first, then. Jack said, and all of the Marines were wide-eyed as Jack jumped through the air, his full body morphing into his zone form as he flew through the air, aiming to crush the evacuation ships that were filled with civilians. No. But Sinbad couldn't do anything but watch as the massive figure dropped from the sky. And yet he was stopped before his foot could crush the ship. It was as if his front legs were stopped by someone. Yeah, buddy. Lightweight. And that was how almost all of the beast pirates and Marines had their eyes comically pop out of their eye sockets as the giant of a mammoth was thrown into the sky by a figure wearing a straw hat. Chapter 201 Jack the Drought, who was almost 30 feet in height, was tossed as if he weighed as much as a pillow, crashing through several buildings, before stopping. For 1 second Jack was dumbstruck as to what happened. But he knew what happened. Someone had caught him midair, then tossed him, pushing him back. Jack got up from the rubble, but before he could move, 2 attacks hit him. Phoenix Onigiri. Well cooked, grill shot. Gah. Jack grunted as both flaming attacks attacked him head-on, creating a large fiery explosion that sent him through multiple buildings. But even with that, the damage he took was only skin-deep, minor burns, but one of the kicks managed to knock him out. But only for a while. Jack might not have covered his body with armament hockey, but his mammoth hide was strong enough for any non-hockey-based attack. They were too shallow. But all in all, he still had a brain, and the kick seemed to have rattled his insides. And so when Jack woke up, he was angry. He found Sheepshead trying to wake him up, and so punched the poor man in frustration. The mammoth zone stood up and angrily looked for his target. It was the Straw Hat Pirates. A bit earlier, on Luffy's side, it's... The Marine trailed off. It's the fallen hero Luffy? The civilians who were on the ship saw Luffy and were awed. He tossed the beast of a giant before it could destroy their ship, saving many lives in the process. And Luffy looked even more impressive than his bounty poster. Having a tall and good build, with his straw hat on his back and 2 Naginata strapped back on his back in a crossed fashion. It's the Straw Hat Pirates. He cheered. He was one of the civilians that got saved by Luffy. The rumors are true. He has come to save us. And as if it was a domino effect, more and more people started to cheer. Almost half of the Marines were still skeptical, but the other half cheered for Luffy. They needed any help at the moment, and to get help from pirates was surprising, but the newspaper seemed to not lie. Luffy jumped from the ship, landing between Zoro and Sanji. Shishishi. It seems we are quite popular. But let's get away from the civilians to avoid any casualties. All 3 of them jumped a few times, plowing through the ranks of beast pirates and the subordinate crewmen. It made the civilians and those that supported Luffy from the Marines cheer even harder. With most of the port now cleared from the pirates, Luffy, Sanji, and Zoro entered the plaza, where the battle took place previously. Zoro didn't say anything, his eyes were moving around to find opponents he could match. And just by one attack he knew he was no match for Jack, so he would need to find opponents that he could at least contend against. Sanji, on the other hand, disappeared from his spot, appearing right in front of Ain, with a rose in his mouth. Mademoiselle, I came here only hearing you call. To save you from the ugly pirates that have plagued this land. Please accept this flower. Ain dumbly nodded and accepted this flower. She was in too much of a shock for some reason. Sinbad felt his eyes twitch, snatching the flower away from Ain, and wrapping his arms around her. She's mine. And who the heck are? But Luffy cut him off. Who's the average-looking guy? He asked Sanji. Internally he was having a hard time believing that Sinbad looked exactly like, well, Sinbad. Sanji gave his captain a deadpan, but explained. Purple hair, looks a bit like Vivi Swan, unfortunately, it's her cousin. But he was cut off. Did you just call me an average-looking guy? Sinbad whispered as if that comment hurt him more than the wounds. He pointed at Luffy, as he stood up, being at least 2 feet taller than him. I'm better looking than you. Huh, keep telling yourself that, buddy, Luffy said, obviously you are coping. He patted his shoulder. But no one will think less of you if you are honest. Ain really wanted to hit Sinbad. The pirate knew about Vivi, the Alabastan princess, and that meant he knew about Sinbad. And the vice admiral was literally pissed off about someone calling him average-looking of all things. Though internally even she was embarrassed about her previous hiccup, and she also tried to hide the fact that Sinbad called her his. She was about to say something, but Sanji gave her another rose. Mademoiselle, please accept the flower and accept my love. Like my captain said, he really is average-looking. Stop hitting on her, Dart Brow. Stop hitting on her, Love Cook. Both Sinbad and Zoro said at the same time, before they looked at each other. Shut it, cabbage heads. Sanji snapped at Zoro and Sinbad at the same time, but then he blinked. Wait. Cabbages also come in the color purple. Why you? Both of them said at the same time. Shishishi. You are good, Sanji. And before things could escalate any further, Shuzo asked the most logical question. What are you pirates doing here? The Marine asked. Duh. We came as backup, of course, Luffy asked, before he looked at Sinbad, and then back to Jack, who now stood up. I mean, what hero would I be if I didn't help people in need? Shishishi. But you guys are pirates? Ain said something for the first time. She might not be an absolute justice freak, but this just wasn't logical. Most of the pirates she met wanted her dead, and the feeling was mostly mutual, so this was a bit odd. Huh, and you guys service bubblehead men who call themselves God? Luffy said, taking out his nameless Naginata, and horns edge off of his back. Red steam started coming out of his skin, as it gained a red tint, his hair growing wilder, his muscles growing larger in size, as his height matched Sinbad, looking at Jack. Why do you think I never joined the Marines? That was when Ain remembered that Luffy, even though he was a pirate, was the grandson of the Marine hero Garp. So the rumors about his heroic deeds were true, the newspapers weren't just making stuff up. It gave her a conflicting view. Sinbad, on the other hand, wasn't finding it that hard. He has seen the gray area of both Marines and pirates. Just one question? How do you know Vivi? Luffy grinned, not looking at him, his eyes still on Jack, who started his charge towards them. Ask her yourself, she's coming here on my ship after all. How dare you attack Jack-sama? Sasaki of the Beast Pirates screamed. Men, attack. With that, all of the pirates charged again, and Jack also seemed to have gotten up, looking very pissed about the situation as he also jumped toward them. Jack also seemed to have roared as he dashed towards Luffy. Luffy then looked at Sinbad one last time. I came for backup, but it's your own mess. So don't push all the responsibility on us. With that, he threw horns at Jet Sasaki, who was trying to get up after getting punched by Jack. The pirate might not have been strong compared to the others in his crew, but he managed to avoid getting stabbed. Luffy clicked his tongue before he disappeared from his spot using instant transmission, charging at Jack. Zoro and Sanji also moved, Zoro going for Sasaki, while Sanji went for Sheepshead. The other pirates that were along with the Beast Pirates also wanted to attack Luffy and the group, but for some reason, they were getting shot from somewhere and falling. All the Beast Pirates knew there was a sniper, but they couldn't see him. Sinbad deduced that another member of the Straw Hats was helping the trio in the fight. At that time, Vince came with the body of X-Drake. The man was in critical condition and he needed medical attention. What should we do, Vice Admiral? Vince asked. Sinbad looked at his men. His blue lightning dragon armor started shimmering, becoming translucent. You go and stay with Drake. Even though his condition is critical, he's a zone and their recovery is quite fast. But don't let him out of your sight, and don't let him join the battle. Vince nodded, picking up the knocked out and bleeding X-Drake and jumping towards the evacuation ships. He would help the Marines there and look after his comrade at the same time. Sinbad then looked at Ain and Shuzo. There's no good way of saying this, but we have to trust the Straw Hat Pirates this time. Ain, you go and help the swordsman, and Shuzo, you go and help the Dart Brow. Both of them nodded. They are strong, but they will need some help. And don't attack them if they don't do anything shady. Also, keep an eye on them. They might be helping us now, but at the end of the day they are pirates. Shuzo nodded, and while Ain was having some conflicting views on working with a pirate, she didn't question Sinbad's order. Especially when he mentioned to keep an eye on them. I will go and help Straw Hat. Jack is not someone he can take alone. He said, neither can I. Who knew I would get help from pirates today? He mused internally, his armor changing into light particles. Also, how does he know about Vivi-chan? I will have to look into it later. Armor change, White Fox. He said, as his armor completely morphed his entire body. Changing from scales to white clothes, his hair gaining a white color with 2 white fox-like ears coming out of it and 9 fox-like tails growing out of his back, all white in color. It almost looked like his own transformation, if others didn't know any better. All the previous injuries he had sustained now were disappearing at a visible rate. While his lightning dragon armor was meant for dealing the most damage with lightning powers and was a lot more durable, his white fox armor had active regeneration in it, along with the ice powers. He couldn't change before as it took a bit of time to switch between his armors. With that, he moved from his spot going toward where Luffy was fighting Jack. Chapter 202. Jack used one of his Shotel blades to block Luffy's attack, holding his Naginata in place, before slashing with his other one, this one coated with Haki. But he was surprised when he saw Luffy using Haki in the area where the attack was supposed to land. A rookie pirate using Haki wasn't something you saw every day. But Jack scoffed, thinking that this level of Haki could protect him from his own. Just as his Haki-clad blade was about to hit Luffy's exposed stomach, the rookie pirate's muscles tensed up along with a black coating of Haki. and the beast pirate was surprised again when it protected him. Still, the blow was enough to send Luffy away toward one of the buildings. Elephant gun. But not before the said Straw Hat punched him with a giant fist coated in hockey, sending him back as well. While Luffy sustained some damage, Jack was unharmed. In fact, the beast pirate was annoyed. While it seemed that the young pirate didn't have strong hockey, he made up for it with some odd skill. But that level of hockey still wouldn't be able to harm him. Jack relied mostly on his devil fruit, but his armament hockey was also quite good, better than Luffy's at the very least. But even then most hockey users couldn't damage his thick skin even if they tried. The same was the case for Luffy. Luffy knew that his armament hockey was nowhere near as strong as Jack's. Jack's armament hockey had more raw power while Luffy had better control over it, and for the advanced armament to awaken, control was needed. For now, Jack's hockey had more raw power in it. But Luffy knew he would catch up soon as with each second passing, he could feel himself getting stronger. Shishishi. Don't die before I get stronger, fishy. Luffy said, blitzing right near Jack's side with a combination of instant transmission and moonwalk, and he slashed his Naginata. Like Luffy's fist, the blade part of his weapon grew in size listening to its partner's will. As small sparks of red hockey gathered on its edge, coating the white blade black. And Jack had to cross his arms and block it with hockey as he was sent through multiple buildings. And for the first time in the fight, Jack actually got a somewhat deep wound on his body. But nothing too serious. Luffy on the other hand seemed drained from using so much armament hockey. He grinned at his blade. I know you are excited as I am, but using too much hockey for just one attack won't do us too well, he said to the nameless blade. Luffy heard his blade scoff, be strong then. Luffy could hear his blade from the beginning but couldn't understand it until Little Garden. So only recently could he communicate with it. Though it was only a few words, it seemed rather talkative when fighting. Talk about being a battle maniac. The nameless Naginata wanted this fight alone, so Luffy complied, not using Horn's Edge by stabbing it into the ground. With his observation hockey only he would be able to pick it up, others will just ignore the small hole. He did have a good connection with his weapon. Encouraging words, Luffy said, gripping his blade tightly as Jack got out from the rubble and was madly charging at him. But then again, we aim to become the strongest, an oversized fish elephant thingy will not stop us here. So someone fucking finally grew a pair. The blade said, as it hummed again as Jack came with his Shotel blades. We will cut him. Both pirates clashed, blade against blade, hockey against hockey, fist against fist. And while in every regard Jack was better, Luffy was getting stronger as well. Is that all you got? Die. Jack yelled, as he did a cross motion from above trying to cut Luffy. But Luffy was able to get away with instant transmission before delivering a flying slash to the man's back, sending him towards the building. Again, Luffy's attack did nothing but annoy the oversized fishman. Do we really need to exhaust all our hockey just to harm him? Luffy thought to himself. Of course not. The blade said, surprising Luffy as he didn't know his blade could communicate mentally. But it seemed it couldn't pick up all his thoughts, only those spoken towards it. You have to just get better. Yes, really helpful. Luffy almost tried not to roll his eyes. Fucking brat, die. Jack furiously attacked. How about a no? Luffy said again, engaging the wild beast. Luffy was able to dodge most of the attacks or parry them. And while Jack was big, he was still fast, some of the attacks almost managed to hit him, which he was able to block with hockey and iron body. His iron body kind of became passive, now with observation hockey, he could harden the area with it, and use armament coating for the ultimate shield. Having an exoskeleton like Sanji would have been better, but there was something satisfying about winning with only normal cards. It means his training wasn't failing him at least. Is this what stacking one skill over another feels like? Luffy internally mused as he used his leg to counter Jack's punch, having both iron body and armament hockey on it, it didn't damage him any bit. He was thrown away, but not before using his other leg to deliver a giant Spartan kick that also sent Jack away. Still, Jack's really got a tough hide. And now that I'm fighting him, it's not all because of his devil fruit. Luffy got up as he dashed towards Jack. Did the buffoon have a passive skill like iron body from all the fights he picked over the years? No wonder he's one of Kaido's most skilled men. If I had to say, his skills and power are at least equal or even better than Aramaki. And that was saying something as Luffy was basically in his mixed gear form. Using Gear 1 to increase his muscle mass and Gear 2 to increase his blood flow and speed. He was even delivering giant attacks with his Gear 3. The problem with Jack was that it seemed his attacks weren't doing any damage, and Luffy wasn't holding back either. Jack was just way stronger, the attacks he avoided would give him minor cuts and the attacks he parried would feel like his bones were going to break. And he doubted even if he was somehow able to cuff him with Sea Stone, his battle skills wouldn't diminish. Unlike Aramaki, he ain't a one-trick pony. But, fuck. I'm loving this. Agreed. His blade called out. Luffy jumped over one of Jack's strikes, his chain wrapping around the big guy's body as he thrust his spear-like weapon into Jack's shoulder from behind. Even with armament coating the blade, the wound wasn't that deep. But he didn't need to make the wound deep. Impale and explode. Just as his Naginata stabbed into Jack, the blade suddenly started to hum. With Jack trapped inside his chain, he could do nothing as suddenly he felt a shockwave hit his shoulder. Ah! Luffy's attack created a large yet concentrated shockwave from the tip of his Naginata that was stabbed into Jack. Even the ground they stood on shook due to the internal blow. It made the beast pirate yell as he was thrown face first into some of the buildings. But at the same time, some part of the chain broke off from his nameless Naginata. His blade didn't like the injury, but didn't comment on it. Do you think that worked? Luffy asked, his arms shaking from the impact of his own attack. He made the technique after getting well used to 6-king gun and finger pistol. It was one of his most powerful attacks, only it wasn't fully mastered. No. Duck. But Luffy was too late. Even his observation haki didn't pick up Jack's movement as he punched Luffy in the face, his face getting buried into itself as Jack's large fist shot him towards the unknown. Luffy's body bounced across the ground several times, going through multiple marines and pirates, killing and maiming some of them just because of the uncontrolled speed. He only stopped when he was caught by Sanji, who had to drag his heels into the ground, digging a trench to catch his captain. He seemed to have a few beads of sweat on his forehead. Ugh. What the fuck happened? Luffy asked, ignoring the pain that he felt from his facial bones breaking. Most of his face was caved in, but he was already on his way to fixing that. You tell me? Sanji said, you shot my opponent to God knows where. I did what? Your body slammed into him. But then again, he wasn't that strong, his armament was shit compared to you guys. The cook said, looking at the angry Jack who was madly attacking anyone in sight, and coming towards them slowly. Sanji couldn't use any haki, but he would gladly give a hand to his captain. Want some help? Luffy shook his head as he walked forward. No, you aren't strong enough, yet. In fact, why the heck are you and Zoro fighting different opponents? We are among the Marines, and technically fighting together with them is a good way to reveal your secrets. Also, Sasaki is too strong for Zoro alone and Sheepshead was weak against you. Of course, he was keeping tabs on what his crewmates were doing. Or at least those that were within his range. Yeah, that Shuzo guy also wanted to help me. But I declined it because it was easy. Didn't know that they had that in mind. Sanji said, both him and Zoro were too focused on gaining strength that they forgot about that. I will keep it in mind, Captain. With that, he jumped toward where Zoro was. The green-haired swordsman was getting help from a beautiful marine. Why? That moosehead. It almost made him forget about what his captain said. Almost. Chapter 203. Luffy looked at Jack, who was walking towards him slowly. It seemed he had relocated his shoulder and the wounds on his body were beginning to close. Luffy then also looked around, now that he saw the battle littered with so many bodies. This place looked like an actual war zone rather than a simple skirmish. Luffy wondered why Sinbad had to pull down on Jack's pants like that. Jack seemed to have gathered a large number of men for this, but then again, Luffy could guess that not all of the pirates were allies, as he could occasionally find some pirate groups fighting others for some valuables. But with his backstory, and the involvement with Joker, he could see why this was happening. Especially when you consider the space was supposed to be under Vice Admiral Virgo. Luffy shook his head, as he focused on his recovery. Steam started coming out of his bodily wounds. Mainly the damage done to his face was his first priority. It would be quite embarrassing if the next day his photo was taken with a mangled up face. So, he quickly took out a small protein bar, and munched on it. Stamina and minor injuries shouldn't be an issue as he had a highly dense calorie bar made by Sanji. With life return, he could recover from most damages, but he knew he couldn't drag the fight out for too long. Jack was known to have fought for 5 days and 5 nights against the Minks. And Luffy wouldn't waste that much time on him. The place was in ruins. If he wanted to build a reputation, he needed to finish him fast. Dragging the battle longer wouldn't do him any good, but he knew it would be impossible. Still, he didn't want Sabo to get involved. I almost had some respect for you. Being able to actually hurt me. Jack said menacingly as he stood against Luffy, a small distance away. Luffy on the other hand was casually finishing off his protein bar. And it ticked Jack off. Die. Luffy disappeared from his spot, but even he had to say that Jack was fast now. Holding out on me, eh big guy? Luffy said, narrowly avoiding another slash. Luffy moved back, trying to take the least amount of damage as he could while he tried to mend back his wounds. Feed me. His blade called out. Luffy raised his brow, before he understood what his blade meant. You can do that? He asked, a small smile creeping up his face. Sure, I will take the risk. Nice blade you got there, Luffy mused, ducking under one of Jack's slashes, Luffy's chain wrapping around the weapon as he yanked it out of his hands. Mind if I take a good look? Give me back my blade. How about a no? Luffy smirked as he jumped up into the air with Moonwalk, and even though Jack tried to catch up with his own jump, unfortunately, he didn't know airwalk, so gravity pushed him back down. Why you? Jack grunted, his face grew into that of a mammoth's with an elephant trunk in the place of his nose, his upper body remaining human while his lower half turned into some weird form of a mammoth centaur. With that he took a deep breath of air, intending to use it as an attack through his elephant trunk. But Luffy didn't pay that much attention to it. He held out the large shotel blade Jack used. They were even bigger than his Naginata, which grew in size along with him. Okay, what now? Luffy asked his nameless Naginata, as the chain part of its body shot out wrapped around the blade, and before long, it was gone, as if the chain dissolved it into its own body. This will do for now, his blade said. Luffy had to avoid the massive air pressure bullet that Jack shot toward him, but he continued the conversation with his blade instead. So learn any new tricks? This hardly works like that. But I did regrow the chains that I lost, the nameless blade said. Also, that trunk is one of Jack's weak spots, we might be able to cut it. Luffy grinned. You should have started with that. With that Luffy shot towards Jack, who sadly reverted to his base form, but Luffy still pushed forward to attack. He was almost back to full health now, he could keep going. Jack charged and so did Luffy. Honestly, Jack's swordsmanship wasn't that good, it was wild and unhinged, and yet predictable. But Jack made up for his lack of skill with raw power. Taking my weapons will get you nowhere. One of Jack's hands, which was now unarmed, morphed into a mammoth's foot as it increased in size. And with it, Jack started to attack. Armor change, White Fox. Someone shouted from behind, but Luffy was too focused on avoiding the attacks. Every one of the attacks was dangerous, and yet, Luffy was loving this. Sure, the battle was a fight to the death, but his odds weren't all stacked against him, like the fight with Aramaki. Now not only was he stronger, but if things got rough, his brother would come in. Sabo was also in the battle, along with Usopp. Both had shrunk down to a small size, helping with taking down cannon fodder pirates and saving as many people as they could. Honestly, one side effect of the shrinking down to the size of an ant, was that if you don't know where your opponent is, you can't hit them. Even with a solid level of observation hockey, it was hard to find them. Especially Usopp, as he didn't stand out much with observation hockey, so that was why Sabo was also wearing the invisible bracelet to conceal himself, as Sabo stood out much more due to his strength. And with that, he was sure most of the Marines and pirates wouldn't be able to find him. And with so much chaos, no one focused on the invisible enemy that was reducing their numbers. Anyway, Luffy brought his attention back towards Jack. Well, he kind of had to, as he received a strong punch to his chest that knocked the wind out of him. But the Straw Hat had little time as Jack jumped upwards, intending to stomp down on Luffy. The young pirate shot towards the side as a very large crater formed around Jack's landing spot. Stop running away. Stop breathing, then. Luffy's blade grew in size as he delivered a devastating air slash which Jack tanked with his body, only getting a small cut from it. Hey, you fight like a bitch. Jack called out as he again charged toward Luffy. Luffy really wanted to learn advanced armament, that would put that bastard in his place. Sabo didn't have advanced observation, but he did have advanced armament. Both versions of it, emission and internal destruction. Wano wasn't the only place that knew about internal destruction, it seemed. And his brother told him that he was getting really close to unlocking it, so he will try in this fight. Not much could be done about the enhancement aspect of his armament hockey, as that was a bit hard to improve, but his control over armament was already good enough. With how thick Jack's skin is, only that would be able to harm and do critical damage to him. Of course, his skin was nothing like Kaido's. Actually, if his armament hockey was stronger, he wouldn't have needed to use advanced armament to cut Jack. I can do that, his blade said. Do what? Luffy asked, a bit hopeful. I can bring out advanced armament for an attack, but it will leave you dry, so to speak, his blade said. Why help now? Luffy asked, dodging one of Jack's attacks while delivering a giant punch, which the beast pirate tanked. I wanna cut him up, his blade said. Luffy could feel it grinning. Spoken like a true battle-crazed sword, my friend. Luffy also gave a mad grin, dashing towards the mammoth zone. But let's not use it hastily, we only have one chance in this. And it's not about winning, it's about getting strong. And so their fight continued. Luffy loved the challenge. Because for the first time, his nameless Naginata was calling out to him, it really wanted to cut Jack. And he would make sure to do just that. Chapter 204. You are annoying. Jack grunted, delivering a large wind slash with his sword that Luffy had to tank with his nameless Naginata. Because if he didn't, it would fly through where the evacuation ships and Going Merry were, and some of his crewmates might get injured. But just as he stopped the attack, Jack was on him, kicking Luffy through multiple buildings. You think I didn't know that you were using me to clear out my own men? Jack scoffed and held his hands up, not towards Luffy, but towards where Zoro and Sanji were, fighting against Sasaki. They were creating quite the fire show. But before Jack could shoot out his attack, Luffy was on him. Getting serious, huh, kid? Jack said as he crossed his blades parrying one of Luffy's attacks. As a captain, it would be foolish if he let his crewmates get hurt because of his own fight. You are strong. I will give you that, but physical strength and skill will not save you from me. With that, he tried to yank the nameless Naginata out of Luffy's hand, but he failed. Copying my trick won't work. Luffy used a combination of moonwalk and instant transmission to get behind Jack, his chain wrapped around his body. Luffy enlarged his hands grabbing Jack from behind, giving him a German suplex as Jack's whole head dug into the ground below, creating a crater on a solid ground. Luffy quickly got off as Jack seemed to have snapped, his whole body starting to change. The Straw Hat quickly unwrapped his chains and got away with his Naginata, as he saw Jack take on his full zone form. Luffy grumbled a bit irritated. The large fucking fish elephant was actively trying to attack his crewmates. At this rate he might need some help. Bringing out Sabo would be bad as his face might be already known by the world government, it might ruin some of his plans. Well, that didn't work. This will. Garafurzi Iru. A large group of ice spikes dropped down onto Jack from above, all of them coated with hockey. The rain was deadly and furious, and when it stopped, it created a large structure of ice, with a hazy shadow of Jack in the middle. Luffy looked at Sinbad, and he almost didn't seem to recognize him. He also recognized the change. Luffy wondered what type of fruit he had. So he asked, "Hey, what kind of fruit do you have?" Sinbad looked at Luffy. "You don't just ask that kind of thing, pirate." Luffy shrugged. "I will go first, I ate the Gamu Gamu no Mi. Making me a rubber human." To add to the point he stretched out one of his forearm skin, stretching it, inhumanly. Sinbad sighed. "That's not how it works." Luffy grinned. "Come on, it might help us deal with that oversized buffoon." He encouraged, "And also know about some of your secrets." He thought internally. And right then, Jack screamed in rage, breaking out of his ice prison, and even with that ice spike shower, he only had minor injuries. "Fine." Sinbad grumbled, "It's the armor fruit, gives me the ability to change armor. That's all I'm gonna share." Luffy gave him a deadpan, "See? Not useful." Luffy shrugged, he would look into the devil fruit encyclopedia later. Now he had more concerning matters. Jack screamed as he took in air from his trunk, obviously preparing for an attack. "Well, he seems to be mad." "I think his trunk might be one of his weak spots," Luffy said. "Also, now that you are in the fight he might actually try to attack your allies." "Already know that." Sinbad grumbled, "We have to take him somewhere remote, away from the plaza. It won't be easy. But it's better than trying to keep all his attacks focused on yourself. Self-sacrifice will get you nowhere. Not with that damn monster at least. Also, Vivi will be mad if I left you to die, so don't die, please." Luffy said those words truthfully. The Straw Hat might have some grand dreams and he was willing to do some questionable things to accomplish it. But at the end of the day, he strived for what was right. Call it Garp punching some morality into his head. But there was so much evil in this world that someone needed to step out and stop it. That sounds cringy and crazy. But if you want to do it, I will help you. His blade said. "I'm as crazy as you are. Hey, now call me crazy all you want. But I actually do the right kind of crazy." Sinbad glanced at Luffy, and saw the smirk on his face. Even though he was speaking in a not-so-serious tone, Sinbad couldn't find any lies in those eyes. The Marine's eyes then lingered on the Straw Hat's pirate ship, where the other members of his crew were helping people get onto the evacuation ship. With his white fox from, his eyesight was enhanced, making him able to see a long distance away. He could also see one particular blue-haired girl who was helping them. His eyes then moved towards Luffy. So he might be able to trust him. But still, it was a gamble. "Fine, you will have to tank most of his attacks," Sinbad admitted, pointing at himself. "This armor is meant for dealing devastating blows and recovery. I should be able to slow down the bastard a bit, but I won't be able to do much damage. Unless you can give me some time to charge my attack. Unlike my previous Lightning Dragon armor, I won't be able to take full-on direct hits from Jack and shrug it off. And believe me when I say this, the bastard loves to make casualties while fighting." He growled at the last part. "So you need a tank and a fast attacker, eh? Quite demanding, aren't you?" Luffy grinned. putting one arm near his mouth, as he bit in. I might not have some fancy Sailor Moon transformation, but here goes. Taking a deep breath of air and blowing it in his arm. Gear forth. The remaining members of the Straw Hat crew had docked where the evacuation marine ships were. The Marines didn't stop them from entering, especially when they blew up two of the smaller ships of the beast pirates that wanted to harm them. Now most of the Straw Hats were on the dock, helping civilians in getting to the ship. One by one the ships started to leave, only 2 evacuation ships remained. Kobe took the most active role in helping others. Johnny and Yozaka were fighting off the grunt pirates that had come near the port, and Bartolomeo and Hatchin were somewhere around the port area as well. It seemed that Jack the Drought brought quite a large number of pirates to attack the G3 base. Well, he was trying to destroy the whole base, and so he even brought in some crews that were allied with the beast pirates, roaming paradise waters. That was the reason why it looked more like a war than the skirmish. Many lives were lost on both sides, but the civilian casualties were the worst thing. The rest of the Straw Hats did what they could to help, but now that 3 of the evacuation ships have already left, the Straw Hats, along with the Marines, were focusing on those that weren't able to get to the evacuation ships, either getting injured or kidnapped. Most of the beast pirates were attacking and actively trying to kill the civilians. Jack had ordered that, to send a message, but some of them had even worse goals in mind. To capture and sell them as slaves. One could see that Jack only brought 1 ship from Wano. The other pirate ships were either allies of the beast pirates or got forced into the war, cause they just so happened to cross the Mammoth Zone's way. Jack wanted to create as much havoc as possible coming to the G3 base. Not only did the Marines kill one of the Tobirapo, another was captured, Sasaki. They were part of the main crew. This was an active war against the beast pirates. The beast pirates had no camaraderie with their crewmates, but the respect and fear of Kaido united them all. And Kaido was in one of his drunken rages, so Jack didn't dare to inform him. The other 2 All-Stars, King and Queen, knew what happened, but they weren't too bothered. But Jack found it as a chance to expand the crew's dominance and bring fear to all. That's why Jack gathered every other pirate that their ship crossed, and forced them into working under him. So many of the pirates fighting here also had their own goals. And some of them had ideas of selling slaves after this so-called war was over. Till now, before the Straw Hats came, the so-called war was mostly a massacre, but now things were different. All because of a small crew of around 20 members. Chapter 205. Hatchin didn't like being with the Straw Hats at first. They did kill some of his friends. Hatchin knew that Arlong and those who died deserved it. What they did was wrong. And Hatchin couldn't stop them, he was too weak to voice his opinion. But then Luffy opened his eyes. This wasn't something that Fisher Tiger would do. But still, it hurt knowing that one of his childhood friends was no more. After that day, Hatchin was invited to the Straw Hat ship. And he could have left the Straw Hat crew anytime. He wasn't even a member, but he had to show Nami the true face of fishmen. Arlong didn't represent their race. Hatchin wanted to live as an example of Fisher Tiger. To one day unite both races and come into terms peacefully. Not all humans were bad. Whitebeard protected their island, and there was Koala who joined the Revolutionary Army because she wanted to fulfill Fisher Tiger's dream. It was good to know that the girl was doing fine for herself, even going as far to learn fishman karate to pay homage to the man that saved her. And that day, any doubts he had about Luffy vanished. Luffy's words were true yet again, and it also made him feel ashamed that he was doing something his late mentor and friend, Fisher Tiger, wouldn't approve of. Still, there was still time to change. He would show the world not all fishmen were evil. They were like humans. And he did that starting with the crew. The crew wasn't bothered by him tagging along. They didn't even treat him differently either. And over the months of staying with the crew he started to like them. Hatchin had to be honest, he didn't like Sanji at first for killing Arlong, but that's changed. Over the months when Sanji helped him perfect his takoyaki recipe, he started to take a liking to the cook. Hatchin always wanted to be a cook, and with Sanji's help, he would one day make the world's best takoyaki. Not any grand dreams per se, but along with bringing peace to both races it was worth fighting for. Momo seemed to be liking the crew as well. He liked it even better as he wasn't treated as a pet like how Arlong used to do, and it's never a dull day with the crew. One thing he didn't like at first was about the crew's motto that every day was training every day. Luffy was strong no doubt, and so Hatchin was very surprised at how much he trained. And there was an unwritten law that whoever was on the going merry, unless he or she was half dead for any reason, he or she must train. And Hatchin was no exception. Every single day. Training was dreadful. And then there was the sparring against the other members of the crew. Hatchin didn't like how much it hurt the first day. But as time passed he started enjoying it. Luffy knew how to make training fun, and it helped Hatchin gain some new skills during his stay with the Straw Hat Pirates. Things happened and Hatchin started accepting the crew, Especially after Drum Island, where the islanders weren't scared of him, even though he is a fishman, all because they thought he was a straw hat. Hatchin shook his head. Even though Luffy pushed him to officially join the crew, he didn't know what to do. He would have joined Jinbe if he still had a crew, but the Knight of the Sea was a warlord now. He didn't know how that worked, but he could guess there was no chance of joining there as well. So for now, Hatchin was supporting the crew with Momo till Fishman Island. Still, with the months passing, he wouldn't mind joining the crew. They were fine men and women who would give their all for a single crewmate. The brotherhood in the crew was something he really admired. He often heard about how the Whitebeard pirates had deep relations among them. The old man literally called everyone his son. So Luffy doing that wasn't surprising. The captain might be young and inexperienced, and yet he faced every challenge with a smile. And his crewmates seemed to be happy to accept it. Hatchin also accepted the reality of training every day. Especially after what happened with that bounty-hunting bastard Aramaki. He was literally one shot and lost 2 of his hands. So gaining strength was welcomed. Hatchin didn't want to be weak anymore. He wasn't as arrogant as Arlong, but he still had some pride as a fishman. So of course he wanted to be strong. He would show the world the true face of the fishmen. Not all of them were monsters, they could also be pillars that Nami and Koala other humans could find support on. But now, he had doubts. Hatchin looked around him, bodies of civilians, pirates, and marines lay everywhere. This was a war zone right now, so many people were dying. Arlong was bloodthirsty, yes, but never killed or actively tried to harm anyone from his own race. So seeing this was a bit shocking to him. But when he found out who was the one behind the whole G3 Marine Branch incident, his blood ran cold. The main perpetrator was Jack the Drought. A fishman. His own race, doing something so evil, for what? Sick pride? Even Arlong wouldn't go this far. Hatchin knew about him being one of Kaido's commanders, but other than that he didn't know much about him. He doubted if Jack was even from Fishman Island. But it didn't matter. What mattered was this much bloodshed was because of someone from his own race. Hatchin knew that the Straw Hat crew wouldn't judge him for Jack's actions. But deep down after what happened with Arlong, he needed to do something. This wasn't right. He would stop him. He needed to stop him. Or else Jack would give the fishman a bad reputation because of it. Chapter 206 G3 Base, Navy Port. Now that most of the evacuation ships on the island left, there was a problem. Not all of the Marines that were helping previously on the port stayed. Many of the Marines were injured and many didn't want to die here in the battle, and with the excuse of helping the civilians on the ships many of the Marines had left, reducing the number of capable soldiers by a lot. And that was bad because there were still civilians and injured Marines on the island who either couldn't get on the ships or were hiding for their dear life. And that's not including who got captured. But who could blame them? Many still had families that needed them. And even with the Straw Hat pirates helping, many of the Marines believed that it was a losing battle. They were fighting a 4 Emperor's commander. The battle could go either way. So that was why, the number advantage the Marines had now shifted towards the Beast Pirates and their allies. But Kobe expected this would happen, still it bothered the young pirate he couldn't do anything. No one wanted to die, and yet someone needed to step up and do the right thing. And he was going to do it. It just so happened that his crewmates were with him on that one. You know, it feels good to do what's right, Johnny said, skewering one pirate with his spear before using the said pirate's body to slam into the other ones, taking down at least 6 of them in the process. After that was done, he kicked off the skewered pirate from his spear, hitting other pirates that tried to attack him. Of course, once the skewered pirate was dead, others also had severe injuries. But Johnny didn't even bat an eye on them. Yeah, well, compared to our bounty hunting days, I like the change. I mean, we are basically heroes. He cheered as he used his shield to slam into one pirate's neck, breaking it in the process. I mean, we are working with the Marines as pirates. Either we are doing something very right, or very stupid. Yozaku said, throwing his axe towards one pirate that carved into his chest. He ran up, jumped onto said pirate's head and took out his axe before throwing himself to another group of pirates that was behind the first one. Both Johnny and Yozaku weren't new to killing, and yet always tried to avoid it. But after seeing how much bloodshed the pirates had done, they weren't pulling back any punches. If some died then they died, they wouldn't hold back today. The reason why they became bounty hunters in the first place was to stop evil pirates from killing innocents. Since they couldn't stop them, at least they could kill some pirates to avenge those that had fallen. You boys clear out the group here, make sure no one can get near the port. Nami said, bashing her bow staff on top of a pirate's head, taking him down. The others in the group tried to jump the cat burglar but suddenly she disappeared from her spot, making the pirates crash into each other. Nami appeared right above them and stomped on one head after the other, knocking them down. Yes ma'am. Both Johnny and Yosaku said at the same time, after hearing Nami's order. Nami nodded as she looked at a group of Marines mostly made out of women. Let's take the south side, then. She said towards a certain Marine. Onsen Hirabi, was it? Yeah, the girl said. She had a large sniper rifle that she rested casually on her shoulder. We have to thank you, pirates, on helping us here. Especially that pink-haired guy. She then looked at Nami. I mean, not in a weird way. He's cute and all. And he saved my life. It's not that I like him or anything. If it wasn't obvious, she fell for Kobe. Hard. Nami sweat dropped at the young Marine, before she internally giggled thinking she finally got some blackmail material on Kobe. Hibari was a young woman of regular stature. She had light hair with bangs worn in a ponytail. Her Marine uniform consists of a military pocketed shirt that exposes her midriff, gloves, military boots and camo pants, with the latter's right side ripped to reveal striped leggings. She also wore headphones over her ears, a belt with heart-shaped buckles around her torso, and a backpack with a hanging teddy bear. Her most unique thing was her large sniper rifle, which she sometimes used to bash pirates that got near her. And while she might seem a bit clueless, she was kind of a well-known figure, as many of the Marines that stayed seemed to follow her. Hirabi, there you are. Another Marine said, running towards them. She seemed to be captained by her justice coat. Captain Kujaku. I'm here. Hirabi snapped out of her daze looking at her. I didn't do anything, she said as the other Marine came to her. The Marine captain sighed when a group of pirates wanted to stop her, using her whip to send a few pirates hurling back. I didn't come here to scold you this time, she said before her expression softened a bit. I'm just glad that you are okay. I heard that some pirates were helping and stuff. She then looked at Nami, who looked like a casual civilian, but she could guess that she was one of the Straw Hat pirates others were talking about. She was about to thank her when, hey, watch out. Two pirates had sneaked behind Nami and had swords drawn, intending to attack. A blue-haired figure suddenly rushed towards the two pirates' swords midway. It was Vivi, who had two eskrima sticks in her hand, holding off two pirates with ease. She twisted her hand as her eskrima sticks suddenly discharged electricity, shocking the two pirates. Both of them yelped and dropped down with black smoke wisping off their bodies. With the two knocked out, only one pirate remained, and all the others were either dead or knocked out. And so everyone was now looking at said pirate. I don't get paid enough for this shit. The last pirate screamed as he tried to run away, but a whip suddenly wrapped around his neck. Get over here, Kujaku said, as the pirate was thrown to a nearby wall, going through it. Promptly getting knocked out in the process, but with that much bleeding he might not make it, but no one cared. Well, what should we do, Captain? Hirabi asked her superior. The port is now almost cleared. A few of the Straw Hat pirates are there guarding against any pirates from getting there, and there's also a Sea King out giving the Navy support. It was weird seeing a giant sea cow taking on large pirate ships as if it was trying to commit boxing. But at least the Sea King was on their side, so they were thankful. I don't like working with pirates, but... Kujaku looked at Nami and Vivi. She clicked her tongue. We might need your help. Some of the civilians and even some of our Marine colleagues have been captured by the pirates. Nami frowned. Wait, why would anyone? But then it hit her. Slavers? The Marine nodded. It seems not all the pirates were in the port trying to kill. Some of them were seen kidnapping kids and other female civilians. We might need your help. She really didn't want to take help from the pirates, especially this particular group, since her grandmother warned about them. But with how things were, she couldn't be picky. Nami and Vivi looked at each other and nodded. Of course. Lead the way. Chapter 207 Go. We'll stop them, Nami said, to a group of people, who looked quite roughed up. They had multiple injuries. All of them were underaged kids or females that stood out for their beauty. All of them seemed to be roughed up. One could guess what might have happened to them. Especially since some of the women couldn't even walk straight with bloodstains in all the wrong areas. Vivi felt a sting in her heart. If only they were here early. Thinking about this brought her the horrifying thought of what might happen if she couldn't stop Crocodile in time. Baroque Works was a bounty hunting organization, yes, but not all people working there were good. So in case of a civil war, her people would face the consequences. The Marine Captain Kujaku wasn't kidding that some of the pirates were doing this in the middle of the chaos. Also, it wasn't just one group that were doing the kidnapping, there were many of them. And while some wanted to sell them as slaves, others wanted to have their own kind of sick enjoyment. That was why Nami and Vivi had to break up from the other Marines to cover more ground. And that wasn't all, some people were still hiding in buildings or stuck in the rubble from the destruction. They also needed help. The problem was just that they were short on numbers. After the group of injured left, Nami and Vivi promptly finished any pirates off that weren't dead. They didn't like killing, But now after seeing such horrors of war, they couldn't just not do anything about it. Especially since Nami and Vivi had stopped them while in their act. None of them would lose any of their sleep for what they were doing. Some people were just better off dead. Just when both of the Straw Hat Pirates were about to leave, a group of pirates came.